did come to languish, and indeed, my lord, the wretched animal heaved forth such groans that their discharge did stretch his leathern coat almost to bursting, and the big round tears coursed one another down his innocent nose in piteous chase, and thus the hairy fool, much marked of the melancholy Jacques, stood on the extremest verge of the swift brook, augmenting it with tears. Duke Senior. But what said Jacques? Did he not moralize this spectacle? First Lord. Oh yes, into 1,000 similes. First, for his weeping into the needless stream. Poor dear, quoth he, thou makest a testament as worldlings do, giving thy sum of more to that which had too much. Then, being there alone, left and abandoned of his velvet friends, 'tis right, quoth he, thus misery doth part the flux of company. Anon a careless herd, full of the pasture, jumps along by him and never stays to greet him. Ay, quoth Jacques, sweep on, you fat and greasy citizens. 'Tis just the fashion, wherefore do you look upon that poor and broken bankrupt there? Thus most invectively he pierceth through the body of the country, city, court, yea, and of this our life, swearing that we are mere usurpers, tyrants, and what's worse, to fright the animals and to kill them up in their assigned and native dwelling place. Duke Senior. And did you leave him in this contemplation? Second Lord. We did, my lord, weeping and commenting upon the sobbing deer. Duke Senior. Show me the place. I love to cope him in these sullen fits, for then he's full of matter. First Lord. I'll bring you to him straight. Exeunt. Scene 2. A room in the palace. Enter Duke Frederick with lords. Duke Frederick. Can it be possible that no man saw them? It cannot be. Some villains of my court are of consent and sufferance in this. First Lord. I cannot hear of any that did see her. The ladies, her attendants of her chamber, saw her abed, and in the morning early they found the bed untreasured of their mistress. Second Lord. My lord, the Roynish clown, at whom so oft your grace was wont to laugh, is also missing. Hesperia, the princess gentlewoman, confesses that she secretly o'erheard your daughter and her cousin much commend the parts and graces of the wrestler that did but lately foil the sinewy Charles, and she believes wherever they are gone that youth is surely in their company. Duke Frederick. Send to his brother. Fetch that gallant hither. If he be absent, bring his brother to me. I'll make him find him, Dio, this suddenly, and let not search and inquisition quail to bring again these foolish runaways. Exeunt. Scene 3. Before Oliver's house. Enter Orlando and Adam, meeting. Orlando. Who's there? Adam. What, my young master? O my gentle master, O my sweet master, O you memory of old Sir Roland. Why, what make you here? Why are you virtuous? Why do people love you? And wherefore are you gentle, strong, and valiant? Why would you be so fond to overcome the bonny prizer of the humorous Duke? Your praise is come too swiftly home before you. Know you not, master, to some kind of men their graces serve them but as enemies? No more do yours, your virtues, gentle master, are sanctified and holy traitors to you. Oh, what a world is this, when what is comely envenoms him that bears it. Orlando. Why, what's the matter? Adam. O unhappy youth, come not within these doors. Within this roof the enemy of all your graces lives. Your brother? No, no brother, yet the son. Yet not the son. I will not call him son. Of him I was about to call his father, hath heard your praises, and this night he means to burn the lodging where you used to lie, and you within it. If he fail of that, he will have other means to cut you off. I overheard him and his practices. This is no place. This house is but a butchery. Abhor it, fear it, do not enter it. Orlando. Why, whither, Adam? Wouldst thou have me go? Adam. No matter whither, so you come not here. Orlando. What? Wouldst thou have me go and beg my food, or with a base and boisterous sword enforce a thievish living on the common road? This I must do, or know not what to do. Yet this I will not do how I can. I rather will subject me to the malice of a diverted blood and bloody brother. Adam. But do not so. I have 500 crowns, the thrifty hire I saved under your father, which I did store to be my foster nurse, when service should in my old limbs lie lame, and unregarded age in corners thrown. Take that, and he that doth the ravens feed. Yeah, providently caters for the sparrow. Be comfort to my age, here is the gold. All this I give you, let me be your servant. Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty. For in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as a lusty winter, frosty but kindly. Let me go with you. I'll do the service of a younger man in all your business and necessities. Orlando, O good old man, how well in thee appears the constant service of the antique world, when service sweat for duty, not for meed. Thou art not for the fashion of these times, where none will sweat but for promotion, and having that do choke their service up even with the having it is not so with thee. But, poor old man, thou prun'st a rotten tree, that cannot so much as a blossom yield in lieu of all thy pains and husbandry. But come thy ways, we'll go along together, and ere we have thy youthful wages spent we'll light upon some settled low content. Adam, master, go on and I will follow thee to the last gasp with truth and loyalty. From 17 years till now almost fourscore here lived I, but now live here no more. At 17 years many their fortunes seek, but at fourscore it is too late a week. Yet fortune cannot recompense me better than to die well, and not my master's debtor. Exeunt. Scene 4. The Forest of Arden. Enter Rosalind as Ganymede, Celia as Aliena, and Touchstone. Rosalind. O Jupiter, how weary are my spirits. Touchstone. I care not for my spirits, if my legs were not weary. Rosalind. I could find in my heart to disgrace my man's apparel, and to cry like a woman, but I must comfort the weaker vessel, as doublet and hose ought to show itself courageous to petticoat, therefore, courage, good Aliena. Celia. I pray you bear with me, I cannot go no further. Touchstone. For my part, I had rather bear with you than bear you, yet I should bear no cross if I did bear you, for I think you have no money in your purse. Rosalind. Well, this is the Forest of Arden. Touchstone. Now am I in Arden, the more fool I. When I was at home I was in a better place, but travelers must be content. Enter Corin and Silvius. Rosalind. Be so, good Touchstone, look you, who comes here? A young man and an old and solemn talk. Corin. That is the way to make her scorn you still. Silvius. O Corin, that thou knew'st how I do love her. Corin. I partly guess, for I have loved ere now. Silvius. No, Corin, being old, thou canst not guess, though in thy youth thou wast as true a lover as ever sighed upon a midnight pillow. But if thy love were ever like to mine, as sure I think did never man love so, how many actions most ridiculous hast thou been drawn to by thy fantasy? Corin. Into 1,000 that I have forgotten. Silvius. Oh, thou didst then never love so heartily. If thou rememberest not the slightest folly that ever love did make thee run into, thou hast not loved. Or if thou hast not sat as I do now, wearing thy hearer and thy mistress praise, thou hast not loved. Or if thou hast not broke from company abruptly, as my passion now makes me, thou hast not loved. O Phoebe, Phoebe, Phoebe. Exit Silvius. Rosalind. Alas, poor shepherd, searching of thy wound, I have by hard adventure found mine own. Touchstone. And I mind that I remember when I was in love I broke my sword upon a stone, and bid him take that for coming a night to Jane's smile. And I remember the kissing of her batlet, and the cow's dugs that her pretty chopped hands had milked, and I remember the wooing of a peas cod instead of her, from whom I took 2 cods, and, giving her them again, said with weeping tears, were these for my sake? We that are true lovers run into strange capers, but as all is mortal in nature, so is all nature in love mortal in folly. Rosalind. Thou speakst wiser than thou art ware of. Touchstone. Nay, I shall ne'er be ware of mine own wit till I break my shins against it. Rosalind. Jove, Jove, this shepherd's passion is much upon my fashion. Touchstone. And mine, but it grows something stale with me. Celia. I pray you, one of you question yon man if he for gold will give us any food. I faint almost to death. Touchstone. Holla, you clown. Rosalind. Peace, fool. He's not thy kinsman. Corin. Who calls? Touchstone. Your betters, sir. Corin. Else are they very wretched. Rosalind. Peace, I say. Good even to you, friend. Corin. And to you, gentle sir, and to you all. Rosalind. I prithee, shepherd, if that love or gold can in this desert place by entertainment bring us where we may rest ourselves and feed. Here's a young maid with travel much oppressed, and faints for succor. Corin. Fair sir, I pity her, and wish, for her sake more than for mine own, my fortunes were more able to relieve her. But I am shepherd to another man, and do not shear the fleeces that I graze. My master is of churlish disposition, and little recks to find the way to heaven by doing deeds of hospitality. Besides, his coat, his flocks, and bounds of feed are now on sale, and at our sheepcote now, by reason of his absence, there is nothing that you will feed on but what is, come see, and in my voice most welcome shall you be. Rosalind. What is he that shall buy his flock and pasture? Corin. That young swain that you saw here but erewhile, that little cares for buying anything. Rosalind. I pray thee, if it stand with honesty, buy thou the cottage, pasture, and the flock, and thou shalt have to pay for it of us. Celia. And we will mend thy wages. I like this place, and willingly could waste my time in it. Corin. Assuredly the thing is to be sold. Go with me, if you like, upon report the soil, the profit, and this kind of life. I will your very faithful feeder be, and buy it with your gold right suddenly. Exeunt. Scene vide, another part of the forest. Enter Amiens, Jacques, and others. Amiens sings, under the greenwood tree, who loves to lie with me, and turn his merry note unto the sweet bird's throat. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy, but winter and rough weather. Jacques. More, I prithee, more. Amiens. It will make you melancholy, Monsieur Jacques. Jacques. I thank it more, I prithee, more. I can suck melancholy out of a song as a weasel sucks eggs. More, I prithee, more. Amiens. My voice is ragged, I know I cannot please you. Jacques. I do not desire you to please me. I do desire you to sing. Come, more. Another stanzo. Call you 'em stanzos? Amiens. What you will, Monsieur Jacques. Jacques. Nay, I care not for their names, they owe me nothing. Will you sing? Amiens. More at your request than to please myself. Jacques. Well then, if ever I thank any man, I'll thank you. But that they call compliment is like the encounter of two dog-apes, and when a man thanks me heartily, methinks I have given him a penny and he renders me the beggarly thanks. Come, sing. And you that will not, hold your tongues. Amiens. Well, I'll end the song. Sirs, cover the while, the Duke will drink under this tree. He hath been all this day to look you. Jacques. And I have been all this day to avoid him. He is too disputable for my company. I think of as many matters as he, but I give heaven thanks and make no boast of them. Come, warble, come. Amiens. Sings. Who doth ambition shun, and loves to live on, seeking the food he eats, and pleased with what he gets. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy, but winter and rough weather. Jacques. I'll give you a verse to this note that I made yesterday in despite of my invention. Amiens. And I'll sing it. Jacques. Thus it goes. If it do come to pass, that any man turn ass, leaving his wealth and ease, a stubborn will to please, Duke dame, Duke dame, Duke dame, here shall he see. Gross fools is he, and if he will come to me. Amiens. What's that, Duke dame? Jacques. 'Tis a Greek invocation to call fools into a circle. I'll go sleep if I can. If I cannot, I'll rail against all the firstborn of Egypt. Amiens. And I'll go seek the Duke. His banquet is prepared. Exeunt severally. Scene sixth, another part of the forest. Enter Orlando and Adam. Adam. Dear master, I can go no further. I die for food. Here lie I down and measure out my grave. Farewell, kind master. Orlando. Why, how now, Adam? No greater heart in thee? Live a little, comfort a little, cheer thyself a little. If this uncouth forest yield anything savage, I will either be food for it or bring it for food to thee. Thy conceit is nearer death than thy powers for my sake. Be comfortable, hold death awhile at the arm's end. I will here be with thee presently, and if I bring thee not something to eat, I'll give thee leave to die. But if thou deest before I come, thou art a mocker of my labor. Well said, thou look'st cheerly, and I'll be with thee. Quickly, yet thou least in the bleak air come. I will bear thee to some shelter, and thou shalt not die for lack of a dinner, if there live anything in this desert. Cheerly, good Adam. Exeunt. Scene 7. Another part of the forest enter Duke Senior, Amiens, and lords as outlaws. Duke Senior. I think he be transformed into a beast, for I can nowhere find him like a man. First Lord. My lord, he is but even now gone hence. Here was he merry, hearing of a song. Duke Senior. If he, compact of jars, grow musical, we shall have shortly discord in the spheres. Go seek him, tell him I would speak with him. Enter Jacques. First Lord. He saves my labor by his own approach. Duke Senior. Why, how now, monsieur? What a life is this that your poor friends must woo your company? What? You look merrily. Jacques. A fool, a fool. I met a fool, forest, a motley fool, a miserable world. As I do live by food, I met a fool, who laid him down and basked him in the sun, and railed on Lady Fortune in good terms, in good set terms, and yet a motley fool. Good morrow, fool, quoth I. No, sir, quoth he, call me not fool till heaven hath sent me fortune. And then he drew a dial from his poke, and looking on it with lackluster eye, says very wisely, it is 10 o'clock. Thus we may see, quoth he, how the world wags. 'Tis but an hour ago since it was 9, and after 1 hour more, 'twill be 11. And so from hour to hour we ripe and ripe, and then from hour to hour we rot and rot, and thereby hangs a tale. When I did hear the motley fool thus moral on the time, my lungs began to crow like chanticleer, that fools should be so deep contemplative, and I did laugh sans intermission an hour by his dial. O noble fool! O worthy fool! Motley's the only wear. Duke Senior. What fool is this? Jacques. O worthy fool! One that hath been a courtier, and says if ladies be but young and fair, they have the gift to know it, and in his brain, which is as dry as the remainder biscuit after a voyage, he hath strange places crammed with observation, the which he vints in mangled forms. Oh, that I were a fool! I am ambitious for a motley coat. Duke Senior. Thou shalt have one. Jacques. It is my only suit, provided that you weed your better judgments of all opinion that grows rank in them that I am wise. I must have liberty withal, as large a charter as the wind, to blow on whom I please, for so fools have. And they that are most galled with my folly, they most must laugh. And why, sir, must they so? The why is plain as way to parish church. He that a fool doth very wisely hit doth very foolishly, although he smart, not to seem senseless of the bobbed if not. The wise man's folly is anatomized even by the squandering glances of the fool. Invest me in my motley, give me leave to speak my mind, and I will through and through cleanse the foul body of the infected world, if they will patiently receive my medicine. Duke Senior. Fie on thee! I can tell what thou wouldst do. Jacques. What, for a counter, would I do but good? Duke Senior. Most mischievous foul sin, in chiding sin. For thou thyself hast been a libertine, as sensual as the brutish sting itself, and all to embossed sores and headed evils that thou with license of free foot hast caught wouldst thou disgorge into the general world. Jacques. Why, who cries out on pride? That can therein tax any private party? Doth it not flow as hugely as the sea till that the weary very means do ebb? What woman in the city do I name when that I say the city woman bears the cost of princes on unworthy shoulders? Who can come in and say that I mean her, when such a one is she, such is her neighbor? Or what is he of basest function that says his bravery is not on my cost, thinking that I mean him, but therein suits his folly to the metal of my speech? There then, how then? What then? Let me see wherein my tongue hath wronged him. If it do him right, then he hath wronged himself. If he be free, why then my taxing like a wild goose flies unclaimed of any man. But who comes here? Enter Orlando with sword. Drawn. Orlando. Forbear, and eat no more. Jacques. Why, I have eat none yet. Orlando. Nor shalt not till necessity be served. Jacques. Of what kind should this cock come of? Duke Senior. Art thou thus boldened, man, by thy distress? Or else a rude despiser of good manners, that in civility thou seemst so empty? Orlando. You touched my vein at first, the thorny point of bare distress hath ta'en from me the show of smooth civility. Yet am I inland bred and know some nurture, but forbear, I say. He dies that touches any of this fruit till I and my affairs are answered. Jacques. And you will not be answered with reason. I must die. Duke Senior. What would you have? Your gentleness shall force more than your force move us to gentleness. Orlando. I almost die for food, and let me have it. Duke Senior. Sit down and feed, and welcome to our table. Orlando. Speak you so gently? Pardon me, I pray you. I thought that all things had been savage here, and therefore put I on the countenance of stern commandment. But whatever you are that in this desert inaccessible, under the shade of melancholy boughs, lose and neglect the creeping hours of time. If ever you have looked on better days, if ever been where bells have knolled to church, if ever sat at any good man's feast, if ever from your eyelids wiped a tear, and know what 'tis to pity and be pitied, let gentleness my strong enforcement be, in the which hope I blush and hide my sword. Duke Senior. True is it that we have seen better days, and have with holy bell been knolled to church, and sat at good men's feasts, and wiped our eyes of drops that sacred pity hath engendered. And therefore sit you down in gentleness, and take upon command what help we have that to your wanting may be ministered. Orlando. Then but forbear your food a little while, whiles like a doe, I go to find my fawn, and give it food. There is an old poor man who after me hath many a weary step limped in pure love, till he be first sufficed. Oppressed with two weak evils, age and hunger, I will not touch a bit. Duke Senior. Go find him out, and we will nothing waste till you return. Orlando. I thank ye, and be blessed for your good comfort. Exit. Duke Senior. Thou sayest we are not all alone unhappy. This wide and universal theatre presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in. Jacques. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages, he first the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, then the whining schoolboy, with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school, and then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress' eyebrow, then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honor, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation, even in the cannon's mouth, and then the justice, in fair round belly with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances. And so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose, well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice, turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound, last scene of all, that ends. This strange eventful history is second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. Enter Orlando bearing Adam. Duke Senior. Welcome, set down your venerable burden, and let him feed. Orlando. I thank you most for him. Adam. So had you need. I scarce can speak to thank you for myself. Duke Senior. Welcome. Fall to. I will not trouble you, as yet to question you about your fortunes. Give us some music, and good cousin, sing. Song. Amia. Sings. Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hi-ho, sing hi-ho, unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then, hi-ho, the holly. This life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that dost not bite so nigh, as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp, as friend remembered not. Hi-ho, sing hi-ho, unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then, hi-ho, the holly. This life is most jolly. Duke Senior. If that you were the good Sir Rowland's son, as you have whispered faithfully you were, and as mine eye doth his effigies witness most truly limbed and living in your face, be truly welcome hither. I am the Duke that loved your father, the residue of your fortune. Go to my cave and tell me, good old man, thou art right welcome as thy master is. Support him by the arm. To Orlando, give me your hand, and let me all your fortunes understand. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. A room in the palace. Enter Duke Frederick, lords, and Oliver. Duke Frederick. Not see him since? Sir, that cannot be. But were I not the better part made mercy, I should not seek an absent argument of my revenge. Thou present, but look to it. Find out thy brother wheresoe'er he is. Seek him with candle, bring him dead or living within this 12-month. Or turn thou no more to seek a living in our territory. Thy lands, and all things that thou dost call thine worth seizure, do we seize into our hands, till thou canst quit thee by thy brother's mouth of what we think against thee. Oliver. Oh, that your highness knew my heart in this. I never loved my brother in my life. Duke Frederick. More villain thou well, push him out of doors, and let my officers of such a nature make an extent upon his house and lands. Do this expediently, and turn him going. Exeunt. Scene 2. The Forest of Arden. Enter Orlando with a paper. Orlando. Hang there, my verse, in witness of my love. And thou, thrice-crowned queen of night, survey with thy chaste eye, from thy pale sphere above, thy huntress name that my full life doth sway. O Rosalind, these trees shall be my books, and in their barks my thoughts I'll character, that every eye which in this forest looks shall see thy virtue witnessed everywhere. Run, Orlando, carve on every tree the fair, the chaste, and unexpressive she. Exit. Enter Corin and Touchstone. Corin. And how like you this shepherd's life, Master Touchstone? Touchstone. Truly, shepherd, in respect of itself, it is a good life. But in respect that it is a shepherd's life, it is not I in respect that it is solitary, I like it very well. But in respect that it is private, it is a very vile life. Now in respect it is in the fields, it pleaseth me well. But in respect it is not in the court, it is tedious. Yes, it is a spare life. Look you, it fits my humor well, but as there is no more plenty in it, it goes much against my stomach. Hast any philosophy in thee, shepherd? Corin. No more but that I know the more one sickens, the worse at ease he is, and that he that wants money, means, and content is without 3 good friends, that the property of rain is to wet and fire to burn, that good pasture makes fat sheep, and that a great cause of the night is lack of the sun, that he that hath learned no wit by nature nor art may complain of good breeding, or comes of a very dull kindred. Touchstone. Such a one is a natural philosopher. Wast ever in court, shepherd? Corin. No, truly. Touchstone. Then thou art damned. Corin. Nay, I hope. Touchstone. Truly, thou art damned, like an ill-roasted egg, all on one side. Corin. For not being at court? Your reason. Touchstone. Why, if thou never wast at court, thou never saw'st good manners. If thou never saw'st good manners, then thy manners must be wicked, and wickedness is sin, and sin is damnation. Thou art in a parlous state, shepherd. Corin. Not a whit. Touchstone. Those that are good manners at the court are as ridiculous in the country as the behavior of the country is most mockable at the court. You told me you salute not at the court, but you kiss your hands. That courtesy would be uncleanly if courtiers were shepherds. Touchstone. Instance. Briefly come. Instance. Corin. Why, we are still handling our ewes, and their fells, are greasy. Touchstone. Why, do not your courtiers' hands sweat? And is not the grease of a mutton as wholesome as the sweat of a man? Shallow. A better instance, I say. Come. Corin. Besides, our hands are hard. Touchstone. Your lips will feel them the sooner. Shallow again. A more sounder instance. Come. Corin. And they are often tarred over with the surgery of our sheep. And would you have us kiss tar? The courtier's hands are perfumed with civet. Touchstone. Most shallow man, thou worm's meat in respect of a good piece of flesh indeed. Learn of the wise and perpinned, civet is of a baser birth than tar. The very uncleanly flux of a cat, mend the instance, shepherd. Corin. You have too courtly a wit for me, I'll rest. Touchstone. Wilt thou rest damned? God help thee, shallow man. God make incision in thee. Thou art raw. Corin. Sir, I am a true laborer, I earn that I eat, get that I wear, oh no man hate, envy no man's happiness, glad of other men's good, content with my harm. And the greatest of my pride is to see my ewes graze and my lambs suck. Touchstone. That is another simple sin in you, to bring the ewes and the rams together and to offer to get your living by the copulation of cattle, to be bawd to a bellwether and to betray a she-lamb of a 12-month to crooked-pated, old, cuckoldly ram, out of all reasonable match. If thou beest not damned for this, the devil himself will have no shepherds. I cannot see else how thou shouldst scape. Enter Rosalind as Ganymede. Corin. Here comes young Master Ganymede, my new mistress's brother. Rosalind. Reads. From the east to western end. No jewel is like Rosalind. Her worth being mounted on the wind. Through all the world bears Rosalind. All the pictures fairest lined are but black to Rosalind. Let no face be kept in mind, but the fair of Rosalind. Touchstone. I'll rhyme you so 8 years together, dinners and suppers and sleeping hours excepted, it is the right butterwomen's rank to market. Rosalind. Out fool. Touchstone. For a taste. If a heart do lack a hind, let him seek out Rosalind. If the cat will after kind, so be sure will Rosalind. Winter garments must be lined, so must slender Rosalind. They that reap must sheaf and bind, then to cart with Rosalind. Sweetest nut hath sourest rind, such a nut is Rosalind. He that sweetest rose will find must find love's prick, and Rosalind. This is the very false gallop of verses. Why do you infect yourself with them? Rosalind. Peace, you dull fool. I found them on a tree. Touchstone. Truly, the tree yields bad fruit. Rosalind. I'll graft it with you, and then I shall graft it with a meddler, then it will be the earliest fruit I to country, for you'll be rotten ere you be half ripe, and that's the right virtue of the meddler. Touchstone. You have said, but whether wisely or no, let the forest judge. Enter Celia as Aliena, reading a paper. Rosalind. Peace, here comes my sister. Reading, stand aside. Celia. Reads. Why should this a desert be? For it is unpeopled? No. Tongues I'll hang on every tree that shall civil sayings show. Some. How brief the life of man runs his erring pilgrimage, that the strecking of a span buckles in his sum of age. Some. Of violated vows, twixt the souls of friend and friend. But upon the fairest boughs, or at every sentence end, will I Rosalinda write, teaching all that read to know the quintessence of every sprite heaven would in little show. Therefore heaven nature charged that one body should be filled with all graces wide enlarged. Nature presently distilled Helen's cheek, but not her heart, Cleopatra's majesty, Atlanta's better part, sad Lucretia's modesty. Thus Rosalind of many parts, by heavenly synod was devised, of many faces, eyes, and hearts to have the touches dearest prized. Heaven would that she these gifts should have, and I to live and die her slave. Rosalind. O most gentle Jupiter, what tedious homily of love have you wearied your parishioners withal, and never cried, have patience, good people. Celia. How now? Back, friends, shepherd. Go off a little. Go with him, Sirrah. Touchstone. Come, shepherd, let us make an honorable retreat, though not with bag and baggage, yet with scrip and scrippage. Exeunt Corin and Touchstone. Celia. Didst thou hear these verses? Rosalind. Oh yes, I heard them all, and more too, for some of them had in them more feet than the verses would bear. Celia. That's no matter, the feet might bear the verses. Rosalind. Aye, but the feet were lame, and could not bear themselves without the verse, and therefore stood lamely in the verse. Celia. But didst thou hear without wondering how thy name should be hanged and carved upon these trees? Rosalind. I was 7 of the 9 days out of the wonder before you came. For look here what I found on a palm tree. I was never so berhymed since Pythagoras' time that I was an Irish rat, which I can hardly remember. Celia. Trow you who hath done this? Rosalind. Is it a man? Celia. And a chain, that you once wore, about his neck change you color? Rosalind. I prithee. Who? Celia. O Lord, Lord, it is a hard matter for friends to meet. But mountains may be removed with earthquakes and so encounter. Rosalind. Nay. But who is it? Celia. Is it possible? Rosalind. Nay. I prithee now, with most petitionary vehemence, tell me who it is. Celia. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, most wonderful, wonderful, and yet again wonderful, and after that, out of all whooping. Rosalind. Good my complexion. Dost thou think, though I am caparisoned like a man, I have a doublet and hose in my disposition? 1 inch of delay more is a south sea of discovery. I prithee tell me who is it quickly, and speak apace. I would thou couldst stammer, that thou mightst pour this concealed man out of thy mouth, as wine comes out of narrow-mouthed bottle. Either too much at once or none at all. I prithee take the cork out of thy mouth that I may drink thy tidings. Celia. So you may put a man in your belly. Rosalind. Is he of God's making? What manner of man? Is his head worth a hat, or his chin worth a beard? Celia. Nay, he hath but a little beard. Rosalind. Why, God will send more if the man will be thankful. Let me stay the growth of his beard, if thou delay me not the knowledge of his chin. Celia. It is young Orlando, that tripped up the wrestler's heels and your heart both in an instant. Rosalind. Nay, but the devil take mocking. Speak, sad brow and true maid. Celia. I faith, cuz, 'tis he. Rosalind. Orlando? Celia. Orlando. Rosalind. Alas the day, what shall I do with my doublet and hose? What did he when thou saw'st him? What said he? How looked he? Wherein went he? What makes he here? Did he ask for me? Where remains he? How parted he with thee? And when shalt thou see him again? Answer me in one word. Celia. You must borrow me Gargantua's mouth first. 'Tis a word too great for any mouth of this age's size. To say I and no to these particulars is more than to answer in a catechism. Rosalind. But doth he know that I am in this forest and in man's apparel? Looks he as freshly as he did the day he wrestled? Celia. It is as easy to count atomies as to resolve the propositions of a lover, but take a taste of my finding him, and relish it with good observance. I found him under a tree, like a dropped acorn. Rosalind. It may well be called Jove's tree when it drops forth such fruit. Celia. Give me audience, good madam. Rosalind. Proceed. Celia. There lay he, stretched along like a wounded knight. Rosalind. Though it be pity to see such a sight, it well becomes the ground. Celia. Cry holla, to thy tongue. I prithee it curvets unseasonably, he was furnished like a hunter. Rosalind. Oh, ominous. He comes to kill my heart. Celia. I would sing my song without a burden, thou bringst me out of tune. Rosalind. Do you not know I am a woman? When I think, I must speak sweet. Say on. Enter Orlando and Jacques. Celia. You bring me out soft. Comes he not here? Rosalind. 'Tis he. Slink by, and note him. Rosalind and Celia step aside. Jacques. I thank you for your company, but, good faith, I had as lief have been myself alone. Orlando. And so had I, but yet, for fashion's sake, I thank you too for your society. Jacques. God be why you, let's meet as little as we can. Orlando. I do desire we may be better strangers. Jacques. I pray you, mar no more trees with writing love songs in their barks. Orlando. I pray you, mar no more of my verses with reading them ill-favoredly. Jacques. Rosalind is your love's name? Orlando. Yes, just Jacques. I do not like her name. Orlando. There was no thought of pleasing you when she was christened. Jacques. What stature is she of? Orlando. Just as high as my heart. Jacques. You are full of pretty answers. Have you not been acquainted with goldsmiths' wives, and conned them out of rings? Orlando. Not so. But I answer you right painted cloth, from whence you have studied your questions. Jacques, you have a nimble wit, I think. 'Twas made of Atlanta's heels. Will you sit down with me? And we too will rail against our mistress the world and all our misery. Orlando, I will chide no breather in the world but myself, against whom I know most faults. Jacques, the worst fault you have is to be in love. Orlando, 'tis a fault I will not change for your best virtue. I am weary of you. Jacques, by my troth, I was seeking for a fool when I found you. Orlando, he is drowned in the brook. Look but in, and you shall see him. Jacques, there I shall see mine own figure. Orlando, which I take to be either a fool or a cipher. Jacques, I'll tarry no longer with you. Farewell, good Senior Love. Orlando, I am glad of your departure. Adieu, good Monsieur Melancholy. Exit Jacques. Celia and Rosalind come forward. Rosalind, I will speak to him like a saucy lackey, and under that habit play the knave with him. Do you hear, Forester? Orlando, very well, what would you? Rosalind, I pray you, what is the clock? Orlando, you should ask me what time. Oh, date, there's no clock in the forest. Rosalind, then there is no true lover in the forest, else sighing every minute and groaning every hour would detect the lazy foot of time as well as a clock. Orlando, and why not the swift foot of time? Had not that been as proper? Rosalind, by no means, sir. Time travels in divers paces with diverse persons. I'll tell you who time ambles withal, who time trots withal, who time gallops withal, and who he stands still withal. Orlando, I prithee, who doth he trot withal? Rosalind, marry, he trots hard with a young maid between the contract of her marriage and the day it is solemnized. If the interim be but a essay night, time's pace is so hard that it seems the length of 7 years. Orlando, who ambles time withal? Rosalind, with a priest that lacks Latin and a rich man that hath not the gout. For the one sleeps easily because he cannot study, and the other lives merrily because he feels no pain. The one lacking the burden of lean and wasteful learning, the other knowing no burden of heavy tedious penury, these time ambles withal. Orlando, who doth he gallop withal? Rosalind, with a thief to the gallows. For though he go as softly as foot can fall, he thinks himself too soon there. Orlando, who stays it still withal? Rosalind, with lawyers in the vacation. For they sleep between term and term, and then they perceive not how time moves. Orlando, where dwell you, pretty youth? Rosalind, with this shepherdess, my sister, here in the skirts of the forest, like fringe upon a petticoat. Orlando, are you native of this place? Rosalind, as the coney that you see dwell where she is kindled. Orlando, your accent is something finer than you could purchase in so removed a dwelling. Rosalind, I have been told so of many, but indeed an old religious uncle of mine taught me to speak, who was in his youth an inland man, one that knew courtship too well, for there he fell in love. I have heard him read many lectures against it, and I thank God I am not a woman, to be touched with so many giddy offenses as he hath generally taxed their whole sex withal. Orlando, can you remember any of the principal evils that he laid to the charge of women? Rosalind, there were none principal, they were all like one another as hath been sar, every one fault seeming monstrous till his fellow fault came to match it. Orlando, I prithee recount some of them. Rosalind, no, I will not cast away my physic, but on those that are sick, there is a man haunts the forest that abuses our young plants with carving Rosalind on their barks, hangs odes upon hawthorns and elegies on brambles, all, forsooth, deifying the name of Rosalind. If I could meet that fancy-monger, I would give him some good counsel, for he seems to have the quotidian of love upon him. Orlando, I am he that is so love-shaked, I pray you tell me your remedy. Rosalind, there is none of my uncle's marks upon you. He taught me how to know a man in love, in which cage of rushes I am sure you are not prisoner. Orlando, what were his marks? Rosalind, a lean cheek, which you have not, a blue eye and sunken, which you have not, an unquestionable spirit, which you have not, a beard neglected, which you have not, but I pardon you for that, for simply your having in beard is a younger brother's revenue, then your hose should be ungartered, your bonnet unbanded, your sleeve unbuttoned, your shoe untied, and everything about you demonstrating a careless desolation, but you are no such man. You are rather point device in your accoutrements, as loving. yourself than seeming the lover of any other. Orlando, fair youth, I would I could make thee believe I love. Rosalind, me believe it? You may as soon make her that you love believe it, which I warrant she is apter to do than to confess she does. That is one of the points in the which women still give the lie to their consciences. But, in good sooth, are you he that hangs the verses on the trees, wherein Rosalind is so admired? Orlando, I swear to thee, youth, by the white hand of Rosalind, I am that he, that unfortunate he. Rosalind, but are you so much in love as your rhymes speak? Orlando, neither rhyme nor reason can express how much. Rosalind, love is merely a madness, and, I tell you, deserves as well a dark house and a whip as madmen do. And the reason why they are not so punished and cured is that the lunacy is so ordinary that the whippers are in love too, yet I profess curing it by counsel. Orlando, did you ever cure any so? Rosalind, yes, one, and in this manner, he was to imagine me his love, his mistress, and I set him every day to woo me. At which time would I, being but a moonish youth, grieve, be effeminate, changeable, longing and liking, proud, fantastical, apish, shallow, inconstant, full of tears, full of smiles. For every passion something and for no passion truly anything, as boys and women are for the most part cattle of this color, would now like him, now loathe him, then entertain him, then forswear him, now weep for him, then spit at him, that I drave my suitor from his mad humor of love to a living humor of madness, which was to forswear the full stream of the world and to live in a nook merely monastic, and thus I cured him. And this way will I take upon me to wash your liver as clean as a sound sheep's heart, that there shall not be one spot of love in tea. Orlando, I would not be cured, youth. Rosalind, I would cure you, if you would but call me Rosalind and come every day to my coat and woo me. Orlando, now, by the faith of my love, I will, tell me where it is. Rosalind, go with me to it, and I'll show it you. And by the way you shall tell me where in the forest you live, will you go? Orlando, with all my heart, good youth. Rosalind, nay, you must call me Rosalind. Come, sister, will you go? Exeunt. Scene 3, another part of the forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey, Jacques at a distance observing them. Touchstone, come apace, good Audrey, I will fetch up your goats. Audrey, and how, Audrey? Am I the man yet? Doth my simple feature content you? Audrey, your features, Lord warrant us. What features? Touchstone, I am here with thee and thy goats, as the most capricious poet, honest Ovid, was among the Goths. Jacques, aside. O knowledge ill inhabited, worse than Jove in a thatched house. Touchstone, when a man's verses cannot be understood, nor a man's good wit seconded with the forward child understanding, it strikes a man more dead than a great reckoning in a little room. Truly, I would the gods had made thee poetical. Audrey, I do not know what poetical is. Is it honest in deed and word? Is it a true thing? Touchstone, no, truly. For the truest poetry is the most feigning, and lovers are given to poetry, and what they swear in poetry may be said, as lovers they do feign. Audrey, do you wish, then, that the gods had made me poetical? Touchstone, I do truly, for thou swearest to me thou art honest. Now if thou wert a poet, I might have some hope thou didst feign. Audrey, would you not have me honest? Touchstone, no, truly, unless thou wert hard-favored. For honesty coupled to beauty is to have honey a sauce to sugar. Jacques, aside. A material fool. Audrey, well, I am not fair, and therefore I pray the gods make me honest. Touchstone, truly, and to cast away honesty upon a foul slut were to put good meat into an unclean dish. Audrey, I am not a slut, though I thank the gods I am foul. Touchstone, well, praised be the gods for thy foulness. Sluttishness may come hereafter. But be it as it may be, I will marry thee, and to that end I have been with Sir Oliver Martext, the vicar of the next village, who hath promised to meet me in this place of the forest and to couple us. Jacques, aside. I would fain see this meeting. Audrey, well, the gods give us joy. Touchstone, amend a man may, if he were of a fearful heart, stagger in this attempt, For here we have no temple but the wood, no assembly but horn beasts, but what though? Courage. As horns are odious, they are necessary, it is said. Many a man knows no end of his goods. Right, many a man has good horns and knows no end of them. Well, that is the dowry of his wife. 'Tis none of his own getting. Horns? Even so, poor men alone? No, no. The noblest deer hath them as huge as the rascal is the single man therefore blessed. Known as a walled town is more worthier than a village. So is the forehead of a married man more honorable than the bare brow of a bachelor, and by how much defense is better than no skill, by so much is horn more precious than to want. Enter Sir Oliver Martext. Here comes Sir Oliver Martext. You are well met. Will you dispatch us here under this tree, or shall we go with you to your chapel? Martext. Is there none here to give the woman? Touchstone. I will not take her on gift of any man. Martext. Truly, she must be given, or the marriage is not lawful. Jacques. Coming forward. Proceed, I'll give her. Touchstone. Good even. Good master Waddy called. How do you, sir? You are very well met, God. I'll do for your last company. I am very glad to see you, even a toy in hand here. Sir, nay, pray be covered. Jacques. Will you be married, Motley? Touchstone. As the ox hath his bow, sir, the horse his curb, and the falcon her bells, so man hath his desires. And as pigeon's bill, so wedlock would be nibbling. Jacques. And will you, being a man of your breeding, be married under a bush like a beggar? Get you to church and have a good priest that can tell you what marriage is. This fellow will but join you together as they join wainscot. Then one of you will prove a shrunk panel, and like green timber, warp. Touchstone. Aside. I am not in the mind, but I were better to be married of him than of another, for he is not like to marry me well, and not being well married, it will be a good excuse for me hereafter to leave my wife. Jacques. Go thou with me, and let me counsel thee. Touchstone. Come, sweet Audrey, we must be married, or we must live in bawdry. Farewell, good Master Oliver, not O sweet Oliver. O brave Oliver, leave me not behind thee. But, wind away. Begone, I say. I will not to wedding with thee. Exeunt Touchstone, Audrey and Jacques. Martext. 'Tis no matter, ne'er a fantastical knave of them, all shall flout me out of my calling. Exit. Scene 4. Another part of the forest before a cottage. Enter Rosalind and Celia. Rosalind. Never talk to me. I will weep. Celia. Do, I prithee, but yet have the grace to consider that tears do not become a man. Rosalind. But have I not cause to weep? Celia. As good cause as one would desire. Therefore weep. Rosalind. His very hair is of the dissembling color. Celia. Something browner than Judas's Mary. His kisses are Judas's own children. Rosalind. I faith, his hair is of a good color. Celia. An excellent color, your chestnut was ever the only color. Rosalind. And his kissing is as full of sanctity as the touch of holy bread. Celia. He hath bought a pair of cast lips of Diana. A nun of winter's sisterhood kisses not more religiously. The very ice of chastity is in them. Rosalind. But why did he swear he would come this morning, and comes not? Celia. Nay, certainly, there is no truth in him. Rosalind. Do you think so? Celia. Yes, I think he is not a pick-purse nor a horse-stealer, but for his verity and love, I do think him as concave as a covered goblet or a worm-eaten nut. Rosalind. Not true in love? Celia. Yes, when he is in, but I think he is not in. Rosalind. You have heard him swear downright he was. Celia. Was, is not, is. Besides, the oath of a lover is no stronger than the word of a tapster. They are both the confirmer of false reckonings. He attends here in the forest on the Duke your father. Rosalind. I met the Duke yesterday, and had much question with him. He asked me of what parentage I was that I told him, of as good as he. So he laughed and let me go, but what talk we of fathers when there is such a man as Orlando? Celia. Oh, that's a brave man. He writes brave verses, speaks brave words, swears brave oaths, and breaks them bravely, quite traverse, athwart the heart of his lover, as a puny tilter, that spurs his horse but on one side, breaks his staff like a noble goose, but all's brave that youth mounts and folly guides. Who comes here? Enter Corin. Corin, mistress and master, you have oft inquired after the shepherd that complained of love, who you saw sitting by me on the turf, praising the proud, disdainful shepherdess that was his mistress. Celia. Well, and what of him? Corin. If you will see a pageant truly played between the pale complexion of true love and the red glow of scorn and proud disdain, go hence a little, and I shall conduct you, if you will mark it. Rosalind. Oh, come, let us remove. The sight of lovers feedeth those in love. Bring us to this sight, and you shall say I'll prove a busy actor in their play. Exeunt. Scene V. Another part of the forest. Enter Silvius and Phoebe. Silvius. Sweet Phoebe, do not scorn me, do not. Phoebe. Say that you love me not, but say not so in bitterness. The common executioner, whose heart the accustomed sight of death makes hard, falls not the axe upon the humbled neck, but first begs pardon. Will you sterner be than he that dies and lives by bloody drops? Enter Rosalind, Celia, and Corin, at a distance. Phoebe. I would not be thy executioner. I fly thee, for I would not injure thee. Thou tell'st me there is murder in mine eye. 'Tis pretty, sure, and very probable. That eyes, that are the frailest and softest things, who shut their coward gates on atomies, should be called tyrants, butchers, murderers. Now I do frown on thee with all my heart, and if mine eyes can wound, now let them kill thee. Now counterfeit to swoon. Why, now fall down. Or if thou canst not, oh, for shame, lie not, to say mine eyes are murderers. Now show the wound mine eye hath made in thee. Scratch thee but with a pin, and there remains some scar of it. Lean upon a rush, the cicatrice and capable impressure thy palm some moment keeps, but now mine eyes, which I have darted at thee, hurt thee not. Nor I am sure there is not force in eyes that can do hurt. Silvius. O dear Phoebe, if ever, as that ever may be near, you meet in some fresh cheek the power of fancy, then shall you know the wounds invisible that love's keen arrows make. Phoebe. But till that time, come not thou near me, and when that time comes, afflict me with thy mocks, pity me not, as till that time I shall not pity thee. Rosalind. Advancing. And why, I pray you? Who might be your mother, that you insult, exult, and all at once, over the wretched? What though you have no beauty, as, by my faith, I see no more in you than without candle may go dark to bed? Must you be therefore proud and pitiless? Why, what means this? Why do you look on me? I see no more in you than in the ordinary of nature's sailwork. O D's my little life, I think she means to tangle my eyes too. No, faith, proud mistress, hope not after it. 'Tis not your inky brows, your black silk hair, your bugle eyeballs, nor your cheek of cream, that can entame my spirits to your worship. You foolish shepherd, wherefore do you follow her, like foggy south, puffing with wind and rain? You are 1,000 times a properer man than she a woman. 'Tis such fools as you that makes the world full of ill-favored children. 'Tis not her glass but you that flatters her, and out of you she sees herself more proper than any of her lineaments can show her. But, mistress, know yourself. Down on your knees and thank heaven, fasting, for a good man's love. For I must tell you friendly in your ear, sell when you can. You are not for all markets. Cry the man mercy, love him, take his offer. Foul is most foul, being foul to be a scoffer. So take her to thee, shepherd, fare you well. Phoebe. Sweet youth, I pray you chide a year together. I had rather hear you chide than this man woo. Rosalind. He's fallen in love with your foulness, and she'll fall in love with my anger. If it be so, as fast as she answers thee with frowning looks, I'll sauce her with bitter words. Why look you so upon me? Phoebe. For no ill will I bear you. Rosalind. I pray you do not fall in love with me, for I am falser than vows made in wine. Besides, I like you not. If you will know my house, 'tis at the tuft of olives here hard by. Will you go, sister? Shepherd, ply her hard. Come, sister shepherdess, look on him better, and be not proud, though all the world could see. None could be so abused in sight as he. Come, to our flock. Exeunt Rosalind, Celia, and Corin. Phoebe, dead shepherd, now I find thy saw of might. Who ever loved that loved not at first sight? Silvius. Sweet Phoebe. Phoebe. Ha, what sayst thou, Silvius? Silvius. Sweet Phoebe, pity me. Phoebe. Why, I am sorry for thee, gentle Silvius. Silvius. Wherever sorrow is, relief would be. If you do sorrow at my grief and love, by giving love your sorrow and my grief were both extermined. Phoebe. Thou hast my love, I ask not that neighborly? Silvius. I would have you. Phoebe. Why, that were covetousness. Silvius. The time was that I hated thee, and yet it is not that I bear thee love. But since that thou canst talk of love so well, thy company, which erst was irksome to me, I will endure, and I'll employ thee too. But do not look for further recompense than thine own gladness that thou art employed. Silvius. So holy and so perfect is my love, and I in such a poverty of grace, that I shall think it a most plenteous crop to glean the broken ears after the man that the main harvest reaps, loose now and then a scattered smile, and that I'll live upon. Phoebe. Know'st thou the youth that spoke to me erewhile? Silvius. Not very well, but I have met him oft, and he hath bought the cottage and the bounds that the old Carlot once was master of. Phoebe. Think not I love him, though I ask for him. 'Tis but a peevish boy, yet he talks well. But what care I for words? Yet words do well when he that speaks them pleases those that hear. It is a pretty youth, not very pretty, but sure he's proud, and yet his pride becomes him. He'll make a proper man, the best thing in him is his complexion, and faster than his tongue did make offense, his eye did heal it up. He is not very tall, yet for his years he's tall. His leg is but and yet 'tis well. There was a pretty redness in his lip, a little riper and more lusty red than that mixed in his cheek. 'Twas just the difference betwixt the constant red and mingled damask. There be some women, Silvius, had they marked him in parcels as I did, would have gone near to fall in love with him. But for my part one love him not nor hate him not. And yet I have more cause to hate him than to love him. For what had he to do to chide at me? He said mine eyes were black and my hair black, and now I am remembered, scorned at me. I marvel why I answered not again. But that's all one. Omittance is no quittance. I'll write to him a very taunting letter, and thou shalt bear it, wilt thou, Silvius? Silvius. Phoebe, with all my heart. Phoebe. I'll write it straight. The matter's in my head and in my heart. I will be bitter with him and passing short. Go with me, Silvius. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. The Forest of Arden. Enter Rosalind, Celia, and Jacques. Jacques. I prithee, pretty youth, let me be better acquainted with thee. Rosalind. They say you are a melancholy fellow. Jacques. I am so. I do love it better than laughing. Rosalind. Those that are in extremity of either are abominable fellows, and betray themselves to every modern censure worse than drunkards. Jacques. Why, 'tis good to be sad and say nothing. Rosalind. Why then, 'tis good to be a post. Jacques. I have neither the scholar's melancholy, which is emulation, nor the musician's, which is fantastical, nor the courtier's, which is proud, nor the soldier's, which is ambitious, nor the lawyer's, which is politic, nor the lady's, which is nice, nor the lover's, which is all these. But it is a melancholy of mine own, compounded of many simples, extracted from many objects, and indeed the sundry contemplation of my travels, in which my often rumination wraps me in a most humorous sadness. Rosalind. A traveler. By my faith, you have great reason to be sad. I fear you have sold your own lands to see other men's. Then to have seen much and to have nothing is to have rich eyes and poor hands. Jacques. Yes, I have gained my experience. Rosalind. And your experience makes you sad. I had rather have a fool to make me merry than experience to make me sad, and to travel for it too. Enter Orlando. Orlando. Good day and happiness, dear Rosalind. Jacques. Nay, then, God be why you, and you talk in blank verse. Rosalind. Farewell, Monsieur Traveler, look you lisp and wear strange suits. Disable all the benefits of your own country. Be out of love with your nativity, and almost chide God for making you that countenance you are, or I will scarce think you have swam in a gondola. Exit Jacques. Why, how now, Orlando, where have you been all this while? You a lover, and you serve me such another trick. Never come in my sight more. Orlando, my fair Rosalind, I come within an hour of my promise. Rosalind, break an hour's promise in love? He that will divide a minute into 1,000 parts, and break but a part of the 1,000th part of a minute in the affairs of love. It may be said of him that Cupid hath clapped him o' the shoulder, but I'll warrant him heart-whole. Orlando, pardon me, dear Rosalind. Rosalind, nay, and you be so tardy, come no more in my sight. I had as lief be wooed of a snail. Orlando, of a snail? Rosalind, I, of a snail, for though he comes slowly, he carries his house on his head. A better jointure, I think, than you make a woman. Besides, he brings his destiny with him. Orlando, what's that? Rosalind, why, horns, which such as you are fain to be beholding to your wives full, but he comes armed in his fortune, and prevents the slander of his wife. Orlando, virtue is no hornmaker, and my Rosalind is virtuous. Rosalind, and I am your Rosalind. Celia, it pleases him to call you so, but he hath a Rosalind of a better leer than you. Rosalind, come, woo me, for now I am in a holiday humor, and like enough to consent. What would you say to me now, and I were your very, very Rosalind? Orlando, I would kiss before I spoke. Rosalind, nay, you were better speak first, and when you were gravelled for lack of matter, you might take occasion to kiss. Very good orators, when they are out, they will spit, and for lovers lacking, God warn us, matter, the cleanliest shift is to kiss. Orlando, how if the kiss be denied? Rosalind, then she puts you to entreaty, and there begins new matter. Orlando, who could be out, being before his beloved mistress? Rosalind, marry, that should you, if I were your mistress, or I should think my honesty ranker than my wit. Orlando, what of my suit? Rosalind, not out of your apparel, and yet out of your suit. Am not I your Rosalind? Orlando, I take some joy to say you are, because I would be talking of her. Rosalind, well, in her person, I say I will not have you. Orlando, then, in mine own person, I die. Rosalind, no, faith, die by eternity. The poor world is almost 6,000 years old, and in all this time there was not any man died in his own person. Videlicet, in a love cause, Troilus had his brains dashed out with a Grecian club, yet he did what he could to die before, and he is one of the patterns of love. Leander, he would have lived many a fair year, though Hero had turned none, if it had not been for a hot midsummer night. For, good youth, he went but forth to wash him in the Hellespont, and, being taken with the cramp, was drowned, and the foolish chroniclers of that age found it was Hero of Cestus. But these are all lies. Men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love. Orlando, I would not have my right Rosalind of this mind, for I protest her frown might kill me. Rosalind, by this hand, it will not kill a fly. But come, now I will be your Rosalind in a more coming on disposition, and ask me what you will, I will grant it. Orlando, then love me, Rosalind. Rosalind, yes, faith, will I, Fridays and Saturdays and all. Orlando, and wilt thou have me? Rosalind, I, and 20 such. Orlando, what sayest thou? Rosalind, are you not good? Orlando, I hope so. Rosalind, why then, can one desire too much of a good thing? Come, sister, you shall be the priest and marry us. Give me your hand, Orlando. What do you say, sister? Orlando, pray thee, marry us. Celia, I cannot say the words. Rosalind, you must begin, will you, Orlando? Celia, go to Dot. Will you, Orlando, have to wife this Rosalind? Orlando, I will. Rosalind, I, but when? Orlando, why now, as fast as she can marry us. Rosalind, then you must say, I take thee, Rosalind, for wife. Orlando, I take thee, Rosalind, for wife. Rosalind, I might ask you for your commission, but I do take thee, Orlando, for my husband. There's a girl goes before the priest, and certainly a woman's thought runs before her actions. Orlando, So do all thoughts they are winged. Rosalind. Now tell me how long you would have her after you have possessed her. Orlando. Forever and a day. Rosalind. Say a day without the ever. No, no, Orlando. Men are April when they woo, December when they wed, maids are May when they are maids. But the sky changes when they are wives. I will be more jealous of thee than a Barbary cock-pigeon over his hen, more clamorous than a parrot against rain, more newfangled than an ape, more giddy in my desires than a monkey. I will weep for nothing, like Diana in the fountain, and I will do that when you are disposed to be merry I will laugh like a hyena, and that when thou are inclined to sleep. Orlando. But will my Rosalind do so? Rosalind. By my life, she will do as I do. Orlando. Oh, but she is wise. Rosalind. Or else she could not have the wit to do this. The wiser, the waywarder make the doors upon a woman's wit, and it will out at the casement, shut that, and 'twill out at the keyhole, stop that, 'twill fly with the smoke out at the chimney. Orlando. A man that had a wife with such a wit, he might say, Wit, whither wilt? Rosalind. Nay, you might keep that check for it till you met your wife's wit going to your neighbor's bed. Orlando. And what wit could wit have to excuse that? Rosalind. Mary, to say she came to seek you there, you shall never take her without her answer unless you take her without her tongue. Oh, that woman that cannot make her fault her husband's occasion, let her never nurse her child herself, for she will breed it like a fool. Orlando. For these 2 hours, Rosalind, I will leave thee. Rosalind. Alas, dear love, I cannot lack thee 2 hours. Orlando. I must attend the Duke at dinner. By 2 o'clock I will be with thee again. Rosalind. Ay, go your ways, go your ways. I knew what you would prove. My friends told me as much, and I thought no less. That flattering tongue of yours won me. 'Tis but one cast away, and so, come death. 2 o'clock is your hour? Orlando. Ay, sweet Rosalind. Rosalind. By my troth, and in good earnest, and so God mend me, and by all pretty oaths that are not dangerous, if you break one jot of your promise or come 1 minute behind your hour, I will think you the most pathetical break promise, and the most hollow lover, and the most unworthy of her you call Rosalind that may be chosen out of the gross band of the unfaithful. Therefore beware my censure, and keep your promise. Orlando. With no less religion than if thou wert indeed my Rosalind, so, adieu. Rosalind. Well, time is the old justice that examines all such offenders, and let time try adieu. Exit Orlando. Celia. You have simply misused our sex in your love prate. We must have your doublet and hose plucked over your head, and show the world what the bird hath done to her own nest. Rosalind. Oh, coz, my pretty little coz, that thou didst know how many fathom deep I am in love. But it cannot be sounded. My affection hath an unknown bottom, like the Bay of Portugal. Celia. Or rather, bottomless, that as fast as you pour affection in, it runs out. Rosalind. No, that same wicked bastard of Venus, that was begot of thought, conceived of spleen, and born of madness, that blind rascally boy that abuses everyone's eyes because his own are out, let him be judge how deep I am in love. I'll tell thee, Eleina, I cannot be out of the sight of Orlando. I'll go find a shadow and sigh till he come. Celia. And I'll sleep. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the forest. Enter Jacques and lords, like foresters. Jacques. Which is he that killed the deer? First Lord. Sir, it was I. Jacques. Let's present him to the Duke, like a Roman conqueror. And it would do well to set the deer's horns upon his head for a branch of victory. Have you no song, forester, for this purpose? Second Lord. Yes, sir. Jacques. Sing it, 'tis no matter how it be in tune, so it make noise enough. Song. Second Lord. Sings. What shall he have that killed the deer? His leather skin and horns to wear. Then sing him home. The rest shall bear this burden. Take thou no scorn to wear the horn. It was a crest ere thou wast born. Thy father's father wore it, and thy father bore it. The horn, the lusty horn is not a thing to laugh to scorn. Exeunt. Scene 3. Another part of the forest. Enter Rosalind and Celia. Rosalind. How say you now? Is it not past 2 o'clock? And here much Orlando. Celia. I warrant you, With pure love and troubled brain he hath ta'en his bow and arrows, and is gone forth to sleep. Enter Silvius. Look who comes here. Silvius. My errand is to you, fair youth. My gentle Phoebe did bid me give you this, giving a letter. I know not the contents, but, as I guess by the stern brow and waspish action which she did use as she was writing of it, it bears an angry tenor. Pardon me, I am but as a guiltless messenger. Rosalind. Patience herself would startle at this letter, and play the swaggerer. Bear this, bear all. She says I am not fair, that I lack manners. She calls me proud, and that she could not love me. Were man as rare as phoenix, oh dease my will. Her love is not the hare that I do hunt. Why writes she so to me? Well, shepherd, well, this is a letter of your own device. Silvius. No, I protest, I know not the contents. Phoebe did write it. Rosalind. Come, come, you are a fool. And turned into the extremity of love. I saw her hand, she has a leathern hand, a freestone-colored hand. I verily did think that her old gloves were on, but 'twas her hands. She has a huswife's hand, but that's no matter. I say she never did invent this letter. This is a man's invention, and his hand. Silvius. Sure, it is hers. Rosalind. Why, 'tis a boisterous and a cruel style. A style for challengers. Why, she defies me. Like Turk to Christian. Women's gentle brain could not drop forth such giant rude invention. Such Ethiop words, blacker in their effect than in their countenance. Will you hear the letter? Silvius. So please you, for I never heard it yet heard too much of Phoebe's cruelty. Rosalind. She Phoebes me. Mark how the tyrant writes. Reads. Art thou God to shepherd turned, that a maiden's heart hath burned? Can a woman rail thus? Silvius. Call you this railing? Rosalind. Why, thy godhead laid apart, warst thou with a woman's heart? Did you ever hear such railing? Whiles the eye of man did woo me, that could do no vengeance to me, meaning me a beast. If the scorn of your bright, I'd have power to raise such love in mine. Alack, in me what strange effect would they work in mild aspect? Whiles you chid me, I did love, how then might your prayers move? He that brings this love to thee little knows this love in me, and by him seal up thy mind, whether that thy youth and kind will the faithful offer take of me, and all that I can make, or else by him my love deny, and then I'll study how to die. Silvius. Call you this chiding? Celia. Alas, poor shepherd. Rosalind. Do you pity him? No, he deserves no pity. Wilt thou love such a woman? What, to make thee an instrument and play false strains upon thee, not to be endured? Well, go your way to her, for I see love hath made thee a tame snake, and say this to her, that if she love me, I charge her to love thee. If she will not, I will never have her unless thou entreat for her. If you be a true lover, hence, and not a word, for here comes more company. Exit Silvius. Enter Oliver. Oliver. Good morrow, fair ones, pray you, if you know, where in the purlieus of this forest stands a sheepcote fenced about with olive trees. Celia. West of this place, down in the neighbor bottom, the rank of osiers by the murmuring stream, left on your right hand, brings you to the place. But at this hour the house doth keep itself. There's none within. Oliver. If that an eye may profit by a tongue, then should I know you by description, such garments and such years. The boy is fair, of female favor, and bestows himself like a ripe sister. The woman low and browner than her brother. Are not you the owner of the house I did inquire for? Celia. It is no boast, being asked, to say we are. Oliver. Orlando doth commend him to you both, and to that youth he calls his Rosalind he sends this bloody napkin. Are you he? Rosalind. I am. What must we understand by this? Oliver. Some of my shame, if you will know of me what man I am, and how, and why, and where this handkerchief was stained. Celia. I pray you tell it. Oliver. When last the young Orlando parted from you, he left a promise to return again within an hour, and pacing through the forest, chewing the food of sweet and bitter fancy. Lo, what befell? He threw his eye aside, and mark what object did present itself. Under an oak, whose boughs were mossed with age and high-top bald with dry antiquity, a wretched ragged man, o'ergrown with hair, lay sleeping on his back. About his neck a green and gilded snake had wreathed itself, who with her head, nimble in threats, approached the opening of his mouth, but suddenly, seeing Orlando, it unlinked itself and with indented glides did slip away into a bush, under which bush's shade a lioness, with udders all drawn dry, lay couching, head on ground, with cat-like watch when that the sleeping man should stir, for 'tis the royal disposition of that beast to prey on nothing that doth seem as dead. This seen, Orlando did approach the man and found it was his brother, his elder brother. Celia. Oh, I have heard him speak of that same brother, and he did render him the most unnatural that lived amongst men. Oliver. And well he might so do, for well I know he was unnatural. Rosalind. But, to Orlando, did he leave him there, food to the sucked and hungry lioness? Oliver. Twice did he turn his back and purpose so. But kindness, nobler ever than revenge, and nature, stronger than his just occasion, made him give battle to the lioness, who quickly fell before him, in which hurtling from miserable slumber I awaked. Celia. Are you his brother? Rosalind. Was it you he rescued? Celia. Was't you that did so oft contrive to kill him? Oliver. 'Twas I. But 'tis not I that I do not shame to tell you what I was, since my conversion so sweetly tastes, being the thing I am. Rosalind. But, for the bloody napkin? Oliver. By and by, when from the first to last betwixt us 2 tears our recountments had most kindly bathed, as how I came into that desert place, in brief, he led me to the gentle Duke, who gave me fresh array and entertainment, committing me unto my brother's love, who led me instantly unto his cave, there stripped himself, and here upon his arm the lioness had torn some flesh away, which all this while had bled, and now he fainted, and cried in fainting upon Rosalind. Brief, I recovered him, bound up his wound, and after some small space, being strong at heart, he sent me hither, stranger as I am, to tell this story, that you might excuse his broken promise, and to give this napkin, dyed in his blood, unto the shepherd youth that he in sport doth call his Rosalind. Rosalind faints. Celia. Why, how now, Ganymede, sweet Ganymede. Oliver. Many will swoon when they do look on blood. Celia. There is more in it, cousin. Ganymede. Oliver. Look, he recovers. Rosalind. I would I were at home. Celia. Will lead you thither. I pray you. Will you take him by the arm? Oliver. Be of good cheer. Youth, you a man? You lack a man's heart. Rosalind. I do so. I confess it. Sirrah, a body would think this was well counterfeited. I pray you tell your brother how well I counterfeited. Hi-ho. Oliver. This was not counterfeit. There is too great testimony in your complexion that it was a passion of earnest. Rosalind. Counterfeit, I assure you. Oliver. Well then, take a good heart, and counterfeit to be a man. Rosalind. So I do, but, faith, I should have been a woman by right. Celia. Come, you look paler and paler, pray you draw homewards, good sir. Go with us. Oliver. That will I, for I must bear answer back how you excuse my brother, Rosalind. Rosalind. I shall devise something, but I pray you commend my counterfeiting to him. Will you go? Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The Forest of Arden. Enter Touchstone and Audrey. Touchstone. We shall find a time, Audrey. Patience, gentle Audrey. Audrey. Faith, the priest was good enough, for all the old gentlemen saying. Touchstone. A most wicked Sir Oliver. Audrey. A most vile Martext, but Audrey. There is a youth here in the forest lays claim to you. Audrey. I know who 'tis, he hath no interest in me in the world. Enter William. Here comes the man you mean. Touchstone. It is meat and drink to me to see a clown be why my troth. We that have good wits have much to answer for. We shall be flouting. We cannot hold. William. Good even. Audrey. Audrey. God ye good even. William. William. And good even to you, sir. Touchstone. Good even, gentle friend, cover thy head. Cover thy head, nay. Prithee, be covered. How old are you, friend? William. 25, sir. Touchstone. A ripe age.is thy name William? William. William, sir. Touchstone. A fair name wast born I forest here? William. Aye, sir. I thank God. Touchstone. Thank God. A good answer, art rich? William. Faith, sir. So. Touchstone. So is good, very excellent good, and yet it is not. It is but, art thou wise? William. Aye, sir. I have a pretty wit. Touchstone. Why, thou say'st well. I do now remember a saying. The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool. The heathen philosopher, when he had a desire to eat a grape, would open his lips when he put it into his mouth, meaning thereby that grapes were made to eat and lips to open. You do love this maid? William. I do, sir. Touchstone. Give me your hand. Art thou learned? William. No, sir. Touchstone. Then learn this of me. To have is to have, for it is a figure in rhetoric that drink, being poured out of cup into a glass, by filling the one doth empty the other, for all your writers do consent that ipse is he. Now, you are not ipse, for I am he. William. Which he, sir? Touchstone. He, sir, that must marry this woman. Therefore, you clown, abandon, which is in the vulgar, leave, the society, which in the boorish is company, of this female, which in the common is woman, which together is, abandon the society of this female, or, clown, thou perishest, or, to thy better understanding, deest, or, to wit, I kill thee, make thee away, translate thy life into death, thy liberty into bondage, I will deal in poison with thee, or in bastinado, or in steel I will bandy with thee in faction, will o'errun thee with policy, I will kill thee 150 ways. Therefore tremble and depart. Audrey. Do, good William. William. God rest you merry, sir. Exit. Enter Corin. Corin. Our master and mistress seek you. Come away, away. Touchstone. Trip. Audrey. Trip. Audrey. I attend. Exeunt. Scene 2. Another part of the forest. Enter Orlando and Oliver. Orlando. Is possible that on so little acquaintance you should like her? That but seeing, you should love her? And loving woo? And wooing, she should grant? And will you persevere to enjoy her? Oliver. Neither call the giddiness of it in question, the poverty of her, the small acquaintance, my sudden wooing, nor her sudden consenting, but say with me, I love Aliena. Say with her that she loves me. Consent with both that we may enjoy each other. It shall be to your good. For my father's house and all the revenue that was old Sir Rowland's will I estate upon you, and here live and die a shepherd. Enter Rosalind. Orlando. You have my consent, let your wedding be tomorrow. Thither will I invite the Duke and all's contented followers. Go you and prepare Aliena. For, look you, here comes my Rosalind. Rosalind. God save you, brother. Oliver. And you, fair sister. Exit. Rosalind. O my dear Orlando, how it grieves me to see thee wear thy heart in a scarf. Orlando. It is my arm. Rosalind. I thought thy heart had been wounded with the claws of a lion. Orlando. Wounded it is, but with the eyes of a lady. Rosalind. Did your brother tell you how I counterfeited to swoon when he showed me your handkercher? Orlando. Aye, and greater wonders than that. Rosalind. Oh, I know where you are. Nay, 'tis true, there was never anything so sudden, but the fight of 2 rams, and Caesar's thrasonical brag of I came, saw and overcame. For your brother and my sister no sooner met but they looked, no sooner looked but they loved, no sooner loved but they sighed, no sooner sighed but they asked one another the reason, no sooner knew the reason but they sought the remedy, and in these degrees have they made pair of stairs to marriage, which they will climb incontinent, or else be incontinent before marriage. They are in the very wrath of love, and they will together, clubs cannot part them. Orlando. They shall be married tomorrow, and I will bid the Duke to the nuptial, but oh, how bitter a thing it is to look into happiness through another man's eyes. By so much the more shall I tomorrow be at the height of heart-heaviness, by how much I shall think my brother happy in having what he wishes for. Rosalind. Why, then, tomorrow I cannot serve your turn for Rosalind. Orlando. I can live no longer by thinking. Rosalind. I will weary you then no longer with idle talking. Know of me then, for now I speak to some purpose, that I know you are a gentleman of good conceit. I speak not this that you should bear a good opinion of my knowledge, insomuch I say I know you are, neither do I labor for a greater esteem than may in some little measure draw belief from you, to do yourself good, and not to grace me. Believe then, if you please, that I can do strange things that I have, since I was 3-year-old, conversed with a magician, most profound in his art and yet not damnable. If you do love Rosalind so near the heart as your gesture cries it out, when your brother marries Aliena shall you marry her? I know into what straits of fortune she is driven, and it is not impossible to me, if it appear not inconvenient to you, to set her before your eyes tomorrow, human as she is, and without any danger. Orlando, speak'st thou in sober meanings? Rosalind, by my life, I do, which I tender dearly, though I say I am a magician. Therefore put you in your best array, bid your friends. For if you will be married tomorrow, you shall, and to Rosalind if you will. Enter Silvius and Phoebe. Look, here comes a lover of mine and a lover of hers. Phoebe, youth, you have done me much ungentleness to show the letter that I writ to you. Rosalind, I care not if I have. It is my study to seem despiteful and ungentle to you. You are there followed by a faithful shepherd. Look upon him, love him. He worships you. Phoebe, good shepherd, tell this youth what 'tis to love. Silvius, it is to be all made of sighs and tears, and so am I for Phoebe. Phoebe, and I for Ganymede. Orlando, and I for Rosalind. Rosalind, and I for no woman. Silvius, it is to be all made of faith and service, and so am I for Phoebe. Phoebe, and I for Ganymede. Orlando, and I for Rosalind. Rosalind, and I for no woman. Silvius, it is to be all made of fantasy, all made of passion, and all made of wishes, all adoration, duty, and observance, all humbleness, all patience and impatience, all purity, all trial, all observance, and so am I for Phoebe. Phoebe, and so am I for Ganymede. Orlando, and so am I for Rosalind. Rosalind, and so am I for no woman. Phoebe, to Rosalind, if this be so, why blame you me to love you? Silvius, to Phoebe, if this be so, why blame you me to love you? Orlando, if this be so, why blame you me to love you? Rosalind, why do you speak too? Why blame you me to love you? Orlando, to her that is not here, nor doth not hear. Rosalind, pray you, no more of this. 'Tis like the howling of Irish wolves against the moon. To Silvius, I will help you if I can. To Phoebe, I would love you if I could. Tomorrow meet me all together. To Phoebe, I will marry you, if ever I marry woman, and I'll be married tomorrow. To Orlando, I will satisfy you if ever I satisfied man, and you shall be married tomorrow. To Silvius, I will content you, if what pleases you contents you, and you shall be married tomorrow. To Orlando, as you love Rosalind, meet. To Silvius, as you love Phoebe, meet. And as I love no woman, I'll meet. So fare you well, I have left you commands. Silvius, I'll not fail if I live. Phoebe, nor I. Orlando, nor I. Exeunt. Scene 3, another part of the forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey. Touchstone, tomorrow is the joyful day. Audrey, tomorrow will we be married. Audrey, I do desire it with all my heart, and I hope it is no dishonest desire to be a woman of the world. Enter 2 pages. Here come 2 of the banished duke's pages. First page. Well met, honest gentleman. Touchstone, by my troth. Well met, come sit, and a song. Second page. We are for you, sit I tich middle. First page. Shall we clap and toot roundly, without hawking or spitting, or saying we are hoarse, which are the only prologues to a bad voice. Second page. I faith, and both in a tune like 2 gypsies on a horse. Song. Pages. Sing. It was a lover and his lass, with a hey, and a ho, and a hey nonino, that o'er the green cornfield did pass in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hating a ding, ding. Sweet lovers love the spring. between the acres of the rye, with a hey and a ho and a hey nanino, these pretty country folks would lie, in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hating a ding, ding. Sweet lovers love the spring. This carol they began that hour, with a hey and a ho and a hey nanino, how that a life was but a flower, in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hating a ding, ding. Sweet lovers love the spring, and therefore take the present time, with a hey and a ho and a hey nanino, for love is crowned with the prime, in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hating a ding, ding. Sweet lovers love the spring. Touchstone. Truly, young gentleman, though there was no great matter in the ditty, yet the note was very untunable. First page. You are deceived, sir, we kept time. We lost not our time. Touchstone. By my troth, yes, that I count it, but time lost to hear such a foolish song. God be why you, and God mend your voices come, Audrey. Exeunt. Scene 4. Another part of the forest. Enter Duke Senior, Amiens, Jacques, Orlando, Oliver, and Celia. Duke Senior. Dost thou believe, Orlando, that the boy can do all this that he hath promised? Orlando. I sometimes do believe and sometimes do not, as those that fear they hope and know they fear. Enter Rosalind, Silvius, and Phoebe. Rosalind. Patience once more whiles our compact is urged. To the Duke. You say, if I bring in your Rosalind, you will bestow her on Orlando here? Duke Senior. That would I, had I kingdoms to give with her. Rosalind. To Orlando. And you say you will have her when I bring her? Orlando. That would I, were I of all kingdoms king. Rosalind. To Phoebe. You say you'll marry me if I be willing? Phoebe. That will I, should I die the hour after. Rosalind. But if you do refuse to marry me, you'll give yourself to this most faithful shepherd? Phoebe. So is the bargain. Rosalind. To Silvius. You say that you'll have Phoebe if she will? Silvius. Though to have her and death were both one thing. Rosalind. I have promised to make all this matter even. Keep you your word, O Duke, to give your daughter, you yours, Orlando, to receive his daughter. Keep your word, Phoebe, that you'll marry me, or else, refusing me, to wed this shepherd. Keep your word, Silvius, that you'll marry her if she refuse me, and from hence I go to make these doubts all even. Exeunt Rosalind and Celia. Duke Senior. I do remember in this shepherd boy some lively touches of my daughter's favor. Orlando. My lord, the first time that I ever saw him methought he was a brother to your daughter. But, my good lord, this boy is forest-born and hath been tutored in the rudiments of many desperate studies by his uncle, whom he reports to be a great magician, obscured in the circle of this forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey. Jacques. There is sure another flood toward, and these couples are coming to the ark. Here comes a pair of very strange beasts, which in all tongues are called fools. Touchstone. Salutation and greeting to you all. Jacques. Good my lord, bid him welcome. This is the motley-minded gentleman that I have so often met in the forest. He hath been a courtier, he swears. Touchstone. If any man doubt that, let him put me to my purgation. I have trod a measure. I have flattered a lady. I have been politic with my friend, smooth with mine enemy. I have undone 3 tailors. I have had 4 quarrels, and like to have fought one. Jacques. And how was that ta'en up? Touchstone. Faith, we met, and found the quarrel was upon the 7th cause. Jacques. How 7th cause? Good my lord, like this fellow? Duke Senior. I like him very well. Touchstone. God ild you, sir. I desire you of the like. I press in here, sir, amongst the rest of the country copulatives, to swear and to forswear according as marriage binds and blood breaks, a poor virgin, sir, an ill-favored thing, sir, but mine own, a poor humor of mine, sir, to take that no man else will. Rich honesty dwells like a miser, sir, in a poor house, as your pearl in your foul oyster. Duke Senior. By my faith, he is very swift and sententious. Touchstone. According to the fool's bolt, sir, and such dulcet diseases. Jacques. But, For the seventh cause, how did you find the quarrel on the seventh cause? Touchstone. Upon a lie 7 times removed, bear your body more seeming, Audrey, as thus, sir, I did dislike the cut of a certain courtier's beard. He sent me word if I said his beard was not cut well, he was in the mind it was, this is called the retort courteous. If I sent him word again it was not well cut, he would send me word he cut it to please himself, this is called the quip modest. If again it was not well cut, he disabled my judgment, this is called the reply churlish. If again it was not well cut, he would answer I spake not true, this is called the reproof valiant. If again it was not well cut, he would say I lie, this is called the countercheck quarrelsome, and so, to the lie circumstantial and the lie direct. Jacques. And how oft did you say his beard was not well cut? Touchstone. I durst go no further than the lie circumstantial, nor he durst not give me the lie direct. And so we measured swords and parted. Jacques. Can you nominate in order now the degrees of the lie? Touchstone. O sir, we quarrel in print, by the book. As you have books for good manners, I will name you the degrees. The first, the retort courteous. The second, the quip modest. The third, the reply churlish. The fourth, the reproof valiant. The fifth, the countercheck quarrelsome. The sixth, the lie with circumstance. The seventh, the lie direct. All these you may avoid, but the lie direct, and you may avoid that too with an I. I knew when 7 justices could not take up a quarrel, but when the parties were met themselves, one of them thought but of an if, as, if you said so, then I said so. And they shook hands and swore, brothers, your if is the only peacemaker. Much virtue in if. Jacques. Is not this a rare fellow, my lord? He's as good at anything, and yet a fool. Duke Senior. He uses his folly like a stalking horse, and under the presentation of that he shoots his wit. Enter Hymen, Rosalind in woman's clothes, and Celia, still music. Hymen. Then is there mirth in heaven, when earthly things made even atone together. Good Duke, receive thy daughter. Hymen from heaven brought her, brought her hither, that thou mightst join her hand with his, whose heart within his bosom is. Rosalind. To Duke Senior. To you I give myself, for I am yours. To Orlando. To you I give myself, for I am yours. Duke Senior. If there be truth in sight, you are my daughter. Orlando. If there be truth in sight, you are my Rosalind. Phoebe. If sight and shape be true, why then, my love, adieu. Rosalind. To Duke Senior. I'll have no father, if you be not he. To Orlando. I'll have no husband, if you be not he. To Phoebe. Nor ne'er wed woman, if you be not she. Hymen. Peace, ho. I bar confusion. 'Tis I must make conclusion of these most strange events. Here's 8 that must take hands to join in Hymen's bands, if truth holds true contents. To Orlando and Rosalind. You and you no cross shall part. To Celia and Oliver. You and you are heart in heart. To Phoebe. You to his love must accord, or have a woman to your lord. To Audrey and Touchstone. You and you are sure together as the winter to foul weather. Whiles a wedlock hymn we sing. Feed yourselves with questioning, that reason wonder may diminish how thus we met, and these things finish. Song. Wedding is great Juno's crown. O blessed bond of board and bed. 'Tis Hymen people's every town. High wedlock then be honored. Honor, high honor, and renown to Hymen, God of every town. Duke Senior. O my dear niece, welcome thou art to me, even daughter, welcome in no less degree. Phoebe. To Silvius. I will not eat my word, now thou art mine, thy faith my fancy to thee doth combine. Enter Jacques de Bois. Jacques de Bois. Let me have audience for a word or two. I am the second son of old Sir Roland, that bring these tidings to this fair assembly. Duke Frederick, hearing how that everyday men of great worth resorted to this forest, addressed a mighty power, which were on foot in his own conduct, purposely to take his brother here and put him to the sword. And to the skirts of this wild wood he came, where, meeting with an old religious man, after some question with him, was converted both from his enterprise and from the world, his crown bequeathing to his banished brother, and all their lands restored to them again that were with him. Exiled, this to be true I do engage my life. Duke Senior. Welcome, young man. Thou offerest fairly to thy brother's wedding. To one his lands withheld, and to the other a land itself at large, a potent dukedom. First, in this forest let us do those ends that here were well begun and well begot. And after, every of this happy number that have endured shrewd days and nights with us shall share the good of our returned fortune, according to the measure of their states. Meantime, forget this new-fallen dignity, and fall into our rustic revelry. Play, music, and you brides and bridegrooms all, with measure heaped in joy to measures fall. Jacques, sir, by your patience, if I heard you rightly, the Duke hath put on a religious life and thrown into neglect the pompous court. Jacques de Bois, he hath. Jacques, to him will I dot out of these convertites there is much matter to be heard and learned. To Duke Senior, you to your former honor I bequeath. Your patience and your virtue well deserves it. To Orlando, you to a love that your true faith doth merit. To Oliver, you to your land and love and great allies. To Silvius, you to a long and well-deserved bed. To Touchstone, and you to wrangling, for thy loving voyage is but for 2 months victualled. So to your pleasures, I am for other than for dancing measures. Duke Senior, stay, Jacques, stay. Jacques, to see no pastime, I dot what you would have I'll stay to know at your abandoned cave. Exit. Duke Senior, proceed, proceed. We will begin these rites, as we do trust they'll end, in true delights. Dance, exeunt all but Rosalind. Epilogue. Rosalind. It is not the fashion to see the lady the epilogue, but it is no more unhandsome than to see the lord the prologue. If it be true that good wine needs no bush, 'tis true that a good play needs no epilogue, yet to good wine they do use good bushes, and good plays prove the better by the help of good epilogues. What a case am I in then, that am neither a good epilogue nor cannot insinuate with you in the behalf of a good play. I am not furnished like a beggar, therefore to beg will not become me, and my way is to conjure you, and I'll begin with the women. I charge you, O women, for the love you bear to men, to like as much of this play as please you, and I charge you, O men, for the love you bear to women, as I perceive by your simpering, none of you hates them, that between you and the women the play may please. If I were a woman, I would kiss as many of you as had beards that pleased me, complexions that liked me, and breaths that I defied not, and I am sure as many as have good beards, or good faces, or sweet breaths will for my kind offer, when I make curtsy, bid me farewell. Exit. The Comedy of Errors. Contents. Act I. Scene I. A hall in the Duke's palace. Scene 2. A public place. Act 2. Scene I. A public place. Scene 2. The same. Act 3. Scene I. The same. Scene 2. The same. Act 4. Scene I. The same. Scene 2. The same. Scene 3. The same. Scene 4. The same. Act V. Scene I. The same. Dramatis Personae. Silenus, Duke of Ephesus. Aegon, a merchant of Syracuse. Antipholus of Ephesus, twin brothers and sons to Aegon and Antipholus of Syracuse, Aemilia, but unknown to each other. Dromio of Ephesus, twin brothers, and attendants on Dromio of Syracuse, the 2 Antipholuses. Balthasar, a merchant. Angelo, a goldsmith. A merchant, friend to Antipholus of Syracuse. Pinch, a schoolmaster and a conjurer. Aemilia, wife to Aegon, an abbess at Ephesus. Adriana, wife to Antipholus of Ephesus. Luciana, her sister. Luce, her servant. A courtesan. Messenger, jailer, officers, attendants. Scene, Ephesus. Act I. Scene I. A hall in the Duke's palace. Enter Duke, Aegon, jailer, officers, and other attendants. Aegon, proceed, Silenus, to procure my fall, and by the doom of death end woes and all. Duke, merchant of Syracusa, plead no more. I am not partial to infringe our laws. The enmity and discord which of late sprung from the rancorous outrage of your Duke to merchants, our well-dealing countrymen, who, wanting guilders to redeem their lives, have sealed his rigorous statutes with their bloods, excludes all pity from our threatening looks. For since the mortal and intestine jars twixt thy seditious countrymen and us, it hath in solemn synods been decreed, both by the Syracusans and ourselves, to admit no traffic to our adverse towns. Nay more, if any born at Ephesus be seen at Syracusan marts and fairs. Again, if any Syracusan born come to the bay of Ephesus, he dies, his goods confiscate to the duke's dispose, unless 1,000 marks be levied to quit the penalty and to ransom him. Thy substance, valued at the highest rate, cannot amount unto 100 marks. Therefore by law thou art condemned to die. Aegeon. Yet this my comfort. When your words are done, my woes end likewise with the evening sun. Duke. Well, Syracusan, say in brief the cause why thou departedst from thy native home, and for what cause thou camest to Ephesus. Aegeon. A heavier task could not have been imposed than I to speak my griefs unspeakable. Yet, that the world may witness that my end was wrought by nature, not by vile offense, I'll utter what my sorrow gives me leave. In Syracusa was I born, and wed unto a woman happy but for me, and by me, had not our hap been bad. With her I lived in joy. Our wealth increased by prosperous voyages I often made to Epidamnum, till my factor's death, and the great care of goods at random left, drew me from kind embracements of my spouse, from whom my absence was not 6 months old before herself, almost at fainting under the pleasing punishment that women bear, had made provision for her following me, and soon and safe arrived where I was. There had she not been long but she became a joyful mother of 2 goodly sons, and, which was strange, the one so like the other as could not be distinguished but by names. That very hour, and in the self-same inn, a mean woman was delivered. Of such a burden, male twins, both alike. Those, for their parents were exceeding poor, I bought, and brought up to attend my sons. My wife, not meanly proud of 2 such boys, made daily motions for our home return. Unwilling I agreed. Alas, too soon we came aboard. A league from Epidamnum had we sailed before the always window-baying deep gave any tragic instance of our harm. But longer did we not retain much hope. For what obscured light the heavens did grant did but convey unto our fearful minds a doubtful warrant of immediate death, which though myself would gladly have embracked, yet the incessant weepings of my wife, weeping before for what she saw must come, and piteous plainings of the pretty babes, that mourned for fashion, ignorant what to fear, forked me to seek delays for them and me. And this it was, for other means was none. The sailors sought for safety by our boat, and left the ship, then sinking ripe to us. My wife, more careful for the latter born, had fast-ned him unto a small spare mast, such as seafaring men provide for storms. To him one of the other twins was bound, whilst I had been like heedful of the other. The children thus disposed, my wife and I, fixing our eyes on whom our care was fixed, fast-ned ourselves at either end the mast, and, floating straight, obedient to the stream, was carried towards Corinth, as we thought. At length the sun, gazing upon the earth, dispersed those vapors that offended us, and by the benefit of his wished light the seas waxed calm, and we discovered 2 ships from far, making a main to us, of Corinth that, of Epidaurus this. But ere they came, oh, let me say no more. Gather the sequel by that went before. Duke. Nay, forward, old man, do not break off so, for we may pity, though not pardon thee. Aegeon. Oh, had the gods done so, I had not now worthily termed them merciless to us. For, ere the ships could meet by twice 5 leagues, we were encountered by a mighty rock, which being violently borne upon, our helpful ship was split in the midst, so that, in this unjust divorce of us, fortune had left to both of us alike what to delight in, what to sorrow for. Her part, poor soul, seeming as burdened with lesser weight, but not with lesser woe, was carried with more speed before the wind, and in our sight they 3 were taken up by fishermen of Corinth, as we thought. At length another ship had seized on us, and, knowing whom it was their hap to save, gave healthful welcome to their shipwrecked guests, and would have reft the fishers of their prey, had not their bark been very slow of sail, and therefore homeward did they bend their course. Thus have you heard me severed from my bliss, that by misfortunes was my life prolonged to tell sad stories of my own mishaps. Duke, and for the sake of them thou sorrowest for, do me the favor to dilate at full what have befallen of them and thee till now. Aegeon, my youngest boy, and yet my eldest care, at 18 years became inquisitive after his brother, and importuned me that his attendant, so his case was like, reft of his brother, but retained his name, might bear him company in the quest of him, whom whilst I labored of a love to see, I hazarded the loss of whom I loved. 5 summers have I spent in farthest Greece, roaming clean through the bounds of Asia, and, coasting homeward, came to Ephesus, hopeless to find, yet loath to leave unsought or that or any place that harbors men. But here must end the story of my life, and happy were I in my timely death, could all my travels warrant me they live. Duke, hapless Aegeon, whom the fates have marked to bear the extremity of dire mishap. Now, trust me, were it not against our laws, against my crown, my oath, my dignity, which princes, would they, may not disannul, my soul should sue as advocate for thee. But though thou art adjudged to the death, and past sentence may not be recalled but to our honor's great disparagement, yet will I favor thee in what I can. Therefore, merchant, I'll limit thee this day to seek thy health by beneficial help. Try all the friends thou hast in Ephesus. Beg thou or borrow, to make up the sum, and live. If no, then thou art doomed to die. Jailer, take him to thy custody. Jailer, I will, my lord. Aegeon, hopeless and helpless doth Aegeon wend, but to procrastinate his lifeless end. Exeunt. Scene 2, the public place. Enter Antipholus and Dromio of Syracuse and A. Merchant. Merchant, therefore give out you are of Epidamnum, lest that your goods too soon be confiscate. This very day a Syracusan merchant is apprehended for arrival here, and, not being able to buy out his life, according to the statute of the town dies ere the weary sun set in the west. There is your money that I had to keep. Antipholus of Syracuse, go bear it to the Centaur, where we host and stay there, Dromio, till I come to thee. Within this hour it will be dinner time. Till that, I'll view the manners of the town, peruse the traders, gaze upon the buildings, and then return and sleep within mine inn. For with long travel I am stiff and weary. Get thee away. Dromio of Syracuse. Many a man would take you at your word, and go indeed, having so good a mien. Exit Dromio. Antipholus of Syracuse. A trusty villain, sir, that very oft, when I am dull with care and melancholy, lightens my humor with his merry jests. What, will you walk with me about the town, and then go to my inn and dine with me? Merchant. I am invited, sir, to certain merchants, of whom I hope to make much benefit. I crave your pardon soon, at 5 o'clock, please you. I'll meet with you upon the mart, and afterward consort you till bedtime. My present business calls me from you now. Antipholus of Syracuse. Farewell till then. I will go lose myself, and wander up and down to view the city. Merchant. Sir, I commend you to your own content. Exit merchant. Antipholus of Syracuse. He that commends me to mine own content commends me to the thing I cannot get. I to the world am like a drop of water that in the ocean seeks another drop, who, failing there to find his fellow forth, unseen, inquisitive, confounds himself. So I, to find a mother and a brother, in quest of them, unhappy, lose myself. Enter Dromio of Ephesus. Here comes the almanac of my true date. What now? How chance thou art returned so soon? Dromio of Ephesus. Returned so soon? Rather approached too late. The capon burns, the pig falls from the spit. The clock hath strucken 12 upon the bell. My mistress made it one upon my cheek. She is so hot because the meat is cold. The meat is cold because you come not home. You come not home because you have no stomach. You have no stomach, having broke your fast. But we that know what 'tis to fast and pray, are penitent for your default today. Antipholus of Syracuse. Stop in your wind, sir. Tell me this, I pray. Where have you left the money that I gave you? Dromio of Ephesus. Oh, 6 pence that I had Wednesday last to pay the saddler for my mistress Crupper. The saddler had it, sir, I kept it not. Antipholus of Syracuse. I am not in a sportive humor now. Tell me, and dally not, where's the money? We being strangers here, how darest thou trust so great a charge from thine own custody? Dromio of Ephesus. I pray you jest, sir, as you sit at dinner. I from my mistress come to you in post. If I return, I shall be post indeed, for she will score your fault upon my pate. Methinks your maw, like mine, should be your clock, and strike you home without a messenger. Antipholus of Syracuse. Come, Dromio, come, these jests are out of season. Reserve them till a merrier hour than this. Where is the gold I gave in charge to thee? Dromio of Ephesus. To me, sir? Why, you gave no gold to me. Antipholus of Syracuse. Come on, sir knave, have done your foolishness, and tell me how thou hast disposed thy charge. Dromio of Ephesus. My charge was but to fetch you from the mart home to your house, the Phoenix, sir, to dinner. My mistress and her sister stay for you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Now, as I am a Christian, answer me in what safe place you have bestowed my money, or I shall break that merry sconce of yours that stands on tricks when I am undisposed. Where is the 1,000 marks thou hadst of me? Dromio of Ephesus. I have some marks of yours upon my pate, some of my mistress marks upon my shoulders, but not 1,000 marks between you both. If I should pay your worship those again, perchance you will not bear them patiently. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thy mistress marks? What mistress, slave, hast thou? Dromio of Ephesus. Your worship's wife, my mistress at the Phoenix, she that doth fast till you come home to dinner, and prays that you will hie you home to dinner. Antipholus of Syracuse. What, wilt thou flout me thus unto my face, being forbid? There, take you that, sir knave. Dromio of Ephesus. What mean you, sir? For God's sake hold your hands. Nay, and you will not, sir. I'll take my heels. Exit Dromio. Antipholus of Syracuse. Upon my life, by some device or other the villain is o'errout of all my money. They say this town is full of cozenage, as nimble jugglers that deceive the eye, dark-working sorcerers that change the mind, soul-killing witches that deform the body, disguised cheaters, prating mountebanks, and many such like liberties of sin. If it prove so, I will be gone the sooner. I'll to the centaur to go seek this slave. I greatly fear my money is not safe. Exit. Act 2. Scene I. A public place. Enter Adriana, wife to Antipholus of Ephesus, with Luciana her sister. Adriana. Neither my husband nor the slave returned that in such haste I sent to seek his master? Sure, Luciana, it is 2 o'clock. Luciana. Perhaps some merchant hath invited him, and from the mart he's somewhere gone to dinner. Good sister, let us dine and never fret. A man is master of his liberty. Time is their master, and when they see time, they'll go or come. If so, be patient, sister. Adriana. Why should their liberty than ours be more? Luciana. Because their business still lies out o' door. Adriana. Look when I serve him so, he takes it ill. Luciana. Oh? No, he is the bridle of your will. Adriana. There's none but asses will be bridled so. Luciana. Why, headstrong liberty is lashed with woe. There's nothing situate under heaven's eye but hath his bound in earth, in sea, in sky. The beasts, the fishes, and the winged fowls are their male subjects, and at their controls. Man, more divine, the masters of all these, lord of the wide world and wild what seas, endued with intellectual sense and souls, of more preeminence than fish and fowls, are masters to their females and their lords. Then let your will attend on their accords. Adriana. This servitude makes you to keep unwed. Luciana. Not this, but troubles of the marriage bed. Adriana. But, were you wedded, you would bear some sway. Luciana. Ere I learn love, I'll practice to obey. Adriana. How if your husband starts some other where? Luciana. Till he come home again, I would forbear. Adriana. Patience unmoved. No marvel though she pause. They can be meek that have no other cause. A wretched soul bruised with adversity, we bid be quiet when we hear it cry, but were we burdened with like weight of pain, as much or more, we should ourselves complain. So thou, that hast no unkind mate to grieve thee, with urging helpless patience would relieve me. But if thou live to see like right bereft, this fool-begged patience in thee will be left. Luciana. Well, I will marry one day, but to try. Here comes your man. Now is your husband nigh. Enter Dromio of Ephesus. Adriana. Say, is your tardy master now at hand? Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, he's at 2 hands with me, and that my 2 ears can witness. Adriana. Say, didst thou speak with him? Know'st thou his mind? Dromio of Ephesus. Aye, he told his mind upon mine ear. Beshrew his hand, I scarce could understand it. Luciana. Spake he so doubtfully thou couldst not feel his meaning? Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, he struck so plainly I could too well feel his blows, and withal so doubtfully that I could scarce understand them. Adriana. But say, I prithee, is he coming home? It seems he hath great care to please his wife. Dromio of Ephesus. Why, mistress, sure my master is horn-mad. Adriana. Horn-mad, thou villain? Dromio of Ephesus. I mean not cuckold mad, but sure he's stark mad. When I desired him to come home to dinner, he asked me for 1,000 marks in gold. 'Tis dinner time, quoth I, my gold, quoth he. Your meat doth burn, quoth I, my gold, quoth he. Will you come home? Quoth I, my gold, quoth he. Where is the 1,000 marks I gave thee, villain? The pig, quoth I, is burned, my gold, quoth he. My mistress, sir, quoth I, hang up thy mistress. I know not thy mistress. Out on thy mistress. Luciana. Quoth who? Dromio of Ephesus. Quoth my master. I know, quoth he, no house, no wife, no mistress. So that my errand, due unto my tongue, I thank him, I bear home upon my shoulders. For, in conclusion, he did beat me there. Adriana. Go back again, thou slave, and fetch him home. Dromio of Ephesus. Go back again, and be new beaten home? For God's sake, send some other messenger. Adriana. Back, slave, or I will break thy Padea cross. Dromio of Ephesus. And he will bless that cross with other beating. Between you I shall have a holy head. Adriana. Hence, prating peasant, fetch thy master home. Dromio of Ephesus. Am I so round with you, as you with me, that like a football you do spurn me thus? You spurn me hence, and he will spurn me hither. If I last in this service, you must case me in leather. Exit. Luciana. Fie, how impatience lowereth in your face. Adriana. His company must do his minions grace, whilst I at home starve for a merry look. Hath homely age to alluring beauty took from my poor cheek? Then he hath wasted it. Are my discourses dull? Barren my wit? If voluble and sharp discourse be marred, unkindness blunts it more than marble hard. Do their gay vestments his affections bait? That's not my fault. He's master of my state. What ruins are in me that can be found by him not ruined? Then is he the ground of my defeatures, why decayed fair a sunny look of his would soon repair. But, too unruly dear, he breaks the pale and feeds from home. Poor I am but his stale. Luciana. Self-harming jealousy. Fie, beat it hence. Adriana. Unfeeling fools can with such wrongs dispense. I know his eye doth homage otherwhere, or else what lets it, but he would be here. Sister, you know he promised me a chain. Would that alone, a love he would detain, so he would keep fair quarter with his bed. I see the jewel best enameled will lose his beauty, yet the gold bides still that others touch, yet often touching will wear gold, and no man that hath a name by falsehood and corruption doth it shame. Since that my beauty cannot please his eye, I'll weep what's left away, and weeping die. Luciana. How many fond fools serve mad jealousy? Exeunt. Scene 2, the same. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse. Antipholus of Syracuse. The gold I gave to Dromio is laid up safe at the Centaur, and the heedful slave is wandered forth in care to seek me out. By computation and mine host report, I could not speak with Dromio since at first I sent him from the mart. See, here he comes. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. How now, sir? Is your merry humor altered? As you love strokes, so jest with me again. You know no centaur? You received no gold? Your mistress sent to have me home to dinner? My house was at the Phoenix? Wast thou mad, that thus so madly thou didst answer me? Dromio of Syracuse. What answer, sir? When spake I such a word? Antipholus of Syracuse. Even now, even here, not half an hour since. Dromio of Syracuse. I did not see you since you sent me hence, home to the centaur with the gold you gave me. Antipholus of Syracuse. Villain, thou didst deny the gold's receipt, and toldst me of a mistress and a dinner, for which I hope thou feltst I was displeased. Dromio of Syracuse. I am glad to see you in this merry vein. What means this jest, I pray you, master? Tell me. Antipholus of Syracuse. Yea, dost thou jeer and flout me in the teeth? Think'st thou I jest? Hold, take thou that, and that. Beats Dromio. Dromio of Syracuse. Hold, sir, for God's sake, now your jest is earnest. Upon what bargain do you give it me? Antipholus of Syracuse. Because that I familiarly sometimes do use you for my fool, and chat with you, your sauciness will jest upon my love, and make a common of my serious hours. When the sun shines, let foolish gnats make sport, but creep in crannies when he hides his beams. If you will jest with me, know my aspect, and fashion your demeanor to my looks, or I will beat this method in your sconce. Dromio of Syracuse. Sconce, call you it? So you would leave battering. I had rather have it ahead. And you use these blows long. I must get a sconce for my head, and ensconce it too, or else I shall seek my wit in my shoulders. But I pray, sir, why am I beaten? Antipholus of Syracuse. Dost thou not know? Dromio of Syracuse. Nothing, sir, but that I am beaten. Antipholus of Syracuse. Shall I tell you why? Dromio of Syracuse. I, sir, and wherefore? For they say, every why hath a wherefore. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, first, for flouting me, and then wherefore, for urging it the second time to me. Dromio of Syracuse. Was there ever any man thus beaten out of season, when in the why and the wherefore is neither rhyme nor reason? Well, sir, I thank you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thank me, sir. For what? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, for this something that you gave me for nothing. Antipholus of Syracuse. I'll make you amends next, to give you nothing for something. But say, sir, is it dinner time? Dromio of Syracuse. No, sir. I think the meat wants that I have. Antipholus of Syracuse. In good time, sir. What's that? Dromio of Syracuse. Basting. Antipholus of Syracuse. Well, sir, then 'twill be dry. Dromio of Syracuse. If it be, sir, I pray you eat none of it. Antipholus of Syracuse. Your reason? Dromio of Syracuse. Lest it make you choleric, and purchase me another dry basting. Antipholus of Syracuse. Well, sir, learn to jest in good time. There's a time for all things. Dromio of Syracuse. I durst have denied that before you were so choleric. Antipholus of Syracuse. By what rule, sir? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, by a rule as plain as the plain bald pate of Father Time himself. Antipholus of Syracuse. Let's hear it. Dromio of Syracuse. There's no time for a man to recover his hair that grows bald by nature. Antipholus of Syracuse. May he not do it by fine and recovery? Dromio of Syracuse. Yes, to pay a fine for a periwig, and recover the lost hair of another man. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why is time such a niggard of hair, being, as it is, so plentiful in excrement? Dromio of Syracuse. Because it is a blessing that he bestows on beasts, and what he hath scant men in hair, he hath given them in wit. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, but there's many a man hath more hair than wit. Dromio of Syracuse. Not a man of those, but he hath the wit to lose his hair. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, thou didst conclude hairy men plain dealers without wit. Dromio of Syracuse. The plainer dealer, the sooner lost, yet he loseth it in a kind of jollity. Antipholus of Syracuse. For what reason? Dromio of Syracuse. For two, and sound ones too. Antipholus of Syracuse. Nay, not sound, I pray you. Dromio of Syracuse. Sure ones, then. Antipholus of Syracuse. Nay, not sure, in a thing falsing. Dromio of Syracuse. Certain ones, then. Antipholus of Syracuse. Name them. Dromio of Syracuse. The one, to save the money that he spends in tiring. The other, that at dinner they should not drop in his porridge. Antipholus of Syracuse. You would all this time have proved there is no time for all things. Dromio of Syracuse. Marry and did, sir. Namely, e'en no time to recover hair lost by nature. Antipholus of Syracuse. But your reason was not substantial why there is no time to recover. Dromio of Syracuse. Thus I mend it. Time himself is bald, and therefore, to the world's end will have bald followers. Antipholus of Syracuse. I knew 'twould be a bald conclusion, but soft. Who wafts us yonder? Enter Adriana and Luciana. Adriana. I, Antipholus, look strange and frown. Some other mistress hath thy sweet aspects. I am not Adriana, nor thy wife. The time was once when thou unerged wouldst vow that never words were music to thine ear, that never object pleasing in thine eye, that never touch well welcome to thy hand, that never meat sweet savored in thy taste, unless I spake, or looked, or touched, or carved to thee. How comes it now, my husband? Oh, how comes it, that thou art then estranged from thyself? Thyself I call it, being strange to me, that, undividable, incorporate, am better than thy dear self's better part. Ah, do not tear away thyself from me. For know, my love, as easy mayst thou fall a drop of water in the breaking gulf, and take unmingled thence that drop again without addition or diminishing, as take from me thyself, and not me too. How dearly would it touch thee to the quick, shouldst thou but hear I were licentious, and that this body, consecrate to thee, by ruffian lust should be contaminate? Wouldst thou not spit at me, and spurn at me, and hurl the name of husband in my face, and tear the stained skin off my harlot brow, and from my false hand cut the wedding ring, and break it with a deep divorcing vow? I know thou canst, and therefore, see thou do it. I am possessed with an adulterate blot. My blood is mingled with the crime of lust. For if we two be one, and thou play false, I do digest the poison of thy flesh, being strumpet by thy contagion. Keep then fair league and truce with thy true bed. I live disdained, thou undishonored. Antipholus of Syracuse. Plead you to me, fair dame? I know you not. In Ephesus I am but 2 hours old, as strange unto your town as to your talk, who every word by all my wit being scanned, wants wit in all one word to understand. Luciana. Fie, brother, how the world is chonged with you. When were you want to use my sister thus? She sent for you by Dromio home to dinner. Antipholus of Syracuse. By Dromio? Dromio of Syracuse. By me? Adriana. By thee, and this thou didst return from him, that he did buffet thee, and in his blows denied my house for his, me for his wife. Antipholus of Syracuse. Did you converse, sir, with this gentlewoman? What is the course and drift of your compact? Dromio of Syracuse. I, sir, I never saw her till this time. Antipholus of Syracuse. Villain, thou least, for even her very words didst thou deliver to me on the mart. Dromio of Syracuse. I never spake with her in all my life. Antipholus of Syracuse. How can she thus, then, call us by our names? Unless it be by inspiration. Adriana. How ill agrees it with your gravity to counterfeit thus grossly with your slave, abetting him to thwart me in my mood. Be it my wrong, you are from me exempt, but wrong not that wrong with a more contempt. Come, I will fasten on this sleeve of thine. Thou art an elm, my husband, I a vine, whose weakness, married to thy stronger state, makes me with thy strength to communicate. If aught possess thee from me, it is dross, usurping ivy, briar, or idle moss, who all, for want of pruning, with intrusion infect thy sap, and live on thy confusion. Antipholus of Syracuse. To me she speaks, she moves me for her theme. What, was I married to her in my dream? Or sleep I now, and think I hear all this? What error drives our eyes and ears amiss? Until I know this sure uncertainty, I'll entertain the offered fallacy. Luciana. Dromio, go bid the servants spread for dinner. Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, for my beads! I cross me for a sinner. This is the fairyland. Oh, spite of spites! We talk with goblins, owls, and sprites. If we obey them not, this will ensue. They'll suck our breath, or pinch us black and blue. Luciana. Why prat'st thou to thyself, and answer'st not? Dromio, thou drone, thou snail, thou slug, thou sot. Dromio of Syracuse. I am transformed, master, am I not? Antipholus of Syracuse. I think thou art in mind, and so am I. Dromio of Syracuse. Nay, master, both in mind and in my shape. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thou hast thine own form. Dromio of Syracuse. No, I am an ape. Luciana. If thou art chong to aught, 'tis to an ass. Dromio of Syracuse. 'Tis true, she rides me, and I long for grass. 'Tis so, I am an ass. Else it could never be, but I should know her as well as she knows me. Adriana. Come, come, no longer will I be a fool, to put the finger in the eye and weep whilst man and master laughs my woes to scorn. Come, sir, to dinner. Dromio, keep the gate. Husband, I'll dine above with you today, and shrive you of 1,000 idle pranks. Sirrah, if any ask you for your master, say he dines forth, and let no creature enter. Come, sister. Dromio, play the porter well. Antipholus of Syracuse. Am I in earth, in heaven, or in hell? Sleeping or waking, mad, or well advised? Known unto these, and to myself disquist, I'll say as they say, and persever so, and in this mist at all adventures go. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, shall I be porter at the gate? Adriana. Aye, and let none enter, lest I break your pate. Luciana. Come, come. Antipholus, we dine too late. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I'd the same. Enter Antipholus of Ephesus, his man Dromio of Ephesus, Angelo the goldsmith and Balthasar the merchant. Antipholus of Ephesus. Good Signor Angelo, you must excuse us all. My wife is shrewish when I keep not hours. Say that I lingered with you at your shop to see the making of her carcanet, and that tomorrow you will bring it home. But here's a villain that would face me down. He met me on the mart, and that I beat him, and charged him with 1,000 marks in gold, and that I did deny my wife and house. Thou drunkard, thou, what didst thou mean by this? Dromio of Ephesus. Say what you will, sir, but I know what I know. That you beat me at the mart I have your hand to show. If the skin were parchment, and the blows you gave were ink, your own handwriting would tell you what I think. Antipholus of Ephesus. I think thou art an ass. Dromio of Ephesus. Marry, so it doth appear. By the wrongs I suffer, and the blows I bear, I should kick, being kicked, and being at that pass, you would keep from my heels, and beware of an ass. Antipholus of Ephesus. You're sad, Signor Balthasar. Pray God our cheer may answer my good will and your good welcome here. Balthasar. I hold your dainties cheap, sir, and you're welcome, dear. Antipholus of Ephesus. Oh, Signor Balthasar, either at flesh or fish a table full of welcome makes scarce one dainty dish. Balthasar. Good meat, sir, is common, that every churl affords. Antipholus of Ephesus. And welcome more common, for that's nothing but words. Balthasar. Small cheer in great welcome makes a merry feast. Antipholus of Ephesus. Aye, to a niggardly host and more sparing guest. But though my cates be mean, take them in good part. Better cheer may you have, but not with better heart. But soft, my door is locked, go bid them let us in. Dromio of Ephesus. Maud, Bridget, Marian, Cicely, Gillian, Gin. Dromio of Syracuse. Within. Mome, Malthorse, Capon, Coxcomb, Idiot, Patch. Either get thee from the door or sit down at the hatch. Dost thou conjure for wenches, that thou call'st for such store when one is one too many? Go, get thee from the door. Dromio of Ephesus. What patch is made our porter? My master stays in the street. Dromio of Syracuse. Let him walk from whence he came, lest he catch cold on's feet. Antipholus of Ephesus. Who talks within there? Ho! Open the door. Dromio of Syracuse. Right, sir. I'll tell you when and you'll tell me wherefore. Antipholus of Ephesus. Wherefore? For my dinner I have not dined today. Dromio of Syracuse. Nor today here you must not. Come again when you may. Antipholus of Ephesus. What art thou that keep'st me out from the house I. Dromio of Syracuse. The porter for this time, sir, and my name is Dromio. Dromio of Ephesus. O villain, thou hast stolen both mine office and my name. The one ne'er got me credit, the other mickle blame. If thou hadst been Dromio today in my place, thou wouldst have chonged thy face for a name, or thy name for an ass. Enter Luce concealed from Antipholus of Ephesus and his companions. Luce. Within. What a coil is there, Dromio? Who are those at the gate? Dromio of Ephesus. Let my master in, Luce. Luce. Faith, no. He comes too late. And so tell your master. Dromio of Ephesus. O Lord, I must laugh. Have it you with a proverb. Shall I set in my staff? Luce. Have it you with another. That's, when? Can you tell? Dromio of Syracuse. If thy name be called Luce, Luce, thou hast answered him well. Antipholus of Ephesus. Do you hear, you minion? You'll let us in, I hope? Luce. I thought to have asked you. Dromio of Syracuse. And you said no. Dromio of Ephesus. So, come. Help, well struck. There was blow for blow. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou baggage, let me in. Luce. Can you tell for whose sake? Dromio of Ephesus. Master. Knock the door hard. Luce. Let him knock till it ache. Antipholus of Ephesus. You'll cry for this, minion, if I beat the door down. Luce. What needs all that, and a pair of stocks in the town? Enter Adriana concealed from Antipholus of Ephesus and his companions. Adriana. Within. Who is that at the door that keeps all this noise? Dromio of Syracuse. By my troth, your town is troubled with unruly boys. Antipholus of Ephesus. Are you there, wife? You might have come before. Adriana. Your wife, sir knave? Go. Get you from the door. Dromio of Ephesus. If you went in pain, master, this knave would go sore. Angelo. Here is neither cheer, sir, nor welcome we would fain have either. Balthasar. In debating which was best, we shall part with neither. Dromio of Ephesus. They stand at the door, master. Bid them welcome hither. Antipholus of Ephesus. There is something in the wind that we cannot get in. Dromio of Ephesus. You would say so, master, if your garments were thin. Your cake here is warm within. You stand here in the cold. It would make a man mad as a buck to be so bought and sold. Antipholus of Ephesus. Go, fetch me something. I'll break ope the gate. Dromio of Syracuse. Break any breaking here, and I'll break your knave's pate. Dromio of Ephesus. A man may break a word with you, sir, and words are but wind. Aye, and break it in your face, so he break it not behind. Dromio of Syracuse. It seems thou want'st breaking. Out upon thee, hind. Dromio of Ephesus. Here's too much out upon thee. I pray thee, let me in. Dromio of Syracuse. I, when fowls have no feathers and fish have no fin. Antipholus of Ephesus. Well, I'll break in. Go, borrow me a crow. Dromio of Ephesus. A crow without feather. Master, mean you so? For a fish without a fin, there's a fowl without a feather. If a crow help us in, sirrah, we'll pluck a crow together. Antipholus of Ephesus. Go, get thee gone. Fetch me an iron crow. Balthasar. Have patience, sir. Oh, let it not be so. Herein you war against your reputation, and draw within the compass of suspect the unviolated honor of your wife. Once this, your long experience of her wisdom, her sober virtue, years, and modesty, plead on her part some cause to you unknown. And doubt not, sir, but she will well excuse why at this time the doors are made against you. Brul'd by me. Depart in patience, and let us to the Tiger all to dinner, and about evening, Come yourself alone to know the reason of this strange restraint. If by strong hand you offer to break in now in the stirring passage of the day, a vulgar comment will be made of it, and that supposed by the common route against your yet ungalled estimation that may with foul intrusion enter in, and dwell upon your grave when you are dead. For slander lives upon succession, forever housed where it gets possession. Antipholus of Ephesus. You have prevailed, I will depart in quiet, and in despite of mirth, mean to be merry. I know a wench of excellent discourse, pretty and witty, wild and yet too gentle. There will we dine, this woman that I mean, my wife, but, I protest, without desert, hath oftentimes upbraided me withal. To her will we to dinner. Get you home and fetch the chain, by this I know, 'tis made. Bring it, I pray you, to the Porpentine. For there's the house that chain will I bestow, be it for nothing but to spite my wife. Upon mine hostess there, good sir, make haste. Since mine own doors refuse to entertain me, I'll knock elsewhere, to see if they'll disdain me. Angelo. I'll meet you at that place some hour hence. Antipholus of Ephesus. Do so. This jest shall cost me some expense. Exeunt. Scene 2, the same. Enter Luciana with Antipholus of Syracuse. Luciana. And may it be that you have quite forgot a husband's office? Shall, Antipholus, even in the spring of love, thy love springs rot? Shall love, in building, grow so ruinous? If you did wed my sister for her wealth, then for her wealth's sake use her with more kindness. Or if you like elsewhere, do it by stealth, muffle your false love with some show of blindness. Let not my sister read it in your eye. Be not thy tongue thy own shame's orator. Look sweet, speak fair, become disloyalty, apparel vice like virtue's harbinger. Bear a fair presence though your heart be tainted. Teach sin the carriage of a holy saint. Be secret false, what need she be acquainted? What simple thief brags of his own adit? 'Tis double wrong to truant with your bed, and let her read it in thy looks at board. Shame hath a bastard fame, well managed. Ill deeds is doubled with an evil word. Alas, poor women, make us but believe, being compact of credit, that you love us. Though others have the arm, show us the sleeve. We in your motion turn, and you may move us. Then, gentle brother, get you in again. Comfort my sister, cheer her, call her wife. 'Tis holy sport to be a little vain when the sweet breath of flattery conquers strife. Antipholus of Syracuse. Sweet mistress, what your name is else, I know not, nor by what wonder you do hit on mine. Less in your knowledge and your grace you show not than our earth's wonder, more than earth divine. Teach me, dear creature, how to think and speak. Lay open to my earthy gross conceit, smothered in errors, feeble, shallow, weak, the folded meaning of your words' deceit. Against my soul's pure truth why labor you to make it wander in an unknown field? Are you a god? Would you create me new? Transform me, then, and to your power I'll yield. But if that I am I, then well I know your weeping sister is no wife of mine, nor to her bed no homage do I owe. Far more, to you do I decline. Oh, train me not, sweet mermaid, with thy note to drown me in thy sister's flood of tears. Sing, siren, for thyself, and I will dote. Spread o'er the silver waves thy golden hairs, and as a bed I'll take thee, and there lie, and in that glorious supposition think he gains by death that hath such means to die. Let love, being light, be drowned if she sink. Luciana. What are you mad, that you do reason so? Antipholus of Syracuse. Not mad, but mated. How, I do not know. Luciana. It is a fault that springeth from your eye. Antipholus of Syracuse. For gazing on your beams, fair sun, being by. Luciana. Gaze where you should, and that will clear your sight. Antipholus of Syracuse. As good to wink, sweet love, as look on night. Luciana. Why call you me love? Call my sister so. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thy sister's sister. Luciana. That's my sister. Antipholus of Syracuse. No, it is thyself, mine own self's better part. Mine eye's clear eye, my dear heart's dearer heart, my food, my fortune, and my sweet hope's aim. My soul earth's heaven, and my heaven's claim. Luciana. All this my sister is, or else should be. Antipholus of Syracuse. Call thyself sister, sweet, for I aim thee. Thee will I love, and with thee lead my life. Thou hast no husband yet, nor I no wife. Give me thy hand. Luciana. Oh, soft, sir. Hold you still. I'll fetch my sister to get her goodwill. Exit Luciana. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, how now, Dromio? Where run'st thou so fast? Dromio of Syracuse. Do you know me, sir? Am I Dromio? Am I your man? Am I myself? Antipholus of Syracuse. Thou art Dromio, thou art my man, thou art thyself. Dromio of Syracuse. I am an ass, I am a woman's man, and besides myself. Antipholus of Syracuse. What woman's man? And how besides thyself? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, besides myself, I am due to a woman, one that claims me, one that haunts me, one that will have me. Antipholus of Syracuse. What claim lays she to thee? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, such claim as you would lay to your horse, and she would have me as a beast. Not that I being a beast she would have me, but that she being a very beastly creature lays claim to me. Antipholus of Syracuse. What is she? Dromio of Syracuse. A very reverent body. I, such a one as a man may not speak of without he say Sir Reverence, I have but lean luck in the match, and yet is she a wondrous fat marriage. Antipholus of Syracuse. How dost thou mean a fat marriage? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, she's the kitchen wench and all grease, and I know not what use to put her to but to make a lamp of her and run from her by her own light, that I warrant her rags and the tallow in them will burn a Poland winter. If she lives till doomsday, she'll burn a week longer than the whole world. Antipholus of Syracuse. What complexion is she of? Dromio of Syracuse. Swart like my shoe, but her face nothing like so clean kept, for why? She sweats. A man may go overshows in the grime of it. Antipholus of Syracuse. That's a fault that water will mend. Dromio of Syracuse. No, sir, 'tis in grain. Noah's flood could not do it. Antipholus of Syracuse. What's her name? Dromio of Syracuse. Nell, sir. But her name and 3/4, that's an L and 3/4, will not measure her from hip to hip. Antipholus of Syracuse. Then she bears some breadth? Dromio of Syracuse. No longer from head to foot than from hip to hip, she is spherical, like a globe that I could find out countries in her. Antipholus of Syracuse. In what part of her body stands Ireland? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, sir, in her buttocks. I found it out by the bogs. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where's Scotland? Dromio of Syracuse. I found it by the barrenness, hard in the palm of the hand. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where France? Dromio of Syracuse. In her forehead, armed and reverted, making war against her hair. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where England? Dromio of Syracuse. I looked for the chalky cliffs, but I could find no whiteness in them, but I guess it stood in her chin, by the salt room that ran between France and it. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where Spain? Dromio of Syracuse. Faith, I saw it not, but I felt it hot in her breath. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where America? The Indies. Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, sir, upon her nose, all o'er embellished with rubies, carbuncles, sapphires, declining their rich aspect to the hot breath of Spain, who sent whole armados of carracks to be ballast at her nose. Antipholus of Syracuse. Where stood Belgia, the Netherlands? Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, sir, I did not look so low'd, to conclude. This drudge or diviner laid claim to me, called me Dromio, swore I was assured to her, told me what privy marks I had about me, as the mark of my shoulder, the mole in my neck, the great wart on my left arm, that I, amazed, ran from her as a witch, and, I think, if my breast had not been made of faith, and my heart of steel, she had transformed me to a curtal dog, and made me turn I the wheel. Antipholus of Syracuse. Go, hie thee presently, post to the road. And if the wind blow any way from shore, I will not harbor in this town tonight. If any bark put forth, come to the mart, where I will walk till thou return to me. If everyone knows us and we know none, 'tis time, I think, to trudge, pack and be gone. Dromio of Syracuse. As from a bear a man would run for life, so fly I from her that would be my wife. Exit. Antipholus of Syracuse. There's none but witches do inhabit here, and therefore 'tis high time that I were hence. She that doth call me husband, even my soul doth for a wife abhor, but her fair sister, possessed with such a gentle sovereign grace, of such enchanting presence and discourse, hath almost made me traitor to myself. But lest myself be guilty to self-wrong, I'll stop mine ears against the mermaid's song. Enter Angelo with the chain. Angelo. Master Antipholus. Antipholus of Syracuse. Aye, that's my name. Angelo. I know it well, Sir. Lo, here is the chain. I thought to have ta'en you at the Porpentine. The chain unfinished made me stay thus long. Antipholus of Syracuse. What is your will that I shall do with this? Angelo. What please yourself, sir. I have made it for you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Made it for me, sir. I bespoke it not. Angelo. Not once nor twice, but 20 times you have. Go home with it, and please your wife withal, and soon at supper time I'll visit you, and then receive my money for the chain. Antipholus of Syracuse. I pray you, sir, receive the money now, for fear you ne'er see chain nor money more. Angelo. You are a merry man, sir. Fare you well? Exit. Antipholus of Syracuse. What I should think of this I cannot tell, but this I think, there's no man is so vain that would refuse so fair an offered chain. I see a man here needs not live by shifts, when in the streets he meets such golden gifts. I'll to the mart, and there for Dromio stay. If any ship put out, then straight away. Exit. Act 4. Scene I. The same. Enter Merchant, Angelo, and an officer. Merchant. You know since Pentecost the sum is due, and since I have not much imported you, nor now I had not, but that I am bound to Persia, and want guilders for my voyage. Therefore make present satisfaction, or I'll attach you by this officer. Angelo. Even just the sum that I do owe to you is growing to me by Antipholus, and in the instant that I met with you he had of me a chain. At 5 o'clock I shall receive the money for the same. Pleaseth you walk with me down to his house. I will discharge my bond, and thank you too. Enter Antipholus of Ephesus and Dromio of Ephesus from the courtesans. Officer. That labor may you save, see where he comes. Antipholus of Ephesus. While I go to the goldsmith's house, go thou and buy a rope's end. That will I bestow among my wife and her confederates for locking me out of my doors by day. But soft, I see the goldsmith. Get thee gone. Buy thou a rope and bring it home to me. Dromio of Ephesus. I buy £1,000 a year. I buy a rope. Exit Dromio. Antipholus of Ephesus. A man is well holp up that trusts to you. I promised your presence and the chain, but neither chain nor goldsmith came to me. Belike you thought our love would last too long if it were chained together, and therefore came not. Angelo. Saving your merry humor, here's the note how much your chain weighs to the utmost carat, the fineness of the gold, and chargeful fashion, which doth amount to 3 odd ducats more than I stand debt to this gentleman. I pray you, see him presently discharged, for he is bound to sea, and stays but for it. Antipholus of Ephesus. I am not furnished with the present money. Besides, I have some business in the town. Good signor, take the stranger to my house, and with you take the chain, and bid my wife disperse the sum on the receipt thereof. Perchance I will be there as soon as you. Angelo. Then you will bring the chain to her yourself. Antipholus of Ephesus. No, bear it with you, lest I come not time enough. Angelo. Well, sir, I will have you the chain about you? Antipholus of Ephesus. And if I have not, sir, I hope you have, or else you may return without your money. Angelo. Nay, come, I pray you, sir, give me the chain. Both wind and tide stays for this gentleman, and I, to blame, have held him here too long. Antipholus of Ephesus. Good Lord, you use this dalliance to excuse your breach of promise to the Porpentine. I should have chid you for not bringing it, but, like a shrew, you first begin to brawl. Merchant. The hour steals on. I pray you, sir, dispatch. Angelo. You hear how he importunes me, the chain. Antipholus of Ephesus. Why, give it to my wife, and fetch your money. Angelo. Come, come, you know I gave it you even now. Either send the chain, or send by me some token. Antipholus of Ephesus. Fie, now you run this humor out of breath. Come, where's the chain? I pray you, let me see it. Merchant. My business cannot brook this dalliance. Good sir, say which you'll answer me or no. If not, I'll leave him to the officer. Antipholus of Ephesus. I answer you? What should I answer you? Angelo. The money that you owe me for the chain. Antipholus of Ephesus. I owe you none till I receive the chain. Angelo. You know I gave it you half an hour since. Antipholus of Ephesus. You gave me none, you wrong me much to say so. Angelo. You wrong me more, sir, in denying it. Consider how it stands upon my credit. Merchant. Well, officer, arrest him at my suit. Officer. I do, and charge you in the Duke's name to obey me. Angelo. This touches me in reputation. Either consent to pay this sum for me, or I attach you by this officer. Antipholus of Ephesus. Consent to pay thee that I never had? Arrest me, foolish fellow, if thou darest. Angelo. Here is thy fee. Arrest him, officer. I would not spare my brother in this case if he should scorn me so apparently. Officer. I do arrest you, sir, you hear the suit. Antipholus of Ephesus. I do obey thee till I give thee bail. But, sirrah, you shall buy this sport as dear as all the metal in your shop will answer. Angelo. Sir, I shall have law in Ephesus, to your notorious shame. I doubt it not. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. From the bay. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, there's a bark of Epidamnum that stays but till her owner comes aboard, and then, sir, bears away our fraughtage. Sir, I have conveyed aboard, and I have bought the oil, the balsamum, and aquavitae. The ship is in her trim. The merry wind blows fair from land. They stay for not at all but for their owner, master, and yourself. Antipholus of Ephesus. How now? A madman? Why, thou peevish sheep, what ship of Epidamnum stays for me? Dromio of Syracuse. A ship you sent me to hire waftage. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou drunken slave, I sent thee for a rope, and told thee to what purpose and what end. Dromio of Syracuse. You sent me for a rope's end as soon. You sent me to the bay, sir, for a bark. Antipholus of Ephesus. I will debate this matter at more leisure, and teach your ears to list me with more heed. To Adriana, villain, hie thee straight. Give her this key, and tell her in the desk that's covered o'er with Turkish tapestry there is a purse of ducats. Let her send it. Tell her I am arrested in the street, and that shall bail me. Hie thee, slave, be gone. On, officer, to prison till it come. Exeunt merchant, Angelo, officer, and Antipholus of Ephesus. Dromio of Syracuse. To Adriana, that is where we dinned, where Dowsabel did claim me for her husband. She is too big, I hope, for me to compass. Thither I must, although against my will, for servants must their masters' minds fulfill. Exit. Scene 2, the same. Enter Adriana and Luciana. Adriana. Ah, Luciana, did he tempt thee so? Mightst thou perceive austerely in his eye that he did plead in earnest, yea or no? Looked he or red or pale, or sad or merrily? What observation madst thou in this case of his heart's meteors tilting in his face? Luciana. First he denied you had in him no right. Adriana. He meant he did me none, the more my spite. Luciana. Then swore he that he was a stranger here. Adriana. And true he swore, though yet forsworn he were. Luciana. Then pleaded I for you. Adriana. And what said he? Luciana. That love I begged for you he begged of me. Adriana. With what persuasion did he tempt thy love? Luciana. With words that in an honest suit might move. First he did praise my beauty, then my speech. Adriana. Didst speak him fair? Luciana. Have patience, I beseech. Adriana. I cannot. nor I will not hold me still. My tongue, though not my heart, shall have his will. He is deformed, crooked, old, and sere, ill-effaced, worse-bodied, shapeless everywhere, vicious, ungentle, foolish, blunt, unkind, stigmatical in making, worse in mind. Luciana. Who would be jealous then of such a one? No evil lost is wailed when it is gone. Adriana. Ah, but I think him better than I say, and yet would herein others' eyes were worse. Far from her nest the lapwing cries away. My heart prays for him, though my tongue do curse. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. Dromio of Syracuse. Here, go, the desk, the purse, sweet now, make haste. Luciana. How hast thou lost thy breath? Dromio of Syracuse. By running fast. Adriana. Where is thy master, Dromio? Is he well? Dromio of Syracuse. No, he's in Tartar limbo, worse than hell. A devil in an everlasting garment hath him, one whose hard heart is buttoned up with steel. A fiend, a fairy, pitiless and rough. A wolf, nay worse, a fellow all in buff. A back friend, a shoulder clapper, one that countermands the passages of alleys, creeks, and narrow lands. A hound that runs counter, and yet draws dry-foot well, one that, before the judgment, carries poor souls to hell. Adriana. Why, man? What is the matter? Dromio of Syracuse. I do not know the matter, he is rested on the case. Adriana. What? Is he arrested? Tell me at whose suit? Dromio of Syracuse. I know not at whose suit he is arrested, well, but he's in a suit of buff which rested him, that can I tell. Will you send him, mistress, redemption, the money in his desk? Adriana. Go fetch it, sister, this I wonder at. Exit Luciana. Thus he unknown to me should be in debt. Tell me, was he arrested on a band? Dromio of Syracuse. Not on a band, but on a stronger thing. A chain. A chain. Do you not hear it ring? Adriana. What, the chain? Dromio of Syracuse. No, no, the bell. 'Tis time that I were gone. It was 2 ere I left him, and now the clock strikes 1. Adriana. The hours come back. That did I never hear. Dromio of Syracuse. Oh yes, if any hour meet a sergeant, a turns back for very fear. Adriana. As if time were in debt, how fondly dost thou reason. Dromio of Syracuse. Time is a very bankrupt, and owes more than he's worth to season. Nay, he's a thief too. Have you not heard men say that time comes stealing on by night and day? If he be in debt and theft, and a sergeant in the way, hath he not reason to turn back an hour in a day? Enter Luciana. Adriana. Go, Dromio, there's the money, bear it straight, and bring thy master home immediately. Come, sister, I am pressed down with conceit. Conceit, my comfort and my injury. Exeunt. Scene 3 the same. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse. Antipholus of Syracuse. There's not a man I meet but doth salute me as if I were their well-acquainted friend, and everyone doth call me by my name. Some tender money to me, some invite me, some other give me thanks for kindnesses, some offer me commodities to buy. Even now a tailor called me in his shop, and showed me silks that he had bought for me, and therewithal took measure of my body. Sure, these are but imaginary wiles, and Lapland sorcerers inhabit here. Enter Dromio of Syracuse. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, here's the gold you sent me for. What, have you got the picture of old Adam new apparelled? Antipholus of Syracuse. What gold is this? What Adam dost thou mean? Dromio of Syracuse. Not that Adam that kept the paradise, but that Adam that keeps the prison. He that goes in the calf's skin that was killed for the prodigal. He that came behind you, sir, like an evil angel, and bid you forsake your liberty. Antipholus of Syracuse. I understand thee not. Dromio of Syracuse. No? Why, 'tis a plain case. He that went like a bass viol in a case of leather. The man, sir, that, when gentlemen are tired, gives them a sob and rests them. He, sir, that takes pity on decayed men and gives them suits of durance. He that sets up his rest to do more exploits with his mace than a Morris pike. Antipholus of Syracuse. What? Thou mean'st an officer? Dromio of Syracuse. I, sir, the sergeant of the band. He that brings any man to answer it that breaks his band. One that thinks a man always going to bed and says, God give you good rest. Antipholus of Syracuse. Well, sir, there rest in your foolery is there any ship puts forth tonight? May we be gone? Dromio of Syracuse. Why, sir, I brought you word an hour since that the bark expedition put forth tonight. And then were you hindered by the sergeant to tarry for the hoy delay. Here are the angels that you sent for to deliver you. Antipholus of Syracuse. The fellow is distract, and so am I, and here we wander in illusions. Some blessed power deliver us from hints. Enter a courtesan. Courtesan. Well met, Master Antipholus. I see, sir, you have found the goldsmith now. Is that the chain you promised me today? Antipholus of Syracuse. Satan, avoid. I charge thee, tempt me not. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, is this Mistress Satan? Antipholus of Syracuse. It is the devil. Dromio of Syracuse. Nay, she is worse, she is the devil's dam. And here she comes in the habit of a light wench, and thereof comes that the wenches say, God damn me. That's as much to say, God make me a light wench. It is written they appear to men like angels of light. Light is an effect of fire, and fire will burn. Ergo, light wenches will burn, come not near her. Courtesan. Your man, and you are marvelous merry, sir. Will you go with me? We'll mend our dinner here. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, if you do, expect spoon meat, or bespeak a long spoon. Antipholus of Syracuse. Why, Dromio? Dromio of Syracuse. Marry, he must have a long spoon that must eat with the devil. Antipholus of Syracuse. Avoid then, fiend. What tell'st thou me of supping? Thou art, as you are all, a sorceress. I conjure thee to leave me and be gone. Courtesan, give me the ring of mine you had at dinner, or, for my diamond, the chain you promised, and I'll be gone, sir, and not trouble you. Dromio of Syracuse. Some devils ask but the paring of one's nail, a rush, a hair, a drop of blood, a pin, a nut, a cherry stone. But she, more covetous, would have a chain. Master, be wise, and if you give it her, the devil will shake her chain and fright us with it. Courtesan, I pray you, sir, my ring, or else the chain. I hope you do not mean to cheat me so. Antipholus of Syracuse. Avaunt, thou witch. Come, Dromio, let us go. Dromio of Syracuse. Fly pride, says the peacock mistress, that you know. Exeunt Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse. Courtesan. Now, out of doubt Antipholus is mad, else would he never so demean himself. A ring he hath of mine worth 40 ducats, and for the same he promised me a chain. Both one and other he denies me now. The reason that I gather he is mad, besides this present instance of his rage, is a mad tale he told today at dinner, of his own doors being shut against his entrance. Belike his wife, acquainted with his fits, on purpose shut the doors against his way. My way is now to hie home to his house, and tell his wife that, being lunatic, he rushed into my house and took perforce my ring away. This course I fittest choose, for 40 ducats is too much to lose. Exit. Scene 4. The same. Enter Antipholus of Ephesus, with an officer. Antipholus of Ephesus. Fear me not, man, I will not break away. I'll give thee ere I leave thee so much money, to warrant thee, as I am rested for. My wife is in a wayward mood today, and will not lightly trust the messenger that I should be attached in Ephesus. I tell you, 'twill sound harshly in her ears. Enter Dromio of Ephesus with a rope's end. Here comes my man, I think he brings the money. How now, sir? Have you that I sent you for? Dromio of Ephesus. Here's that, I warrant you, will pay them all. Antipholus of Ephesus. But where's the money? Dromio of Ephesus. Why, sir, I gave the money for the rope. Antipholus of Ephesus. 500 ducats, villain, for a rope? Dromio of Ephesus. I'll serve you, sir, 500 at the rate. Antipholus of Ephesus. To what end did I bid thee hie thee home? Dromio of Ephesus. To a rope's end, sir. and to that end am I returned. Antipholus of Ephesus. And to that end, sir, I will welcome you. Beating him. Officer. Good sir, be patient. Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, 'tis for me to be patient I am in adversity. Officer. Good now, hold thy tongue. Dromio of Ephesus. Nay, rather persuade him to hold his hands. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou whoreson, senseless villain. Dromio of Ephesus. I would I were senseless, sir, that I might not feel your blows. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou art sensible in nothing but blows, and so is an ass. Dromio of Ephesus. I am an ass indeed. You may prove it by my long ears. I have served him from the hour of my nativity to this instant, and have nothing at his hands for my service but blows. When I am cold, he heats me with beating. When I am warm, he cools me with beating. I am waked with it when I sleep, raised with it when I sit, driven out of doors with it when I go from home, welcomed home with it when I return. Nay, I bear it on my shoulders as a beggar wont her brat. And I think when he hath lamed me, I shall beg with it from door to door. Enter Adriana, Luciana, courtesan and a schoolmaster called Pinch. Antipholus of Ephesus. Come, go along. My wife is coming yonder. Dromio of Ephesus. Mistress, respice finum. Respect your end, or rather, the prophesy like the parrot. Beware the rope's end. Antipholus of Ephesus. Wilt thou still talk? Beats him. Courtesan. How say you now? Is not your husband mad? Adriana. His incivility confirms no less. Good Dr. Pinch, you are a conjurer. Establish him in his true sense again, and I will please you what you will demand. Luciana. Alas, how fiery and how sharp he looks. Courtesan. Mark how he trembles in his ecstasy. Pinch. Give me your hand, and let me feel your pulse. Antipholus of Ephesus. There is my hand, and let it feel your ear. Pinch. I charge thee, Satan, housed within this man, to yield possession to my holy prayers, and to thy state of darkness hie thee straight. I conjure thee by all the saints in heaven. Antipholus of Ephesus. Peace, doting wizard, peace, I am not mad. Adriana. Oh, that thou wert not, poor distressed soul. Antipholus of Ephesus. You minion. You. Are these your customers? Did this companion with the saffron face revel and feasted at my house today, whilst upon me the guilty doors were shut, and I denied to enter in my house? Adriana. O husband, God doth know you dinned at home. Where would you had remained until this time, free from these slanders and this open shame? Antipholus of Ephesus. Dinned at home? Thou villain, what sayest thou? Dromio of Ephesus. Sir, sooth to say, you did not dine at home. Antipholus of Ephesus. Were not my doors locked up and I shut out? Dromio of Ephesus. Purdy, your doors were locked and you shut out. Antipholus of Ephesus. And did not she herself revile me there? Dromio of Ephesus. Sans fable, she herself reveled you there. Antipholus of Ephesus. Did not her kitchen maid rail, taunt, and scorn me? Dromio of Ephesus. Certes, she did, the kitchen vestal scorned you. Antipholus of Ephesus. And did not I in rage depart from thence? Dromio of Ephesus. In verity you did. My bones bear witness, that since have felt the vigor of his rage. Adriana. Is't good to soothe him in these contraries? Pinch. It is no shame. The fellow finds his vein, and yielding to him, humors well his frenzy. Antipholus of Ephesus. Thou hast suborned the goldsmith to arrest me. Adriana. Alas, I sent you money to redeem you by Dromio here, who came in haste for it. Dromio of Ephesus. Money by me? Heart and goodwill you might, but surely, master, not a rag of money. Antipholus of Ephesus. Went'st not thou to her for a purse of ducats? Adriana. He came to me, and I delivered it. Luciana. And I am witness with her that she did. Dromio of Ephesus. God and the rope-maker bear me witness that I was sent for nothing but a rope. Pinch. Mistress, both man and master is possessed. I know it by their pale and deadly looks. They must be bound and laid in some dark room. Antipholus of Ephesus. Say, wherefore didst thou lock me forth today? And why dost thou deny the bag of gold? Adriana. I did not, gentle husband, lock thee forth. Dromio of Ephesus. And gentle master, I received no gold, but I confess, sir, that we were locked out. Adriana. Dissembling villain, thou speakst false in both. Antipholus of Ephesus. Dissembling harlot, thou art false in all, and art confederate with a damned pack to make a loathsome abject scorn of me. But with these nails I'll pluck out these false eyes that would behold in me this shameful sport. Enter 3 or 4, and offer to bind him he strives. Adriana. Oh, bind him, bind him. Let him not come near me. Pinch. More company. The fiend is strong within him. Luciana. I mean, poor man, how pale and wan he looks. Antipholus of Ephesus. What? Will you murder me? Thou jailer. Thou. I am thy prisoner. Wilt thou suffer them to make a rescue? Officer. Masters, let him go. He is my prisoner, and you shall not have him. Pinch. Go, bind this man, for he is frantic too. Adriana. What wilt thou do, thou peevish officer? Hast thou delight to see a wretched man do outrage and displeasure to himself? Officer. He is my prisoner. If I let him go, the debt he owes will be required of me. Adriana. I will discharge thee ere I go from thee. Bear me forthwith unto his creditor, and knowing how the debt grows, I will pay it. Good master doctor, see him safe conveyed home to my house. O most unhappy day. Antipholus of Ephesus. O most unhappy strumpet. Dromio of Ephesus. Master, I am here entered in bond for you. Antipholus of Ephesus. Out on thee, villain. Wherefore dost thou mad me? Dromio of Ephesus. Will you be bound for nothing? Be mad, good master. Cry, the devil. Luciana. God help, poor souls, how idly do they talk. Adriana. Go bear him hence, sister, go you with me. Exeunt Pinch and assistants, with Antipholus of Ephesus and Dromio of Ephesus. Say now, whose suit is he arrested at? Officer. One Angelo, a goldsmith. Do you know him? Adriana. I know the man. What is the sum he owes? Officer. 200 ducats. Adriana. Say, how grows it due? Officer. Due for a chain your husband had of him. Adriana. He did bespeak a chain for me, but had it not. Courtesan. When as your husband, all in rage, today came to my house and took away my ring, the ring I saw upon his finger now, straight after did I meet him with a chain. Adriana. It may be so, but I did never see it. Come, jailer, bring me where the goldsmith is. I long to know the truth hereof at large. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse with his rapier drawn, and Dromio of Syracuse. Luciana. God, for thy mercy, they are loose again. Adriana. And come with naked swords. Let's call more help to have them bound again. Officer. Away, they'll kill us. Exeunt. As fast as may be, fright. Antipholus of Syracuse. I see these witches are afraid of swords. Dromio of Syracuse. She that would be your wife now ran from you. Antipholus of Syracuse. Come to the Centaur, fetch our stuff from thence. I long that we were safe and sound aboard. Dromio of Syracuse. Faith, stay here this night, they will surely do us no harm. You saw they speak us fair, give us gold, methinks they are such a gentle nation that, but for the mountain of mad flesh that claims marriage of me, I could find in my heart to stay here still and turn witch. Antipholus of Syracuse. I will not stay tonight for all the town, therefore away, to get our stuff aboard. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. The same. Enter merchant and Angelo. Angelo. I am sorry, sir, that I have hindered you, but I protest he had the chain of me, though most dishonestly he doth deny it. Merchant. How is the man esteemed here in the city? Angelo. Of very reverend reputation, sir, of credit infinite, highly beloved, second to none that lives here in the city. His word might bear my wealth at any time. Merchant. Speak softly yonder, as I think, he walks. Enter Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse. Angelo. 'Tis so. And that self-chain about his neck which he forswore most monstrously to have. Good sir, draw near to me. I'll speak to him. Signor Antipholus, I wonder much that you would put me to this shame and trouble, and not without some scandal to yourself, with circumstance and oath so to deny this chain, which now you wear so openly. Beside the charge, the shame, imprisonment, you have done wrong to this my honest friend, who, but for staying on our controversy, had hoisted sail and put to sea today. This chain you had of me, can you deny it? Antipholus of Syracuse. I think I had. I never did deny it. Merchant. Yes, that you did, sir, and forswore it too. Antipholus of Syracuse. Who heard me to deny it or forswear it? Merchant. These ears of mine, thou know'st, did hear thee. Fie on thee, wretch! 'Tis pity that thou liv'st to walk where any honest men resort. Antipholus of Syracuse. Thou art a villain to impeach me thus. I'll prove mine honor and mine honesty against thee presently, if thou darest stand. Merchant. I dare, and do defy thee for a villain. They draw. Enter Adriana, Luciana, courtesan, and others. Adriana. Hold, hurt him not. For God's sake, he is mad. Some get within him, take his sword away. Bind Dromio too, and bear them to my house. Dromio of Syracuse. Run, master, run. For God's sake, take a house. This is some priory. In, or we are spoiled. Exeunt Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse to the priory. Enter Lady Abbess. Abbess. Be quiet. People, wherefore throng you hither? Adriana. To fetch my poor distracted husband hence. Let us come in, that we may bind him fast and bear him home for his recovery. Angelo. I knew he was not in his perfect wits. Merchant. I am sorry now that I did draw on him. Abbess. How long hath this possession held the man? Adriana. This week he hath been heavy, sour, sad, and much different from the man he was. But till this afternoon his passion ne'er brake into extremity of rage. Abbess. Hath he not lost much wealth by wreck of sea? Buried some dear friend? Hath not else his eye strayed his affection in unlawful love? A sin prevailing much in youthful men, who give their eyes the liberty of gazing? Which of these sorrows is he subject to? Adriana. To none of these, except it be the last, namely, some love that drew him oft from home. Abbess. You should for that have reprehended him. Adriana. Why, so I did. Abbess. I, but not rough enough. Adriana. As roughly as my modesty would let me. Abbess. Haply in private. Adriana. And in assemblies too. Abbess. I, but not enough. Adriana. It was the copy of our conference. In bed he slept not for my urging it. At board he fed not for my urging it. Alone, it was the subject of my theme. In company I often glanced it. Still did I tell him it was vile and bad. Abbess. And thereof came it that the man was mad. The venom clamors of a jealous woman poisons more deadly than a mad dog's tooth. It seems his sleeps were hindered by thy railing, and thereof comes it that his head is light. Thou say'st his meat was socked with thy upbraidings. Unquiet meals make ill digestions. Thereof the raging fire of fever bred, and what's a fever but a fit of madness? Thou say'st his sports were hindered by thy brawls. Sweet recreation barred, what doth ensue but moody and dull melancholy, kinsman to grim and comfortless despair, and at her heels a huge, infectious troop of pale distemperatures and foes to life? In food, in sport, and life-preserving rest to be disturbed would mad or man or beast. The consequence is, then, thy jealous fits hath scarred thy husband from the use of wits. Luciana. She never reprehended him but mildly, when he demeaned himself rough, rude, and wildly. Why bear you these rebukes and answer not? Adriana. She did betray me to my own reproof. Good people, enter and lay hold on him. Abbess. No, not a creature enters in my house. Adriana. Then let your servants bring my husband forth. Abbess. Neither he took this place for sanctuary, and it shall privilege him from your hands till I have brought him to his wits again, or lose my labor in assaying it. Adriana, I will attend my husband, be his nurse, die at his sickness, for it is my office, and will have no attorney but myself, and therefore let me have him home with me. Abbess, be patient, for I will not let him stir till I have used the approved means I have, with wholesome syrups, drugs, and holy prayers, to make of him a formal man again. It is a branch and parcel of mine oath, a charitable duty of my order. Therefore depart, and leave him here with me. Adriana, I will not hence and leave my husband here, and ill it doth beseem your holiness to separate the husband and the wife. Abbess, be quiet and depart, thou shalt not have him. Exit Abbess. Luciana, complain unto the Duke of this indignity. Adriana, come, go, I will fall prostrate at his feet, and never rise until my tears and prayers have won his grace to come in person hither, and take perforce my husband from the abbess. Merchant, by this, I think, the dial points at 5. Anon, I'm sure, the Duke himself in person comes this way to the melancholy vale, the place of death and sorry execution behind the ditches of the abbey here. Angelo, upon what cause? Merchant, to see a reverend Syracusan merchant, who put unluckily into this bay against the laws and statutes of this town, beheaded publicly for his offense. Angelo, see where they come, we will behold his death. Luciana, kneel to the Duke before he pass the abbey. Enter the Duke, attended, Aegeon, bareheaded, with the headsman and other officers. Duke, yet once again proclaim it publicly, if any friend will pay the sum for him, he shall not die. So much we tender him. Adriana, justice, most sacred Duke, against the abbess. Duke, she is a virtuous and a reverent lady. It cannot be that she hath done thee wrong. Adriana, may it please your grace, Antipholus, my husband, who I made lord of me and all I had at your important letters, this ill day a most outrageous fit of madness took him, that desperately he hurried through the street, with him his bondmen all as mad as he, doing displeasure to the citizens by rushing in their houses, bearing thence rings, jewels, anything his rage did like. Once did I get him bound and sent him home, whilst to take order for the wrongs I went, that here and there his fury had committed. Anon, I wot not by what strong escape, he broke from those that had the guard of him, and with his mad attendant and himself, each one with ireful passion, with drawn swords, met us again, and madly bent on us, chased us away. Till raising of more aid, we came again to bind them, then they fled into this abbey, whither we pursued them. And here the abbess shuts the gates on us, and will not suffer us to fetch him out, nor send him forth that we may bear him hence. Therefore, most gracious Duke, with thy command let him be brought forth and borne hence for help. Duke, long since thy husband served me in my wars, and I to thee engagged a prince's word, when thou didst make him master of thy bed, to do him all the grace and good I could. Go, some of you, knock at the abbey gate, and bid the lady abbess come to me. I will determine this before I stir. Enter a messenger. Messenger, O mistress, mistress, shift and save yourself. My master and his man are both broke loose, beaten the maids a row, and bound the doctor, whose beard they have singed off with brands of fire, and ever as it blazed they threw on him great pails of puddled mire to quench the hair. My master preaches patience to him, and the while his man with scissors nicks him like a fool. And sure, unless you send some present help, between them they will kill the conjurer. Adriana, peace, fool, thy master and his man are here, and that is false thou dost report to us. Messenger, mistress, upon my life, I tell you true, I have not breathed almost since I did see it. He cries for you, and vows, if he can take you, to scorch your face and to disfigure you. Cry within. Hark, hark, I hear him. Mistress, fly, be gone. Duke, come, stand by me, fear nothing, guard with halberds. Adriana, it is my husband, witness you that he is borne about invisible. Even now we housed him in the abbey here, and now he's there, past thought of human reason. Enter Antipholus and Dromio of Ephesus. Antipholus of Ephesus. Justice, most gracious Duke. Oh, grant me justice. even for the service that long since I did thee when I bestrid thee in the wars, and took deep scars to save thy life. Even for the blood that then I lost for thee, now grant me justice. Aegeon, unless the fear of death doth make me dote, I see my son Antipholus and Dromio. Antipholus of Ephesus. Justice, sweet prince, against that woman there. She whom thou gav'st to me to be my wife, that hath abused and dishonored me even in the strength and height of injury. Beyond imagination is the wrong that she this day hath shameless thrown on me. Duke, discover how, and thou shalt find me just. Antipholus of Ephesus. This day, great Duke, she shut the doors upon me while she with harlots feasted in my house. Duke, a grievous fault, say, woman, didst thou so? Adriana. No, my good lord, myself, he, and my sister today did dine together, so befall my soul, as this is false he burdens me withal. Luciana. Ne'er may I look on day, nor sleep on night, but she tells to your highness simple truth. Angelo. O perjured woman, they are both forsworn. In this the madman justly chargeth them. Antipholus of Ephesus. My liege, I am advised what I say, neither disturbed with the effect of wine, nor heady rash, provoked with raging ire, albeit my wrongs might make one wiser mad. This woman locked me out this day from dinner. That goldsmith there, were he not packed with her, could witness it, for he was with me then, who parted with me to go fetch a chain, promising to bring it to the Porpentine, where Balthasar and I did dine together. Our dinner done, and he not coming thither, I went to seek him, and in the street I met him, and in his company that gentleman. There did this perjured goldsmith swear me down that I this day of him received the chain, which, God he knows, I saw not, for the which he did arrest me with an officer. I did obey, and sent my peasant home for certain ducats. He with none returned. Then fairly I bespoke the officer to go in person with me to my house. By the way we met, my wife, her sister, and a rabble more of vile confederates. Along with them they brought one Pinch, a hungry lean-faced villain, a mere anatomy, a mountebank, a threadbare juggler, and a fortune-teller, a needy, hollowy-wide, sharp-looking wretch, a living dead man. This pernicious slave, forsooth, took on him as a conjurer, and gazing in mine eyes, feeling my pulse, and with no face, as 'twere, out-facing me, cries out, I was possessed. Then altogether they fell upon me, bound me, bore me thence, and in a dark and dankyish vault at home there left me and my man, both bound together, till gnawing with my teeth my bonds in sunder, I gained my freedom, and immediately ran hither to your grace, whom I beseech to give me ample satisfaction for these deep shames and great indignities. Angelo. My lord, in truth, thus far I witness with him, that he dinned not at home, but was locked out. Duke. But had he such a chain of thee, or no? Angelo. He had, my lord, and when he ran in here these people saw the chain about his neck. Merchant. Besides, I will be sworn these ears of mine heard you confess you had the chain of him, after you first forswore it on the mart, and thereupon I drew my sword on you. And then you fled into this abbey here, from whence I think you are come by miracle. Antipholus of Ephesus. I never came within these abbey walls, nor ever didst thou draw thy sword on me. I never saw the chain, so help me heaven, and this is false you burden me withal. Duke. Why, what an intricate impeach is this! I think you all have drunk of Circe's cup. If here you housed him, here he would have been. If he were mad, he would not plead so coldly. You say he dinned at home. The goldsmith here denies that saying. Sirrah, what say you? Dromio of Ephesus. Sir, he dined with her there, at the Porpentine. Courtesan. He did, and from my fingers snatched that ring. Antipholus of Ephesus. 'Tis true, my liege, this ring I had of her. Duke. Saw'st thou him enter at the abbey here? Courtesan. As sure, my liege, as I do see your grace. Duke. Why, this is strange. Go call the abbess hither. I think you are all mated, or stark mad. Exit one to the abbess. Aegeon. Most mighty Duke, vouchsafe me speak a word. Haply I see a friend will save my life, and pay the sum that may deliver me. Duke. Speak freely, Syracusan, what thou wilt. Aegeon, is not your name, sir, called Antipholus? And is not that your bondman Dromio? Dromio of Ephesus. Within this hour I was his bondman, sir, but he, I thank him, gnawed into my cords. Now am I Dromio, and his man, unbound. Aegeon, I am sure you both of you remember me. Dromio of Ephesus. Ourselves we do remember, sir, by you. For lately we were bound as you are now. You are not Pinch's patient, are you, sir? Aegeon, why look you strange on me? You know me well. Antipholus of Ephesus. I never saw you in my life till now. Aegeon, oh, grief hath chonged me since you saw me last, and careful hours with time's deformed hand have written strange defeatures in my face. But tell me yet, dost thou not know my voice? Antipholus of Ephesus. Neither. Aegeon, Dromio, nor thou? Dromio of Ephesus. No, trust me, sir, nor I. Aegeon, I am sure thou dost. Dromio of Ephesus. I, sir, but I am sure I do not, and whatsoever a man denies, you are now bound to believe him. Aegeon, not know my voice. O time's extremity, hast thou so cracked and split my poor tongue in 7 short years that here my only son knows not my feeble key of untunned cares? Though now this grained face of mine be hid in sap-consuming winter's drizzled snow, and all the conduits of my blood froze up, yet hath my night of life some memory, my wasting lamps some fading glimmer left, my dull deaf ears a little used to hear. All these old witnesses I cannot err. Tell me thou art my son Antipholus. Antipholus of Ephesus. I never saw my father in my life. Aegeon, but 7 years since in Syracusa, boy, thou know'st we parted. But perhaps, my son, thou sham'st to acknowledge me in misery. Antipholus of Ephesus. The Duke and all that know me in the city can witness with me that it is not so. I ne'er saw Syracusa in my life. Duke, I tell thee, Syracusan, 20 years have I been patron to Antipholus, during which time he ne'er saw Syracusa. I see thy age and dangers make thee dote. Enter the abbess with Antipholus of Syracuse and Dromio of Syracuse. Abbess, most mighty Duke, behold a man much wronged. All gather to see them. Adriana, I see 2 husbands, or mine eyes deceive me. Duke, one of these men is genius to the other, and so of these, which is the natural man, and which the spirit. Who deciphers them? Dromio of Syracuse. I, sir, am Dromio, command him away. Dromio of Ephesus. I, sir, am Dromio, pray let me stay. Antipholus of Syracuse. Aegeon, art thou not? Or else his ghost. Dromio of Syracuse. Oh, my old master, who hath bound him here? Abbess, whoever bound him, I will loose his bonds, and gain a husband by his liberty. Speak, old Aegeon, if thou be'st the man that hadst a wife once called Amelia, that bore thee at a burden 2 fair sons. Oh, if thou be'st the same Aegeon, speak, and speak unto the same Amelia. Duke, why, here begins his morning story right. These 2 Antipholus, these 2 so like, and these 2 Dromios, one in semblance, besides her urging of her wreck at sea. These are the parents to these children, which accidentally are met together. Aegeon, if I dream not, thou art Amelia. If thou art she, tell me where is that son that floated with thee on the fatal raft? Abbess, by men of Epidamnum, he and I, and the twin Dromio, all were taken up. But, by and by, rude fishermen of Corinth by force took Dromio and my son from them, and me they left with those of Epidamnum. What then became of them I cannot tell. I to this fortune that you see me in. Duke, Antipholus, thou camest from Corinth first? Antipholus of Syracuse. No, sir, not I. I came from Syracuse. Duke, stay, stand apart, I know not which is which. Antipholus of Ephesus. I came from Corinth, my most gracious lord. Dromio of Ephesus. And I with him. Antipholus of Ephesus. Brought to this town by that most famous warrior, Duke Menaphon, your most renowned uncle. Adriana, which of you 2 did dine with me today? Antipholus of Syracuse. I, gentle mistress. Adriana, and are not you my husband? Antipholus of Ephesus. No, I say nay to that. Antipholus of Syracuse. And so do I, yet did she call me so. And this fair gentlewoman, her sister here, did call me brother. What I told you then. I hope I shall have leisure to make good, if this be not a dream I see and hear. Angelo. That is the chain, sir, which you had of me. Antipholus of Syracuse. I think it be, sir, I deny it not. Antipholus of Ephesus. And you, sir, for this chain arrested me. Angelo. I think I did, sir, I deny it not. Adriana. I sent you money, sir, to be your bail by Dromio, but I think he brought it not. Dromio of Ephesus. No, none by me. Antipholus of Syracuse. This purse of ducats I received from you, and Dromio my man did bring them me. I see we still did meet each other's man, and I was ta'en for him, and he for me, and thereupon these errors are arose. Antipholus of Ephesus. These ducats pawn I for my father here. Duke. It shall not need. Thy father hath his life. Courtesan. Sir, I must have that diamond from you. Antipholus of Ephesus. There, take it, and much thanks for my good cheer. Abbess. Renowned Duke, vouchsafe to take the pains to go with us into the abbey here, and here at large discoursed all our fortunes, and all that are assembled in this place, that by this sympathized one day's error have suffered wrong. Go, keep us company, and we shall make full satisfaction. 33 years have I but gone in travail of you, my sons, until this present hour my heavy burden ne'er delivered. The Duke, my husband, and my children both, and you, the calendars of their nativity, go to a gossip's feast, and go with me. After so long grief, such nativity. Duke. With all my heart, I'll gossip at this feast. Exeunt except the 2 Dromios and 2 brothers. Dromio of Syracuse. Master, shall I fetch your stuff from shipboard? Antipholus of Ephesus. Dromio, what stuff of mine hast thou embarked? Dromio of Syracuse. Your goods that lay at host, sir, in the Centaur. Antipholus of Syracuse. He speaks to me. I am your master, Dromio. Come, go with us. We'll look to that anon. Embrace thy brother there. Rejoice with him. Exeunt Antipholus of Syracuse and Antipholus of Ephesus. Dromio of Syracuse. There is a fat friend at your master's house, that kitchen me for you today at dinner. She now shall be my sister, not my wife. Dromio of Ephesus. Methinks you are my glass, and not my brother. I see by you I am a sweet-faced youth. Will you walk in to see their gossiping? Dromio of Syracuse. Not I, sir. You are my elder. Dromio of Ephesus. That's a question. How shall we try it? Dromio of Syracuse. We'll draw cuts for the senior. Till then, lead thou first. Dromio of Ephesus. Nay then, thus. We came into the world like brother and brother, and now let's go hand in hand, not one before another. Exeunt. The Tragedy of Coriolanus. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Rome. A street. Scene 2. Coriolis, the Senate House. Scene III. Rome. An apartment in Marcius' house. Scene 4. Before Coriolis. Scene V. Within Coriolis. A street. Scene 6. Near the camp of Cominius. Scene 7. The gates of Coriolis. Scene 8. A field of battle between the Roman and the Volscian camps. Scene 9. The Roman camp. Scene X. The camp of the Volses. Act 2. Scene I. Rome. A public place. Scene 2. Rome, the capital. Scene 3. Rome, the forum. Act 3. Scene I. Rome. A street. Scene 2. Rome. A room in Coriolanus's house. Scene 3. Rome, the forum. Act 4. Scene I. Rome, before a gate of the city. Scene 2. Rome. A street near the gate. Scene 3. A highway between Rome and Antium. Scene 4. Antium, before Aufidius's house. Scene V. Antium. A hall in Aufidius's house. Scene 6. Rome. A public place. Scene 7. A camp at a short distance from Rome. Act V. Scene I. Rome. A public place. Scene II. An advanced post of the Volscian camp before Rome. Scene 3. The tent of Coriolanus. Scene 4. Rome. A public place. Scene V. Rome. A street near the gate. Scene 6. Antium. A public place. Dramatis Personae. Caius Marcius Coriolanus, a noble Roman Volumnia, his mother. Virgilia, his wife. Young Marcius, their son. Valeria, friend to Volumnia, and Virgilia, a gentlewoman, Volumnia's attendant. Menenius Agrippa, friend to Coriolanus Cominius, general against the Volscians Titus Lartius, general against the Volscians Sicinius Volutus, tribune of the people Junius Brutus, tribune of the people a Roman herald. Tullus Aufidius, general of the Volscians lieutenant to Aufidius. Conspirators with Aufidius. A citizen of Antium. 2 Volscian guards. Roman and Volscian senators, patricians, aediles, lictors, soldiers, citizens, messengers, servants to Aufidius, and other attendants. Scene. Partly in Rome, and partly in the territories of the Volscians and Antiates. Act I. Scene I. Rome. A street. Enter a company of mutinous citizens, with staves, clubs, and other weapons. First citizen. Before we proceed any further, hear me speak. All. Speak, speak. First citizen. You are all resolved, rather to die than to famish? All. Resolved, resolved. First citizen. First, you know Caius Marcius is chief enemy to the people. All. We note, we note. First citizen. Let us kill him, and we'll have corn at our own price, is the verdict? All. No more talking on't. Let it be done away, away. Second citizen. One word. Good citizens. First citizen. We are accounted poor citizens, the patricians good. What authority surfeits on would relieve us, if they would yield us but the superfluity while it were wholesome? We might guess they relieved us humanely, but they think we are too dear. The leanness that afflicts us, the object of our misery, is as an inventory to particularize their abundance. Our sufferance is a gain to them. Let us revenge this with our pikes ere we become rakes. For the gods know I speak this in hunger for bread, not in thirst for revenge. Second citizen. Would you proceed especially against Caius Marcius? First citizen. Against him first. He's a very dog to the commonalty. Second citizen. Consider you what services he has done for his country? First citizen. Very well, and could be content to give him good report for't, but that he pays himself with being proud. Second citizen. Nay, but speak not maliciously. First citizen. I say unto you, what he hath done famously he did it to that end, though soft-conscienced men can be content to say it was for his country, he did it to please his mother and to be partly proud, which he is, even to the altitude of his virtue. Second citizen. What he cannot help in his nature you account a vice in him, you must in no way say he is covetous. First citizen. If I must not, I need not be barren of accusations. He hath faults, with surplus, to tire in repetition. Shouts within. What shouts are these? The other side ode, city is risen, why stay we prating here? To th capital. All. Come, come. Enter Menenius Agrippa. First citizen. Soft. Who comes here? Second citizen. Worthy Menenius Agrippa, one that hath always loved the people. First citizen. He's one honest enough, would all the rest were so. Menenius. What works, my countrymen, in hand? Where go you with bats and clubs? The matter? Speak, I pray you. First citizen. Our business is not unknown to the Senate. They have had inkling this fortnight what we intend to do, which now we'll show 'em in deeds. They say poor suitors have strong breaths. They shall know we have strong arms too. Menenius. Why, masters, my good friends, mine honest neighbors, will you undo yourselves? First citizen. We cannot, sir. We are undone already. Menenius. I tell you, friends, most charitable care have the patricians of you for your wants, your suffering in this dearth. You may as well strike at the heaven with your staves as lift them against the Roman state, whose course will on the way it takes, cracking 10,000 curbs of more strong link asunder than can ever appear in your impediment, for the dearth, the gods, not the patricians, make it, and your knees to them, not arms, must hell. Alack, you are transported by calamity thither where more attends you, and you slander the helm's owed estate, who care for you like fathers, when you curse them as enemies. First citizen. Care for us? True, indeed. They ne'er cared for us yet, suffer us to famish, and their storehouses crammed with grain. Make edicts for usury to support usurers. Repeal daily any wholesome act established against the rich, and provide more piercing statutes daily to chain up and restrain the poor. If the wars eat us not up, they will, and there's all the love they bear us. Menenius, either you must confess yourselves wondrous malicious, or be accused of folly. I shall tell you a pretty tale, maybe you have heard it, but since it serves my purpose, I will venture to stale a little more. First Citizen, well, I'll hear it, sir. Yet you must not think to fob off our disgrace with a tale, but, an't please you, deliver. Menenius, there was a time when all the body's members rebelled against the belly, thus accused it, that only like a gulf it did remain midst body, idle and unactive, still cupboarding the viand, never bearing like labor with the rest, where to other instruments did see and hear, devise, instruct, walk, feel, and mutually participate, did minister unto the appetite and affection common of the whole bod. The belly answered. First Citizen, well, sir, what answer made the belly? Menenius, sir, I shall tell you with a kind of smile, which ne'er came from the lungs, but even thus, for, look you, I may make the belly smile as well as speak. It tauntingly replied to discontented members, the mutinous parts that envied his receipt. Even so most fitly as you malign our senators for that they are not such as you. First Citizen, your belly's answer. What? The kingly crowned head, the vigilant eye, the counselor heart, the arm our soldier, our steed the leg, the tongue our trumpeter, with other muniments and petty helps is this our fabric, if that they? Menenius, what then? For me, this fellow speaks, what then? What then? First Citizen, should by the cormorant belly be restrained, who is the sink-owed body? Menenius, well, what then? First Citizen, the former agents, if they did complain, what could the belly answer? Menenius, I will tell you, if you'll bestow a small, of what you have little, patience a while, used here the belly's answer. First Citizen, you are long about it. Menenius, note me this, good friend. Your most grave belly was deliberate, not rash like his accusers, and thus answered. True is it, my incorporate friends, quoth he, that I receive the general food at first which you do live upon. And fit it is, because I am the storehouse and the shop of the whole body, but if you do remember, I send it through the rivers of your blood even to the court, the heart, to deceit owed brain, and, through the cranks and offices of man, the strongest nerves and small inferior veins from me. Receive that natural competency whereby they live, and though that all at once, you, my good friends, this says the belly, mark me. First Citizen, I, sir, well. Menenius, though all at once cannot. See what I do deliver out to each, yet I can make my audit up, that all from me do back receive the flower of all, and leave me but the bran. What say you to it? First Citizen, it was an answer how apply you this? Menenius, the senators of Rome are this good belly, and you the mutinous members, for examine their counsels and their cares, digest things rightly touching the weal owed common. You shall find no public benefit which you receive, but it proceeds or comes from them to you and no way from yourselves. What do you think, you, the great toe of this assembly? First Citizen, I the great toe? Why the great toe? Menenius, for that, being one lowest, basest, poorest, of this most wise rebellion, thou goest foremost. Thou rascal, that art worst in blood to run, leadst first to win some vantage. But make you ready your stiff bats and clubs. Rome and her rats are at the point of battle. The one side must have bail. Enter Caius Marcius. Hail, noble Marcius. Marcius. Thanks, da. What's the matter, you dissentious rogues, that, rubbing the poor itch of your opinion, make yourselves scabs? First Citizen, we have ever your good word. Marcius, he that will give good words to thee will flatter beneath abhorring. What would you have, you curs, that like nor peace nor war? The one affrights you, the other makes you proud. He that trusts to you, where he should find you lions, finds you hares. Where foxes, geese, you are no surer, no, than is the coal of fire upon the ice or hailstone in the sun. Your virtue is to make him worthy whose offense subdues him, and curse that justice did it. Who deserves greatness deserves your hate, and your affections are a sick man's appetite. Who desires most that which would increase his evil? He that depends upon your favors swims with fins of lead, and hews down oaks with rushes. Hang ye, trust ye? With every minute you do change a mind, and call him noble that was now your hate, him vile that was your garland. What's the matter, that in these several places of the city you cry against the noble senate, who, under the gods, keep you in awe, which else would feed on one another? What's their seeking? Menenius. For corn at their own rates, whereof they say the city is well stored. Marcius. Hang him, they say. They'll sit by to fire and presume to know what's done to capital, who's like to rise, who thrives and who declines. Side factions and give out conjectural marriages, making parties strong and feebling such as stand not in their liking below their cobbled shoes. They say there's grain enough. Would the nobility lay aside their ruth and let me use my sword? I'd make a quarry with thousands of these quartered slaves as high as I could pick my lance. Menenius. Nay, these are almost thoroughly persuaded. For though abundantly they lack discretion, yet are they passing cowardly. But I beseech you, what says the other troop? Marcius. They are dissolved. Hang him. They said they were in Hungary, sighed forth proverbs that hunger broke stone walls, that dogs must eat, that meat was made for mouths, that the gods sent not corn for the rich men only. With these shreds they vented their complainings, which being answered and a petition granted them, a strange one, to break the heart of generosity and make bold power look pale, they threw their caps as they would hang them on the horns o' the moon, shouting their emulation. Menenius. What is granted them? Marcius. 5 tribunes to defend their vulgar wisdoms, of their own choice. One's Junius Brutus, Sicinius Volutus, and I know not, Steph. The rabble should have first unroofed the city air, so prevailed with me. It will in time win upon power, and throw forth greater themes for insurrections arguing. Menenius. This is strange. Marcius. Go get you home, you fragments. Enter a messenger hastily. Messenger. Where's Caius Marcius? Marcius. Here. What's the matter? Messenger. The news is, sir, the valses are in arms. Marcius. I am glad on't, then we shall hawk means to vent our musty superfluity. Enter Sicinius Volutus, Junius Brutus, 2 tribunes, Cominius, Titus Lartius with other senators. See, our best elders. First Senator. Marcius. 'Tis true that you have lately told us. The valses are in arms. Marcius. They have a leader, Tullus Aufidius, that will put you to it. I sin in envying his nobility, and were I anything but what I am, I would wish me only he. Cominius. You have fought together. Marcius. Were half to half the world by 2 years and he upon my party, I'd revolt, to make only my wars with him. He is a lion that I am proud to hunt. First Senator. Then, worthy Marcius, attend upon Cominius to these wars. Cominius. It is your former promise. Marcius. Sir, it is, and I am constant. Titus Lartius, thou shalt see me once more strike at Tullus' face. What, art thou stiff? Standst out? Titus Lartius. No, Caius Marcius. I'll lean upon one crutch and fight with other ere stay behind this business. Menenius. Oh, true bred. First Senator. Your company to th capital, where I know our greatest friends attend us. Titus Lartius. Led you on. Follow Cominius, we must follow you. Right worthy your priority. Cominius. Noble Marcius. First Senator. To the citizens. Hence to your homes, begone. Marcius. Nay, let them follow. The valses have much corn. Take these rats thither to gnaw their garners, worshipful mutineers. Your valor puts well forth, pray follow. Exeunt, Sicinius and Brutus remain. Sicinius. Was ever man so proud as is this Marcius? Brutus. He has no equal. Sicinius. When we were chosen tribunes for the people. Brutus. Marked you his lip and eyes? Sicinius. Nay, but his taunts. Brutus. Being moved, he will not spare to gird the gods. Sicinius. Bemock the modest moon. Brutus. The present wars devour him. He has grown too proud to be so valiant. Sicinius, such a nature, tickled with good success, disdains the shadow which he treads on at new, but I do wonder his insolence can brook to be commanded under Cominius. Brutus, fame, at the which he aims, in whom already he's well graced, cannot better be held nor more attained than by a place below the first. For what miscarries shall be the general's fault, though he perform to utmost of a man, and giddy censure will then cry out of Marcius, oh, if he had borne the business. Sicinius, besides, if things go well, opinion that so sticks on Marcius shall of his demerits rob Cominius. Brutus, come, half all Cominius' honors are to Marcius, though Marcius earned them not, and all his faults to Marcius shall be honors, though indeed in aught he merit not. Sicinius, let's hence and hear how the dispatch is made, and in what fashion, more than in singularity, he goes upon this present action. Brutus, let's along. Exeunt. Scene 2. Coriolis, the Senate House. Enter Tullus Aufidius with senators of Coriolis. First Senator. So, your opinion is, Aufidius, that they of Rome are entered in our councils, and know how we proceed. Aufidius, is it not yours? Whatever have been thought on in this state that could be brought to bodily act ere Rome had circumvention? 'Tis not 4 days gone since I heard thence, these are the words. I think I have the letter here, yes, here it is. Reads, they have pressed a power, but it is not known whether for east or west, the dearth is great. The people mutinous, and it is rumored, Cominius, Marcius your old enemy, who is of Rome worse hated than of you, and Titus Lartius, a most valiant Roman. These three lead on this preparation whither, 'tis bent, most likely 'tis for you. Consider of it. First Senator, our armies in the field. We never yet made doubt but Rome was ready to answer us. Aufidius, nor did you think it folly to keep your great pretenses veiled till when they needs must show themselves, which, in the hatching, it seemed, appeared to Rome, be why the discovery we shall be shortened in our aim, which was to take in many towns ere almost Rome should know we were afoot. Second Senator, noble Aufidius, take your commission, hie you to your bands. Let us alone to guard Coriolis. If they set down beforce, for the remove bring up your army, but I think you'll find they've not prepared for us. Aufidius, oh, doubt not that. I speak from certainties, nay, more. Some parcels of their power are forth already, and only hitherward I leave your honors. If we and Caius Marcius chance to meet, 'tis sworn between us we shall ever strike till one can do no more. All, the gods assist you, Aufidius, and keep your honors safe. First Senator, farewell. Second Senator, farewell. All, farewell. Exeunt. Scene III.Rome.An apartment in Marcius' house. Enter Volumnia and Virgilia, mother and wife to Marcius. They set them down on 2 low stools and so. Volumnia, I pray you, daughter, sing, or express yourself in a more comfortable sort. If my son were my husband, I should freelier rejoice in that absence wherein he won honor than in the embracements of his bed where he would show most love. When yet he was but tender-bodied and the only son of my womb, when youth with comeliness plucked all gaze his way, when for a day of king's entreaties a mother should not sell him an hour from her beholding, I, considering how honor would become such a person, that it was no better than picture-like to hang by the wall, if renown made it not stir, was pleased to let him seek danger where he was like to find fame. Though a cruel war I sent him, from whence he returned, his brows bound with oak, I tell thee, daughter, I sprang not more in joy at first hearing he was a man-child than now in first seeing he had proved himself a man. Virgilia, but had he died in the business, madam, how then? Volumnia, then his good report should have been my son. I therein would have found issue. Hear me profess sincerely. Had I a dozen sons, each in my love alike and none less dear than thine and my good Marcius, I had rather had 11 die nobly for their country than one voluptuously surfeit out of action. Enter a gentlewoman. Gentlewoman, madam, the Lady Valeria is come to visit you. Virgilia, beseech you, give me leave to retire myself. Volumnia, indeed you shall not. Methinks I hear hither your husband's drum. See him pluck Aufidius down by the hair. as children from a bear, the valses shunning him. Methinks I see him stamp thus and call thus. Come on, you cowards! You were got in fear, though you were born in Rome. His bloody brow with his mailed hand then wiping. Forth he goes like to a harvestman that's tasked to mow or all or lose his hire. Virgilia, his bloody brow? O Jupiter! No blood? Volumnia! Away, you fool! It more becomes a man than gilt his trophy, the breasts of Hecuba, when she did suckle Hector, looked not lovelier than Hector's forehead when it spit forth blood at Grecian sword. Contemning, tell Valeria we are fit to bid her welcome. Exit, gentlewoman. Virgilia, heavens bless my lord from fell Aufidius. Volumnia, he'll beat Aufidius' head below his knee and tread upon his neck. Enter Valeria with an usher and a gentlewoman. Valeria, my ladies both, good day to you. Volumnia, sweet madam. Virgilia, I am glad to see your ladyship. Valeria, how do you both? You are manifest housekeepers. What are you sewing here? A fine spot, in good faith. How does your little son? Virgilia, I thank your ladyship. Well, good madam. Volumnia, he had rather see the swords and hear a drum than look upon his schoolmaster. Valeria, oh my word, the father's son. I'll swear 'tis a very pretty boy, oh my troth. I looked upon him o Wednesday half an hour together. Has such a confirmed countenance. I saw him run after a gilded butterfly, and when he caught it, he let it go again, and after it again, and over he comes, and up again, catched it again. Or whether his fall enraged him or how 'twas, he did so set his teeth and tear it. Oh, I warrant how he mammocked it. Volumnia, one on's father's moods. Valeria, indeed, la, 'tis a noble child. Virgilia, a crack, madam. Valeria, come, lay aside your stitchery. I must have you play the idle huswife with me this afternoon. Virgilia, no, good madam, I will not out of doors. Valeria, not out of doors? Volumnia, she shall. Virgilia, indeed, no, by your patience, I'll not over the threshold till my lord return from the wars. Valeria, fie, you confine yourself most unreasonably. Come, you must go visit the good lady that lies in. Virgilia, I will wish her speedy strength and visit her with my prayers, but I cannot go thither. Volumnia, why, I pray you? Virgilia, 'tis not to save labor, nor that I want love. Valeria, you would be another Penelope, yet they say all the yarn she spun in Ulysses' absence did but fill Ithaca full of moths. Come, I would your cambric were sensible as your finger, that you might leave pricking it for pity. Come, you shall go with us. Virgilia, no, good madam, pardon me. Indeed, I will not forth. Valeria, in truth, la, go with me, and I'll tell you excellent news of your husband. Virgilia, oh, good madam, there can be none yet. Valeria, verily, I do not jest with you, there came news from him last night. Virgilia, indeed, madam. Valeria, in earnest, it's true, I heard a senator speak it. Thus it is. The valses have an army forth, against whom Cominius the general is gone with one part of our Roman power. Your lord and Titus Lartius are set down before their city Coriolis, they nothing doubt prevailing. And to make it brief wars, this is true, on mine honor, and so, I pray, go with us. Virgilia, give me excuse, good madam, I will obey you in everything hereafter. Volumnia, let her alone. Lady that as she is now, she will but disease our better mirth. Valeria, in troth, I think she would. Fare you well, then. Come, good sweet lady. Prithee, Virgilia, turn thy solemnness out o door and go along with us. Virgilia, no, at a word, madam, indeed, I must not. I wish you much mirth. Valeria, well then, farewell. Exeunt. Scene 4. Before Coriolis. Enter Marcius, Titus Lartius, with drum and colors, with captains and soldiers, as before the city of Coriolis, to them a messenger. Marcius, yonder comes news, to wager they have met. Lartius, my horse to yours. No. Marcius, 'tis done. Lartius, agreed. Marcius, to messenger. Say, has our general met the enemy? Messenger, they lie in view, but have not spoke as yet. Lartius, so the good horse is mine. Marcius, I'll buy him of you. Lartius. No, I'll nor sell nor give him, lend you him I will for 100 years. Summon the town. Martius. How far off lie these armies? Messenger. Within this 1.5 miles. Martius. Then shall we hear their larum, and they ours. Now, Mars, I prithee, make us quick in work, that we with smoking swords may march from hence to help our fielded friends. Come, blow thy blast. They sound a parley. Enter 2 senators with others on the walls of Coriolis. Tullus Aufidius, is he within your walls? First Senator. No, nor a man that fears you less than he. That's lesser than a little. Drum afar off. Hark, our drums are bringing forth our youth, will break our walls rather than they shall pound us up our gates, which yet seem shut. We have but pinned with rushes. They'll open of themselves. Alarum far off. Hark you, far off. There is Aufidius, list what work he makes amongst your cloven army. Martius. Oh, they are at it. Lartius. Their noise be our instruction. Ladders, ho! Enter the army of the Valses as through the city gates. Martius. They fear us not but issue forth their city. Now put your shields before your hearts, and fight with hearts more proof than shields. Advance, brave Titus. They do disdain us much beyond our thoughts, which makes me sweat with wrath. Come on, my fellows. He that retires, I'll take him for a valse, and he shall feel mine edge. Alarums, the Romans are beat back to their trenches, they exit, with the valses following. Enter Martius cursing, with Roman soldiers. Martius. All the contagion of the south light on you, you shames of Rome. You heard of boils and plagues plaster you o'er, that you may be abhorred farther than seen, and one infect another against the wind a mile. You souls of geese, that bear the shapes of men, how have you run from slaves that apes would beat? Pluto and hell, all hurt behind, backs red, and faces pale with flight and agued fear. Mend and charge home, or by the fires of heaven, I'll leave the foe and make my wars on you. Look to't, come on. If you'll stand fast, we'll beat them to their wives, as they us to our trenches. Follows. Another alarum, the valses re-enter, and are driven back to the gates of Coriolis, which open to admit them. So, now the gates are ope, now prove good seconds. 'Tis for the followers fortune widens them, not for the flyers. Mark me, and do the like. Martius follows the fleeing. Valses through the gates, and is shut in. First soldier. Foolhardiness, not I. Second soldier. Nor I. First soldier. See, they have shut him in. Alarum continues. All. To th pot, I warrant him. Enter Titus Lartius. Lartius. What is become of Martius? All. Slain, sir, doubtless. First soldier. Following the flyers at the very heels, with them he enters, who upon the sudden clapped to their gates. He is himself alone, to answer all the city. Lartius. O noble fellow, who sensibly outdares his senseless sword, and when it bows, standst up. Thou art left, Martius. A carbuncle entire, as big as thou art, were not so rich a jewel. Thou wast a soldier even to Cato's wish, not fierce and terrible only in strokes, but with thy grim looks and the thunder-like percussion of thy sounds thou madst thine enemies shake, as if the world were feverous and did tremble. Enter Martius, bleeding, assaulted by the enemy. First soldier. Look, sir. Lartius. Oh, 'tis Martius. Let's fetch him off, or make remain alike. They fight, and all enter the city. Scene v. Within Coriolis. A street. Enter certain Romans, with spoils. First Roman. This will I carry to Rome. Second Roman. And I this. Third Roman. A Murinaut. I took this for silver. Enter Martius and Titus Lartius with a trumpet. Martius. See here these movers that do prize their hours at a cracked drachma, cushions, leaden spoons, irons of a doit, doublets that hangmen would bury with those that wore them. These base slaves, ere yet the fight be done, pack up, down with them. Exit the Romans with spoils. Alarum continues still afar off. And hark, what noise the general makes. To him, there is the man of my soul's hate, Aufidius, piercing our Romans. Then, valiant Titus, take convenient numbers to make good the city, whilst I, with those that have the spirit, will haste to help Cominius. Lartius, worthy sir, thou bleedst. Thy exercise hath been too violent for a second course of fight. Martius, sir, praise me not. My work hath yet not warmed me, fare you well. The blood I drop is rather physical than dangerous to me. To Aufidius thus I will appear and fight. Lartius, now the fair goddess Fortune, fall deep in love with thee, and her great charms misguide thy opposers' swords. Bold gentleman, prosperity be thy page. Martius, thy friend no less than those she placeth highest. So farewell. Lartius, thou worthiest Martius. Exit Martius. Go sound thy trumpet in the marketplace. Call thither all the officers o to town, where they shall know our mind away. Exeunt. Scene 6. Near the camp of Cominius. Enter Cominius as it were in retire, with soldiers. Cominius, breathe you, my friends, well fought. We are come off like Romans, neither foolish in our stands nor cowardly in retire. Believe me, sirs, we shall be charged again, whiles we have struck. By interims and conveying gusts we have heard the charges of our friends. The Roman gods lead their successes as we wish our own, that both our powers, with smiling fronts encountering, may give you thankful sacrifice. Enter a messenger. Thy news? Messenger. The citizens of Coriolis have issued, and given to Lartius and to Martius battle. I saw our party to their trenches driven, and then I came away. Cominius, though thou speakest truth, methinks thou speakst not well. How long is since? Messenger. Above an hour, my lord. Cominius, 'tis not a mile. Briefly we heard their drums. How couldst thou in a mile confound an hour and bring thy news so late? Messenger. Spies of the valses held me in chase, that I was forced to wheel 3 or 4 miles about. Else had I, sir, half an hour since brought my report. Exit messenger. Enter Martius, bloody. Cominius, who's yonder, that does appear as he were flayed? O gods, he has the stamp of Martius, and I have before time seen him thus. Martius, come I too late? Cominius, the shepherd knows not thunder from a tabor more than I know the sound of Martius' tongue from every meaner man. Martius, come I too late? Cominius, aye, if you come not in the blood of others, but mantled in your own. Martius, oh, let me clip you. In arms as sound as when I wooed, in heart as merry as when our nuptial day was done and tapers burned to bedward. Cominius, flower of warriors, how is't with Titus Lartius? Martius, as with a man busied about decrees, condemning some to death and some to exile, ransoming him or pitying, threatening the other, holding Coriolis in the name of Rome even like a fawning greyhound in the leash, to let him slip at will. Cominius, where is that slave, which told me they had beat you to your trenches? Where's he? Call him hither. Martius, let him alone. He did inform the truth, but for our gentlemen, the common file, a plague. Tribunes for them. The mouse ne'er shunned the cat as they did budge from rascals worse than they. Cominius, but how prevailed you? Martius, will the time serve to tell? I do not think. Where is the enemy? Are you lords o' Th field? If not, why cease you till you are so? Cominius, Martius, we have at disadvantage fought, and did retire to win our purpose. Martius, how lies their battle? Know you on which side they have placed their men of trust? Cominius, as I guess, Martius, their bands I of Valward are the antiates of their best trust. O'er them Aufidius, their very heart of hope. Martius, I do beseech you, by all the battles wherein we have fought, by the blood we have shed together, by the vows we have made to endure friends, that you directly set me against Aufidius and his antiates, and that you not delay the present, but, filling the air with swords advanced and darts, we prove this very hour. Cominius, though I could wish, you were conducted to a gentle bath and bombs applied to you, yet dare I never deny your asking, take your choice of those that best can aid your action. Martius, those are they, that most are willing, if any such be here, as it were sin to doubt, that love this painting wherein you see me smeared. If any fear lesser his person than an ill report, if any think brave death outweighs bad life, and that his country's dearer than himself, let him alone, or so many so minded, wave thus to express his disposition and follow Marcius. He waves his sword. They all shout and wave their swords, take him up in their arms, and cast up their caps. Oh, me alone! Make you a sword of me? If these shows be not outward, which of you but is for valses? None of you but is able to bear against the great Aufidius a shield as hard as his. A certain number, though thanks to all, must I select from all. The rest shall bear the business in some other fight. As cause will be obeyed, please you to march, and I shall quickly draw out my command, which men are best inclined. Cominius, march on, my fellows. Make good this ostentation, and you shall divide in all with us. Exeunt. Scene 7. The gates of Coriolis. Titus Lartius, having set a guard upon Coriolis, going with drum and trumpet toward Cominius and Caius Marcius, enters with a lieutenant, other soldiers, and a scout. Lartius. So, let the ports be guarded. Keep your duties as I have set them down. If I do send, dispatch those sentries to our aid. The rest will serve for a short holding. If we lose the field, we cannot keep the town. Lieutenant. Fear not our care, sir. Lartius. Hence, and shut your gates upon's. Our guider, come. Tot Roman camp conduct us. Exeunt. Scene 8. A field of battle between the Roman and the Volscian camps. Alarum, as in battle, enter Marcius and Aufidius at several doors. Marcius. I'll fight with none but thee, for I do hate thee worse than a promise breaker. Aufidius. We hate alike. Not Afric owns a serpent I abhor more than thy fame and envy. Fix thy foot. Marcius. Let the first budger die the other's slave, and the gods doom him after. Aufidius. If I fly, Marcius, hollow me like a hare. Marcius. Within these 3 hours, Tullus, alone I fought in your Coriolis walls, and made what work I pleased. 'Tis not my blood wherein thou sayest me masked. For thy revenge wrench up thy power to the highest. Aufidius. Wert thou the Hector? That was the whip of your bragged progeny. Thou shouldst not scape me here. Here they fight, and certain valses come to the aid of Aufidius. Officious and not valiant, you have shamed me in your condemned seconds. Marcius fights till they be driven in breathless. Aufidius and Marcius exit, separately. Scene 9. The Roman camp. Alarum. A retreat is sounded. Flourish. Enter. At one door, Cominius with the Romans. At another door, Marcius, with his arm in a scarf. Cominius. If I should tell thee o'er this thy day's work, thou'lt not believe thy deeds, but I'll report it where senators shall mingle tears with smiles, where great patricians shall attend and shrug, eyed and admire, where ladies shall be fright and gladly quaked, hear more, where the dull tribunes, that with the fusty plebeians hate thine honors, shall say against their hearts, we thank the gods our Rome hath such a soldier. Yet camest thou to a morsel of this feast, having fully dined before. Enter Titus Lartius with his power, from the pursuit. Lartius. O general, here is the steed, we the caparison. Hadst thou beheld? Marcius. Pray now, no more to my mother, who has a charter to extol her blood. When she does praise me grieves me. I have done as you have done, that's what I can. Induced as you have been, that's for my country. He that has but effected his good will hath overt in mine act. Cominius. You shall not be. The grave of your deserving Rome must know the value of her own. 'Twere a concealment worse than a theft, no less than a traducement, to hide your doings and to silence that which, to the spire and top of praises vouched, would seem but modest. Therefore, I beseech you, in sign of what you are, not to reward what you have done, before our army hear me. Marcius. I have some wounds upon me, and they smart to hear themselves remembered. Cominius. Should they not? Well might they fester gainst ingratitude and tint themselves with death of all the horses, whereof we have ta'en good and good store. Of all the treasure in this field achieved in city, we render you the 10th, to be ta'en forth before the common distribution at your only choice. Marcius. I thank you, general, but cannot make my heart consent to take a bribe to pay my sword. I do refuse it. and stand upon my common part with those that have beheld the doing. A long flourish, they all cry Martius, Martius, and cast up their caps and lances, Cominius and Lartius stand bare. May these same instruments which, you profane, never sound more. When drums and trumpets shall I field prove flatterers, let courts and cities be made all of false-faced soothing. When steel grows soft as the parasite's silk, let him be made an ovator for the wars. No more, I say, for that I have not washed my nose that bled, or foiled some debile wretch, which, without note, here's many else have done. You shout me forth in acclamations hyperbolical, as if I loved my little should be dieted in praises sauced with lies. Cominius, too modest are you, more cruel to your good report than grateful to us that give you truly be why your patience. If gainst yourself you be incensed, we'll put you, like one that means his proper harm, in manacles, then reason safely with you. Therefore be it known, as to us to all the world, that Caius Marcius wears this war's garland, in token of the which my noble steed, known to the camp I give him, with all his trim belonging, and from this time, for what he did before Corioles, call him, with all the applause and clamor of the host, Caius Marcius Coriolanus. Bear each addition nobly ever. Flourish trumpet sound, and drums. All. Caius Marcius Coriolanus. Coriolanus. I will go wash, and when my face is fair, you shall perceive whether I blush or no. Howbeit, I thank you. I mean to stride your steed, and at all times to undercrest your good addition to the fairness of my power. Cominius. So, to our tent, where, ere we do repose us, we will write to Rome of our success. You, Titus Lartius, must to Corioles back, send us to Rome the best, with whom we may articulate for their own good and ours. Lartius. I shall, my lord. Coriolanus. The gods begin to mock me, that I, that now refused most princely gifts, am bound to beg of my lord general. Cominius. Take't. 'Tis yours, what is't? Coriolanus. I sometime lay here in Corioles at a poor man's house. He used me kindly. He cried to me. I saw him prisoner. But then Aufidius was within my view, and wrath o'erwhelmed my pity. I request you to give my poor host freedom. Cominius. Oh, well begged. Were he the butcher of my son, he should be free as is the wind. Deliver him, Titus. Lartius. Marcius, his name? Coriolanus. By Jupiter, forgot? I am weary. My memory is tired. Have we no wine here? Cominius. Go we to our tent. The blood upon your visage dries. 'Tis time it should be looked to come. A flourish of cornets, exeunt. Scene ext, the camp of the Valses. A flourished cornets, enter Tullus Aufidius, bloody, with 2 or 3 soldiers. Aufidius. The town is ta'en. Soldier. 'Twill be delivered back on good condition. Aufidius. Condition? I would I were a Roman, for I cannot, being a Valse, be that I am condition. What good condition can a treaty find? I part that is at mercy. 5 times, Marcius, I have fought with thee. So often hast thou beat me, and wouldst do so, I think, should we encounter as often as we eat, be white elements. If e'er again I meet him beard to beard, he's mine or I am his. Mine emulation hath not that honor in't had. For where I thought to crush him in an equal force, true sword to sword, I'll potch at him some way, or wrath or craft may get him. Soldier. He's the devil. Aufidius. Bolder, though not so subtle. Why valor's poisoned with only suffering stained by him. For him shall fly out of itself nor sleep nor sanctuary, being naked, sick, nor fane nor capital, the prayers of priests nor times of sacrifice, embarkments all of fury, shall lift up their rotten privilege and custom, gainst my hate to Marcius where I find him, were it at home, upon my brother's guard, even there, against the hospitable cannon, would I wash my fierce hand in's heart. Go you to the city, learn how 'tis held, and what they are that must be hostages for Rome. Soldier. Will not you go? Aufidius. I am attended at the cypress grove, I pray you. 'Tis south the city mills. Bring me word thither how the world goes, that to the pace of it I may spur on my journey. Soldier. I shall, sir. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene I. Rome. A public place. Enter Menenius with the two tribunes of the people, Sicinius and Brutus. Menenius. The augurer tells me we shall have news tonight. Brutus. Good or bad? Menenius. Not according to the prayer of the people, for they love not Marcius. Sicinius. Nature teaches beasts to know their friends. Menenius. Pray you, who does the wolf love? Sicinius. The lamb. Menenius. I, to devour him, as the hungry plebeians would the noble Marcius. Brutus. He's a lamb indeed, that basks like a bear. Menenius. He's a bear indeed, that lives like a lamb. You two are old men. Tell me one thing that I shall ask you. Both tribunes. Well, sir. Menenius. In what enormity is Marcius poor in, that you two have not in abundance? Brutus. He's poor in no one fault, but stored with all. Sicinius. Especially in pride. Brutus. And topping all others in boasting. Menenius. This is strange now. Oh, you two know how you are censured here in the city. I mean of us owed a right-hand file, do you? Both tribunes. Why, how are we censured? Menenius. Because you talk of pride now. Will you not be angry? Both tribunes. Well, sir, well? Menenius. Why, 'tis no great matter. For a very little thief of occasion will rob you of a great deal of patience. Give your dispositions the reins, and be angry at your pleasures, at the least, if you take it as a pleasure to you in being so. You blame Marcius for being proud. Brutus. We do it not alone, sir. Menenius. I know you can do very little alone, for your helps are many, or else your actions would grow wondrous single. Your abilities are too infant-like for doing much alone. You talk of pride. Oh, that you could turn your eyes toward the napes of your necks, and make but an interior survey of your good selves. Oh, that you could. Both tribunes. What then, sir? Menenius. Why, then you should discover a brace of unmeriting, proud, violent, testy magistrates, alias fools, as any in Rome. Sicinius. Menenius, you are known well enough, too. Menenius. I am known to be a humorous patrician and one that loves a cup of hot wine with not a drop of allaying Tiber int, said to be something imperfect in favoring the first complaint, hasty and tinder-like upon too trivial motion. One that converses more with the buttock of the night than with the forehead of the morning, what I think I utter, and spend my malice in my breath, meeting two such wheelsmen as you are. I cannot call you Lycurguses. If the drink you give me touch my palate adversely, I make a crooked face at it. I cannot say your worships have delivered the matter well when I find the ass in compound with the major part of your syllables, and though I must be content to bear with those that say you are reverend grave men, yet they lie deadly that tell you have good faces. If you see this in the map of my microcosm, follows it that I am known well enough to? What harm can your bis inconspicuities glean out of this character, if I be known well enough, too? Brutus. Come, sir, come, we know you well enough. Menenius. You know neither me, yourselves, nor anything. You are ambitious for poor knaves' caps and legs. You wear out a good wholesome forenoon in hearing a cause between an orange wife and a faucet seller, and then adjourn the controversy of threepence to a second day of audience, when you are hearing a matter between party and party. If you chance to be pinched with the colic, you make faces like mummers, set up the bloody flag against all patience, and, in roaring for a chamber pot, dismiss the controversy bleeding, the more entangled by your hearing. All the peace you make in their cause is calling both the parties knaves. You are a pair of strange ones. Brutus. Come, come, you are well understood to be a perfecter gibber for the table than a necessary bencher in the Capitol. Menenius. Our very priests must become mockers if they shall encounter such ridiculous subjects as you are. When you speak best unto the purpose, it is not worth the wagging of your beards, and your beards deserve not so honorable a grave as to stuff a botcher's cushion, or to be entombed in an ass's pack-saddle. Yet you must be saying Marcius is proud, who, in a cheap estimation, is worth all your predecessors since Deucalion, though peradventure some of the best of them were hereditary hangmen, Goodian too. Your worships, more of your conversation would infect my brain. Being the herdsman of the beastly plebeians, I will be bold to take my leave of you. He begins to exit. Brutus and Sicinius stand aside. Enter Volumnia, Virgilia, and Valeria. How now, my as fair as noble ladies, and the moon, were she earthly, no nobler. Whither do you follow your eyes so fast? Volumnia. Honorable Menenius, my boy Marcius approaches, for the love of Juno. Let's go. Menenius. Huh? Marcius coming home? Volumnia. Aye, worthy Menenius, and with most prosperous approbation. Menenius. Take my cap, Jupiter, and I thank thee. Who? Marcius coming home? Valeria. Virgilia. Nay, 'tis true. Volumnia. Look, here's a letter from him. The state hath another, his wife another, and I think there's one at home for you. Menenius. I will make my very house reel tonight. A letter for me? Virgilia. Yes, certain, there's a letter for you. I saw it. Menenius. A letter for me? It gives me an estate of 7 years' health, in which time I will make a lip at the physician. The most sovereign prescription in Galen is but empiricutic, and, to this preservative, of no better report than a horse drenched. Is he not wounded? He was wont to come home wounded. Virgilia. Oh, no, no, no. Volumnia. Oh, he is wounded. I thank the gods for it. Menenius. So do I too. If it be not too much, brings he victory in his pocket, the wounds become him. Volumnia. On's brows. Menenius. He comes the third time home with the oaken garland. Menenius. Has he disciplined Aufidius soundly? Volumnia. Titus Lartius writes they fought together, but Aufidius got off. Menenius. And 'twas time for him too. I'll warrant him that day in he had stayed by him. I would not have been so Phidias for all the chests and corioles and the gold that's in them, as the Senate possessed of this. Volumnia. Good ladies, let's go da. Yes, 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 the Senate has letters from the general, wherein he gives my son the whole name of the war. He hath in this action outdone his former deeds doubly. Valeria. In troth, there's wondrous things spoke of him. Menenius. Wondrous? I warrant you, and not without his true purchasing. Virgilia. The gods grant them true. Volumnia. True? Pow, Vov. Menenius. True? I'll be sworn they are true. Where is he wounded? To the tribunes. God save your good worships. Marcius is coming home. He has more cause to be proud. Where is he wounded? Volumnia. I'd shoulder and the left arm. There will be large cicatrices to show the people when he shall stand for his place. He received in the repulse of Tarquin 7 hurts body. Menenius. 1 th neck and 2 thigh. There's 9 that I know. Volumnia. He had, before this last expedition, 25 wounds upon him. Menenius. Now it's 27. Every gash was an enemy's grave. A shout and flourish. Hark, the trumpets. Volumnia. These are the ushers of Marcius. Before him he carries noise, and behind him he leaves tears. Death, that dark spirit, in's nervy arm doth lie, which, being advanced, declines, and then men die. A senate. Enter Cominius the general and Titus Lartius, between them Coriolanus crowned with an oaken garland, with captains and soldiers and a herald, trumpets sound. Herald. Know, Rome, that all alone Marcius did fight within Coriol's gates, where he hath won with fame a name to Caius Marcius. These in honor follows, Coriolanus. Welcome to Rome, renowned Coriolanus. Sound flourish. All. Welcome to Rome, renowned Coriolanus. Coriolanus. No more of this, it does offend my heart. Pray now, no more. Cominius. Look, sir, your mother. Coriolanus. Oh, you have, I know, petitioned all the gods for my prosperity. Kneels. Volumnia. Nay, my good soldier, up. He stands. My gentle Marcius, worthy Caius, and by deed achieving honor newly named. What is it? Coriolanus must I call thee? But, oh, thy wife. Coriolanus. My gracious silence, hail. Wouldst thou have laughed had I come coffined home, that weeps to see me triumph? Ah, my dear, such eyes the widows and Corioles wear in mothers that lack sons. Menenius. Now the gods crown thee. Coriolanus. And live you yet? To Valeria. O my sweet lady, pardon. Volumnia. I know not where to turn. Welcome home. And welcome, General. And you're welcome all. Menenius. 100,000 welcomes. I could weep and I could laugh. I am light and heavy welcome. A curse begin at very root on's heart that is not glad to see thee. You are three that Rome should dote on. Yet, by the faith of men, we have some old crab trees here at home that will not be grafted to your relish, yet welcome warriors. We call a nettle but a nettle, and the faults of fools but folly. Cominius. Ever right. Coriolanus. Menenius ever. Harold. Give way there, and go on. Coriolanus. To Volumnia and Virgilia, your hand and yours. Ere in our own house I do shade my head, the good patricians must be visited, from whom I have received not only greetings, but with them change of honors. Volumnia. I have lived, to see inherited my very wishes and the buildings of my fancy, only there's one thing wanting, which I doubt not but our Rome will cast upon thee. Coriolanus. No, good mother. I had rather be their servant in my way than sway with them in theirs. Cominius. On, to the Capitol. Flourish of cornets, exeunt in state, as before. Brutus and Sicinius come forward. Brutus. All tongues speak of him, and the bleared sights are spectacled to see him. Your prattling nurse into a rapture lets her baby cry while she chats him. The kitchen malkin pins her richest lockram about her reechy neck, clamoring the walls to eye him. Stalls, bulks, windows are smothered up, leads filled, and ridges horsed with variable complexions, all agreeing in earnestness to see him. Seld-shown flamens do press among the popular throngs and puff to win a vulgar station. Our veiled dames commit the war of white and damask in their nicely gawed cheeks to the wanton spoil of Phoebus' burning kisses, such a pother, as if that whatsoever god who leads him were slyly crept into his human powers, and gave him graceful posture. Sicinius. On the sudden, I warrant him consul. Brutus. Then our office may, during his power, go sleep. Sicinius. He cannot temperately transport his honors from where he should begin and end, but will lose those he hath won. Brutus. In that there's comfort. Sicinius. Doubt not the commoners, for whom we stand, but they, upon their ancient malice, will forget with the least cause these his new honors, which that he will give them make as little question as he is proud to do't. Brutus. I heard him swear, were he to stand for consul, never would he appear in marketplace, nor on him put the napless vesture of humility, nor showing, as the manner is, his wounds to the people, beg their stinking breaths. Sicinius. 'Tis right. Brutus. It was his word. He would miss it rather than carry it, but by the suit of the gentry to him, and the desire of the nobles. Sicinius. I wish no better than have him hold that purpose, and to put it in execution. Brutus. 'Tis most like he will. Sicinius. It shall be to him then, as our good wills, a sure destruction. Brutus. So it must fall out. To him, or our authorities for an end. We must suggest the people in what hatred he still hath held them, that to's power he would have made them mules, silenced their pleaders, and dispropertied their freedoms, holding them in human action and capacity, of no more soul nor fitness for the world than camels in their war, who have their provant only for bearing burdens, and sore blows for sinking under them. Sicinius. This, as you say, suggested. At some time when his soaring insolence shall touch the people, which time shall not want if it be put upon't, and that's as easy as to set dogs on sheep, will be his fire to kindle their dry stubble, and their blaze shall darken him for ever. Enter a messenger. Brutus. What's the matter? Messenger. You are sent for to the Capitol. 'Tis thought that Marcius shall be consul. I have seen the dumb men throng to see him, and the blind to hear him speak. Matrons flung gloves, ladies and maids their scarves and handkerchiefs, upon him as he passed. The nobles bended as to Jove's statue, and the commons made a shower and thunder with their caps and shouts. I never saw the like. Brutus. Let's to the Capitol, and carry with us ears and eyes for the time, but hearts for the event. Sicinius. Have with you. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome, the Capitol. Enter two officers, to lay cushions, as it were in the Capitol. First officer. Come, they are almost here. How many stand for consulships? Second officer. 3, they say. But 'tis thought of everyone Coriolanus will carry it. First officer. That's a brave fellow, but he's vengeance proud and loves not the common people. Second officer. Faith, there have been many great men that have flattered the people who ne'er loved them, and there be many that they have loved they know not wherefore. So that, if they love they know not why, they hate upon no better a ground. Therefore, for Coriolanus neither to care whether they love or hate him manifests the true knowledge he has in their disposition, and, out of his noble carelessness, lets them plainly see't. First officer. If he did not care whether he had their love or no, he waved indifferently twixt doing them neither good nor harm, but he seeks their hate with greater devotion than they can render it him, and leaves nothing undone that may fully discover him their opposite. Now, to seem to affect the malice and displeasure of the people is as bad as that which he dislikes, to flatter them for their love. Second officer. He hath deserved worthily of his country, and his ascent is not by such easy degrees as those who, having been supple and courteous to the people, bonnet, without any further deed to have them at all into their estimation and report. But he hath so planted his honors in their eyes and his actions in their hearts that for their tongues to be silent and not confess so much were a kind of ingrateful injury, though report otherwise were a malice that, giving itself the lie, would pluck reproof and rebuke from every ear that heard it. First officer. No more of him. He's a worthy man, make way, they are coming. A senate, enter the patricians and the tribunes of the people, lictors before them. Coriolanus, Menenius, Cominius the consul. The patricians sit, Sicinius and Brutus take their places by themselves. Coriolanus stands. Menenius. Having determined of the valses, and to send for Titus Lartius, it remains, as the main point of this our after meeting, to gratify his noble service that hath thus stood for his country, therefore please you, most reverend and grave elders, to desire the present consul and last general in our well-found successes to report a little of that worthy work performed by Marcius Caius Coriolanus, whom we met here both to thank and to remember with honors like himself. Coriolanus sits. First senator. Speak, good Cominius. Leave nothing out for length, and make us think rather our state's defective for requital, than we to stretch it out. Masters, own people, we do request your kindest ears and, after, your loving motion toward the common body to yield what passes here. Sicinius. We are convent upon a pleasing treaty, and have hearts inclinable to honor and advance the theme of our assembly. Brutus. Which the rather we shall be blessed to do if he remember a kinder value of the people than he hath hereto prized them at. Menenius. That's off, that's off. I would you rather had been silent, please you to hear Cominius speak? Brutus. Most willingly. But yet my caution was more pertinent than the rebuke you give it. Menenius. He loves your people, but tie him not to be their bedfellow. Worthy Cominius, speak. Coriolanus rises, and offers to go away. Nay, keep your place. First senator. Sit, Coriolanus, never shamed to hear what you have nobly done. Coriolanus. Your honors, pardon. I had rather have my wounds to heal again than hear say how I got them. Brutus. Sir, I hope my words dispensed you not? Coriolanus. No, sir, yet oft, when blows have made me stay, I fled from words. You soothed not, therefore hurt not, but your people, I love them as they weigh. Menenius. Pray now, sit down. Coriolanus. I had rather have one scratch my head eye to sun when the alarum were struck than idly sit to hear my nothings monstered. Exit. Menenius. Masters of the people, your multiplying spawn how can he flatter? That's 1,000 to 1 good one. When you now see he had rather venture all his limbs for honor than one on's ears to hear it. Proceed, Cominius. Cominius. I shall lack voice. The deeds of Coriolanus should not be uttered feebly. It is held that valor is the chiefest virtue and most dignifies the haver. If it be, the man I speak of cannot in the world be singly counterpoised. 16 years, when Tarquin made a head for Rome, he fought beyond the mark of others. Our then dictator, whom with all praise I point at, saw him fight when with his Amazonian chin he drove the bristled lips before him. He bestrid an o'er-pressed Roman and I consul's view. Slew 3 opposers, Tarquin's self he met and struck him on his knee in that day's feats, when he might act the woman in the scene. He proved best man I to field, and for his meed was browbound with the oak. His pupil age man entered thus, he waxed like a sea, and in the brunt of 17 battles since he lurched all swords of the Garland, for this last, before and in Coriolis, let me say, I cannot speak him home. He stopped the flyers, and by his rare example made the coward turn terror into sport as weeds before a vessel under sail. So men obeyed and fell below his stem, his sword, death's stamp, where it did mark it took. From face to foot he was a thing of blood, whose every motion was timed with dying cries. Alone he entered the mortal gate Odyssey, which he painted with shunless destiny. Aidless came off, and with a sudden reinforcement struck Coriolis like a planet, now all's his, when by and by the din of war gone pierce his ready sense. Then straight his doubled spirit requickened what in flesh was fatigate, and to the battle came he, where he did run reeking o'er the lives of men as if 'twere a perpetual spoil. Until we called both field and city ours, he never stood to ease his breast with panting. Menenius, worthy man, first senator, he cannot but with measure fit the honors which we devise him. Cominius, our spoils he kicked at, and looked upon things precious as they were the common muck of the world. He covets less than misery itself would give, rewards his deeds with doing them, and is content to spend the time to end it. Menenius, he's right noble. Let him be called for. First senator, call Coriolanus. Officer, he doth appear. Enter Coriolanus. Menenius, the Senate, Coriolanus, are well pleased to make thee consul. Coriolanus, I do owe them still my life and services. Menenius, it then remains that you do speak to the people. Coriolanus, I do beseech you, let me o'erleap that custom, for I cannot put on the gown, stand naked, and entreat them for my wounds' sake to give their suffrage. Please you that I may pass this doing. Sicinius, sir, the people must have their voices, neither will they bate one jot of ceremony. Menenius, put them not to't. Pray you, go fit you to the custom, and take to you, as your predecessors have, your honor with your form. Coriolanus, it is a part that I shall blush in acting, and might well be taken from the people. Brutus, mark you that? Coriolanus, to brag unto them, thus I did, and thus show them tunaching scars which I should hide, as if I had received them for the hire of their breath only. Menenius, do not stand upon dot. We recommend to you, tribunes of the people, our purpose to them, and to our noble consul wish we all joy and honor. Senators, to Coriolanus come all joy and honor. Flourish cornets, exeunt all but Sicinius and Brutus. Brutus, you see how he intends to use the people. Sicinius, may they perceive's intent. He will require them, as if he did contemn what he requested should be in them to give. Brutus, come, we'll inform them of our proceedings here on a marketplace. I know they do attend us. Exeunt. Scene 3. Rome, the Forum. Enter 7 or 8 citizens. First citizen, once, if he do require our voices, we ought not to deny him. Second citizen, we may, sir, if we will. Third citizen, we have power in ourselves to do it, but it is a power that we have no power to do. 4. If he show us his wounds and tell us his deeds, we are to put our tongues into those wounds and speak for them. So, if he tell us his noble deeds, we must also tell him our noble acceptance of them. Ingratitude is monstrous, and for the multitude to be ingrateful were to make a monster of the multitude, of the which we being members, should bring ourselves to be monstrous members. First citizen, and to make us no better thought of, a little help will serve. For once we stood up about the corn, he himself stuck not to call us the many-headed multitude. Third citizen, we have been called so of many, not that our heads are some brown, some black, some auburn, some bald, but that our wits are so diversely colored. And truly I think if all our wits were to issue out of one skull, they would fly east, west, north, south, and their consent of one direct way should be at once to all the points odi compass. Second citizen, think you so? Which way do you judge my wit would fly? Third citizen. Nay, your wit will not so soon out as another man's will. 'Tis strongly wedged up in a blockhead, but if it were at liberty, 'twould, sure, southward. Second citizen. Why that way? Third citizen. To lose itself in a fog, where being 3 parts melted away with rotten dews, the fourth would return for conscience' sake, to help to get thee a wife. Second citizen. You are never without your tricks, you may. Third citizen. Are you all resolved to give your voices? But that's no matter. The greater part carries it, I say. If he would incline to the people, there was never a worthier man. Enter Coriolanus in a gown of humility, with Menenius. Here he comes, and in the gown of humility mark his behavior. We are not to stay all together, but to come by him where he stands, by ones, by twos, and by threes. He's to make his requests by particulars, wherein every one of us has a single honor in giving him our own voices with our own tongues. Therefore follow me, and I'll direct you how you shall go by him. All. Content. Exeunt. Menenius. O sir, you are not right. Have you not known the worthiest men have done't? Coriolanus. What must I say? I pray, sir, plague upon't. I cannot bring my tongue to such a pace. Look, sir, my wounds. I got them in my country's service when some certain of your brethren roared and ran from to noise of our own drums. Menenius. O me, the gods. You must not speak of that, you must desire them to think upon you. Coriolanus. Think upon me. Hang him. I would they would forget me, like the virtues which our divines lose by him. Menenius. You'll mar all. I'll leave you, pray you speak to him, I pray you, in wholesome manner. Exit Menenius. Coriolanus. Bid them wash their faces, and keep their teeth clean. Enter 3 of the citizens. So, here comes a brace. You know the cause, sirs, of my standing here. Third citizen. We do, sir. Tell us what hath brought you to't. Coriolanus. Mine own desert. Second citizen. Your own desert? Coriolanus. Aye, but not mine own desire. Third citizen. How, not your own desire? Coriolanus. No, sir. 'Twas never my desire yet to trouble the poor with begging. Third citizen. You must think if we give you anything, we hope to gain by you. Coriolanus. Well then, I pray, your price ote consulship? First citizen. The price is to ask it kindly. Coriolanus. Kindly, sir, I pray. Let me hot that I have wounds to show you, which shall be yours in private. Your good voice, sir, what say you? Second citizen. You shall ha it, worthy sir. Coriolanus. A match. Sir, there's an all too worthy voices begged. I have your alms ado. Third citizen. But this is something odd. Second citizen. And 'twere to give again. But 'tis no matter. Exeunt 2 citizens. Enter 2 other citizens. Coriolanus. Pray you now, if it may stand with the tune of your voices that I may be consul, I have here the customary gown. Fourth citizen. You have deserved nobly of your country, and you have not deserved nobly. Coriolanus. Your enigma? Fourth citizen. You have been a scourge to her enemies. You have been a rod to her friends. You have not indeed loved the common people. Coriolanus. You should account me the more virtuous that I have not been common in my loved. I will, sir, flatter my sworn brother, the people, to earn a dearer estimation of them. 'Tis a condition they account gentle, and since the wisdom of their choice is rather to have my hat than my heart, I will practice the insinuating nod and be off to them most counterfeitly, that is, sir, I will counterfeit the bewitchment of some popular man, and give it bountiful to the desirers. Therefore, beseech you, I may be consul. Fifth citizen. We hope to find you our friend, and therefore give you our voices heartily. Fourth citizen. You have received many wounds for your country. Coriolanus. I will not seal your knowledge with showing them. I will make much of your voices, and so trouble you no farther. Both citizens. The gods give you joy, sir. Heartily. Exeunt citizens. Coriolanus. Most sweet voices. Better it is to die, better to starve, than crave the hire which first we do deserve. Why in this wolvish toge should I stand here to beg of Hob and Dick that does appear their needless vouches? Custom calls me to't. What custom wills, in all things should we do't. The dust on antique time would lie unswept, and mountainous error be too highly heaped for truth to o'erpeer, rather than fool it so. Let the high office and the honor go to one that would do thus. I am half through. The one part suffered, the other will I do. Enter 3 citizens more. Here come more voices. Your voices. For your voices I have fought, watched for your voices. For your voices bear of wounds 24 odd battles, thrice 6 I have seen and heard of. For your voices have done many things, some less, some more your voices. Indeed, I would be consul. 6th citizen. He has done nobly, and cannot go without any honest man's voice. 7th citizen. Therefore let him be consul, the gods give him joy, and make him good friend to the people. All 3 citizens. Amen. Amen. God save thee, noble consul. Exeunt citizens. Coriolanus. Worthy voices. Enter Menenius with Brutus and Sicinius. Menenius. You have stood your limitation, and the tribunes endue you with the people's voice. Remains that in official marks invested, you anon do meet the Senate. Coriolanus. Is this done? Sicinius. The custom of request you have discharged. The people do admit you, and are summoned to meet anon upon your approbation. Coriolanus. Where? At the Senate House? Sicinius. There. Coriolanus. Coriolanus. May I change these garments? Sicinius. You may, sir. Coriolanus. That I'll straight do, and, knowing myself again, repair to Senate House. Menenius. I'll keep you company. Will you along? Brutus. We stay here for the people. Sicinius. Fare you well. Exeunt Coriolanus and Menenius. He has it now, and by his looks, methinks, 'tis warm at his heart. Brutus. With a proud heart he wore his humble weeds. Will you dismiss the people? Enter the plebeians. Sicinius. How now, my masters, have you chose this man? 1st citizen. He has our voices, sir. Brutus. We pray the gods he may deserve your loves. 2nd citizen. Amen. Sired. To my poor unworthy notice, he mocked us when he begged our voices. 3rd citizen. Certainly, he flouted us downright. 1st citizen. No, 'tis his kind of speech, he did not mock us. 2nd citizen. Not one amongst us, save yourself, but says he used us scornfully. He should have showed us his marks of merit, wounds received for's country. Sicinius. Why, so he did, I am sure. All. No. No. No man saw him. 3rd citizen. He said he had wounds which he could show in private, and with his hat, thus waving it in scorn, I would be consul, says he, aged custom, but by your voices, will not so permit me. Your voices, therefore. When we granted that, here was I thank you for your voices, thank you. Your most sweet voices. Now you have left your voices, I have no further with you. Was not this mockery? Sicinius. Why either were you ignorant to seat, or, seeing it, of such childish friendliness to yield your voices? Brutus. Could you not have told him, as you were lessoned? When he had no power, but was a petty servant to the state, he was your enemy, ever spake against your liberties and the charters that you bear I to body of the wheel. And now arriving a place of potency and sway owed state, if he should still malignantly remain fast foe to the plebei, your voices might be curses to yourselves. You should have said that as his worthy deeds did claim no less than what he stood for, so his gracious nature would think upon you for your voices, and translate his malice towards you into love, standing your friendly lord. Sicinius. Thus to have said, as you were fore-advised, had touched his spirit and tried his inclination. From him plucked either his gracious promise, which you might, as cause had called you up, have held him to, or else it would have galled his surly nature, which easily endures not article tying him to aught so putting him to rage. You should have ta'en the advantage of his choler and passed him unelected. Brutus. Did you perceive? He did solicit you in free contempt when he did need your loves. And do you think that his contempt shall not be bruising to you when he hath power to crush? Why? Had your bodies no heart among you? Or had you tongues to cry against the rectorship of judgment? Sicinius. Have you ere now denied the asker, and now again, of him that did not ask but mock, bestow your sued for tongues? Third citizen, he's not confirmed. We may deny him yet. Second citizen, and we'll deny him. I'll have 500 voices of that sound. First citizen, I twice 500, and their friends to peace Brutus, get you hence instantly, and tell those friends they have chose a consul that will from them take their liberties, make them of no more voice than dogs that are as often beat for barking as therefore kept to do so. Sicinius, let them assemble, and on a safer judgment, all revoke your ignorant election, enforce his pride and his old hate unto you besides. Forget not with what contempt he wore the humble weed, how in his suit he scorned you. But your loves, thinking upon his services, took from you the apprehension of his present portents, which most gibingly, ungravely, he did fashion after the inveterate hate he bears you. Brutus, lay a fault on us, your tribunes, that we labored, no impediment between, but that you must cast your election on him. Sicinius, say you chose him more after our commandment than is guided by your own true affections, and that your minds, preoccupied with what you rather must do than what you should, made you against the grain to voice him consul, lay the fault on us. Brutus, aye, spare us not, say we read lectures to you, how youngly he began to serve his country, how long continued, and what stock he springs of, the noble house Odomartians, from whence came that Ancus Marcius, Numa's daughter's son, who, after great Hostilius here was king, of the same house Publius and Quintus were, that our best water brought by conduits hither, and Censorinus, that was so surnamed and nobly named so, twice being censor, was his great ancestor. Sicinius, one thus descended, that hath beside well in his person wrought to be set high in place, we did commend to your remembrances. But you have found, scaling his present bearing with his past, that he's your fixed enemy, and revoke your sudden approbation. Brutus, say you ne'er had done't, harp on that still, but by our putting on. And presently when you have drawn your number, repair to th capital. All, we will so, almost all, repent in their election. Exeunt plebeians. Brutus, let them go on. This mutiny were better put in hazard than stay, past doubt, for greater. If, as his nature is, he fall in rage with their refusal, both observe and answer the vantage of his anger. Sicinius, to th capital come. We will be there before the stream owed to people, and this shall seem, as partly 'tis their own, which we have goaded onward. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene I. Rome. A street. Cornets, enter Coriolanus, Menenius, all the gentry, Cominius, Titus Lartius, and other senators. Coriolanus, Tullus Aufidius then had made new head? Lartius, he had, my lord, and that it was which caused our swifter composition. Coriolanus, so then the valses stand but as at first, ready, when time shall prompt them, to make road uponce again. Cominius, they are worn, Lord Consul, so that we shall hardly in our ages see their banners wave again. Coriolanus, saw you Aufidius? Lartius, on safeguard he came to me, and did curse against the valses, for they had so vilely yielded the town. He is retired to Antium. Coriolanus, spoke he of me? Lartius, he did, my lord. Coriolanus, how? What? Lartius, how often he had met you sword to sword, that of all things upon the earth he hated your person most, that he would pawn his fortunes to hopeless restitution, so he might be called your vanquisher. Coriolanus, at Antium lives he? Lartius, at Antium. Coriolanus, I wish I had a cause to seek him there, to oppose his hatred fully welcome home. Enter Sicinius and Brutus. Behold, these are the tribunes of the people, the tongues owed common mouth that I do despise them, for they do prank them in authority against all noble sufferance. Sicinius, pass no further. Coriolanus, huh? What is that? Brutus, it will be dangerous to go on and no further. Coriolanus, what makes this change? Menenius, the matter? Cominius, hath he not passed the noble and the common? Brutus, Cominius, no. Coriolanus, Have I had children's voices? First Senator. Tribunes, give way, he shall to the marketplace. Brutus. The people are incensed against him. Sicinius. Stop, or all will fall in broil. Coriolanus. Are these your herd? Must these have voices that can yield them now and straight disclaim their tongues? What are your offices? You being their mouths, why rule you not their teeth? Have you not set them on? Menenius. Be calm, be calm. Coriolanus. It is a purpose thing, and grows by plot, to curb the will of the nobility. Suffer't, and live with such as cannot rule nor ever will be ruled. Brutus. Call't not a plot. The people cry you mocked them, and of late, when corn was given them gratis, you repined, scandaled the suppliants for the people, called them time-pleasers, flatterers, foes to nobleness. Coriolanus. Why, this was known before. Brutus. Not to them all. Coriolanus. Have you informed them sit hence? Brutus. How? I inform them? Cominius. You are like to do such business. Brutus. Not unlike, each way, to better yours. Coriolanus. Why then should I be consul? By yon clouds, let me deserve so ill as you, and make me your fellow tribune. Sicinius. You show too much of that, for which the people stir. If you will pass to where you are bound, you must inquire your way, which you are out of, with a gentler spirit, or never be so noble as a consul, nor yoke with him for tribune. Menenius. Let's be calm. Cominius. The people are abused, set on, this paltering becomes not Rome, nor has Coriolanus deserved this so dishonored rub, laid falsely plain way of his merit. Coriolanus. Tell me of corn? This was my speech, and I will speak again. Menenius. Not now, not now. First Senator. Not in this heat, sir, now. Coriolanus. Now, as I live, I will. My nobler friends, I crave their pardons for the mutable, rank-scented many. Let them regard me, as I do not flatter, and therein behold themselves, I say again. In soothing them we nourish, gainst our senate the cockle of rebellion, insolence, sedition, which we ourselves have plowed for, sowed, and scattered by mingling them with us, the honored number, who lack not virtue, no, nor power, but that which they have given to beggars. Menenius. Well, no more. First Senator. No more words, we beseech you. Coriolanus. How? No more? As for my country I have shed my blood, not fearing outward force, so shall my lungs coin words till their decay against those measles which we disdain should tetter us, yet sought the very way to catch them. Brutus. You speak, O to people, as if you were a god to punish, not a man of their infirmity. Sicinius. 'Twere well. We let the people note. Menenius. What? His collar? Coriolanus. Collar? Were I as patient as the midnight sleep, by Jove, 'twould be my mind. Sicinius. It is a mind, that shall remain a poison where it is, not poison any further. Coriolanus. Shall remain? Hear you this Triton of the minnows? Mark you his absolute, shall? Cominius. 'Twas from the canon. Coriolanus. Shall? O good but most unwise patricians, why, you grave but reckless senators, have you thus given Hydra leave to choose an officer, that with his peremptory shall, being but the horn and noise owed to monsters, wants not spirit to say he'll turn your current in a ditch and make your channel his? If he have power, then veil your ignorance. If none, awake your dangerous lenity. If you are learned, be not as common fools. If you are not, let them have cushions by you. You are plebeians if they be senators, and they are no less when, both your voices blended, the greats taste most palates theirs, they choose their magistrate, and such a one is he, who puts his popular shall, against a graver bench than ever frowned in Greece. By Jove himself, it makes the consuls base, and my soul aches to know, when two authorities are up, neither supreme, how soon confusion may enter, twixt the gap of both and take the one by t'other. Cominius. Well, on to th marketplace. Coriolanus. Whoever gave that counsel to give forth the corn owed storehouse gratis, as 'twas used sometime in Greece. Menenius. Well, no more of that. Coriolanus. Though there the people had more absolute power, I say they nourished disobedience, fed the ruin of the state. Brutus. Why shall the people give? One that speaks thus their voice? Coriolanus. I'll give my reasons. More worthier than their voices, they know the corn was not our recompense. Resting well assured they ne'er did service for't, being pressed in war. Even when the navel of the state was touched, they would not thread the gates. This kind of service did not deserve corn gratis, being I war. Their mutinies and revolts, wherein they showed most valor, spoke not for them. Accusation, which they have often made against the Senate, all cause unborn, could never be the native of our so frank donation. Well, what then? How shall this bosom multitude digest the Senate's courtesy? Let deeds express what's like to be their words. We did request it. We are the greater poll, and in true fear they gave us our demands. Thus we debase the nature of our seats and make the rabble call our cares fears, which will in time break ope the locks owed his Senate and bring in the crows to peck the eagles. Menenius. Come, enough. Brutus. Enough, with overmeasure. Coriolanus. No, take more. What may be sworn by, both divine and human, seal what I end withal. This double worship, where one part does disdain with cause, the other insult without all reason, where gentry, title, wisdom cannot conclude but by the yea and no of general ignorance. It must omit real necessities and give way the while to unstable slightness, purpose so barred. It follows nothing is done to purpose, therefore, beseech you. You that will be less fearful than discreet, that love the fundamental part of state, more than you doubt the change on't, that prefer a noble life before a long and wish to jump a body with a dangerous physic that's sure of death without it. At once pluck out the multitudinous tongue. Let them not lick the sweet which is their poison. Your dishonor mangles true judgment and bereaves the state of that integrity which should be compt, not having the power to do the good it would for ill which doth control't. Brutus has said enough. Sicinius has spoken like a traitor, and shall answer as traitors do. Coriolanus. Thou wretch, despite o'erwhelm thee. What should the people do with these bald tribunes, on whom depending, their obedience fails to the greater benched in a rebellion? When what's not meet, but what must be was law, then were they chosen in a better hour. Let what is meet be said, it must be meet, and throw their power to dust. Brutus. Manifest treason. Sicinius. This a consul? No. Brutus. The aediles, ho! Let him be apprehended. Enter an aedile. Sicinius. Go call the people. Exit aedile. In whose name myself attach thee as a traitorous innovator, a foe to the public weal obey. I charge thee, and follow to thine answer. Coriolanus. Hence, old goat. All patricians will surety him. Cominius. To Sicinius. Age sir. Hands off. Coriolanus. To Sicinius. Hence, rotten thing, or I shall shake thy bones out of thy garments. Sicinius. Help, ye citizens. Enter a rabble of plebeians with the aediles. Menenius. On both sides more respect. Sicinius. Here's he that would take from you all your power. Brutus. Seize him, aediles. All plebeians. Down with him, down with him. Second Senator. Weapons, weapons, weapons. They all bustle about Coriolanus. Tribunes, patricians, citizens. What? Ho! Sicinius, Brutus, Coriolanus, citizens. All. Peace, peace, peace. Stay. Hold. Peace. Menenius. What is about to be? I am out of breath. Confusion's near, I cannot speak. You tribunes to people. Coriolanus. Patience. Speak, good Sicinius. Sicinius. Hear me. People. Peace. All plebeians. Let's hear our tribune. Peace. Speak, speak, speak. Sicinius. You are at point to lose your liberties. Marcius would have all from you, Marcius, whom late you have named for consul. Menenius. Fie. This is the way to kindle, not to quench. First Senator. To unbuild the city, and to lay all flat. Sicinius. What is the city but the people? All plebeians. True. The people are the city. Brutus. By the consent of all, we were established the people's magistrates. All plebeians, you so remain. Menenius, and so are like to do. Cominius, that is the way to lay the city flat, to bring the roof to the foundation and bury all which yet distinctly ranges in heaps and piles of ruin. Sicinius, this deserves death. Brutus, or let us stand to our authority, or let us lose it, we do here pronounce, upon the part owed people, in whose power we were elected theirs, Marcius is worthy of present death. Sicinius, therefore lay hold of him, bear him to the rock Tarpeian, and from thence into destruction cast him. Brutus, Aediles, seize him. All plebeians, yield. Marcius, yield. Menenius, hear me one word. Beseech you, tribunes, hear me but a word. Aediles, peace, peace. Menenius, be that you seem truly your country's friend, and temperately proceed to what you would thus violently redress. Brutus, sir, those cold ways, that seem like prudent helps, are very poisonous where the disease is violent. Lay hands upon him, and bear him to the rock. Coriolanus draws his sword. Coriolanus, no, I'll die here. There's some among you have beheld me fighting. Come, try upon yourselves what you have seen me. Menenius, down with that sword. Tribunes, withdraw a while. Brutus, lay hands upon him. Menenius, help Marcius, help. You that be noble, help him, young and old. All plebeians, down with him, down with him. In this mutiny the tribunes, the aediles, and the people are beat in. Menenius, go, get you to your house, be gone, away. All will be naught else. Second Senator, get you gone. Coriolanus, stand fast. We have as many friends as enemies. Menenius, shall it be put to that? First Senator, the gods forbid. I prithee, noble friend, home to thy house. Leave us to cure this cause. Menenius, for 'tis a sore upon us. You cannot tint yourself, be gone, beseech you. Cominius, come, sir, along with us. Coriolanus, I would they were barbarians, as they are, though in Rome littered, not Romans, as they are not, though caved ide porch ode capital. Menenius, be gone. Put not your worthy rage into your tongue. One time will owe another. Coriolanus, on fair ground, I could beat 40 of them. Menenius, I could myself. Take up a brace o' t best of them. Yeah, the 2 tribunes. Cominius, but now 'tis odds beyond arithmetic, and manhood is called foolery when it stands against a falling fabric. Will you hence, before the tag return, whose rage doth rend like interrupted waters, and o'erbear what they are used to bear? Menenius, pray you, be gone. I'll try whether my old wit be in request with those that have but little. This must be patched with cloth of any color. Cominius, nay, come away. Exeunt Coriolanus and Cominius. Patrician, this man has marred his fortune. Menenius, his nature is too noble for the world. He would not flatter Neptune for his trident, or Jove for his power to thunder. His heart's his mouth. What his breast forges, that his tongue must vent, and, being angry, does forget that ever he heard the name of death. A noise within. Here's goodly work. Patrician, I would they were Abed. Menenius, I would they were in Tiber. What the vengeance, could he not speak him fair? Enter Brutus and Sicinius with the rabble again. Sicinius, where is this viper? That would depopulate the city, and be every man himself? Menenius, you worthy tribunes. Sicinius, he shall be thrown down the Tarpeian rock with rigorous hands. He hath resisted law, and therefore law shall scorn him further trial than the severity of the public power which he so sets at naught. First citizen, he shall well know. The noble tribunes are the people's mouths, and we their hands. All plebeians, he shall, sure on't. Menenius, sir. Sicinius, peace. Menenius, do not cry havoc where you should but hunt with modest warrant. Sicinius, sir, how comes that you have hope to make this rescue? Menenius, hear me speak. As I do know the consul's worthiness, so can I name his faults. Sicinius, consul? What consul? Menenius, the consul Coriolanus. Brutus, he consul? All plebeians. No, 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 no. Menenius. If, by the tribune's leave, and yours, good people, I may be heard, I would crave a word or two, the which shall turn you to no further harm than so much loss of time. Sicinius. Speak briefly then, for we are peremptory to dispatch this viperous traitor. To eject him hence were but one danger, and to keep him here are certain death, therefore it is decreed he dies tonight. Menenius. Now the good gods forbid that our renowned Rome, whose gratitude towards her deserved children is enrolled in Jove's own book, like an unnatural dam should now eat up her own. Sicinius. He's a disease that must be cut away. Menenius. Oh, he's a limb that has but a disease, mortal to cut it off, to cure it easy. What has he done to Rome that's worthy death? Killing our enemies, the blood he hath lost, which I dare vouch is more than that he hath by many an ounce. He dropped it for his country, and what is left, to lose it by his country were to us all, that dute and suffer it a brand to tell the world. Sicinius. This is clean cam. Brutus. Merely awry when he did love his country, it honored him. Menenius. The service of the foot, being once gangrened, is not then respected for what before it was. Brutus. We'll hear no more. Pursue him to his house and pluck him thence, lest his infection, being of catching nature, spread further. Menenius. One word more, one word. This tiger-footed rage, when it shall find the harm of unscanned swiftness, will too late tie leaden pounds to's heels, proceed by process, lest parties, as he is beloved, break out and sack great Rome with Romans. Brutus. If it were so. Sicinius. What do ye talk? Have we not had a taste of his obedience? Our aediles smote, ourselves resisted? Come. Menenius. Consider this. He has been bred wars since he could draw a sword, and is ill-schooled in bolted language. Meal and bran together he throws without distinction, give me leave. I'll go to him and undertake to bring him where he shall answer by a lawful form, in peace, to his utmost peril. First Senator. Noble tribunes, it is the humane way. The other course will prove too bloody, and the end of it unknown to the beginning. Sicinius. Noble Menenius. Be you then as the people's officer. Masters, lay down your weapons. Brutus. Go not home. Sicinius. Meet on the marketplace, we'll attend you there, where if you bring not Marcius, we'll proceed in our first way. Menenius. I'll bring him to you. To senators. Let me desire your company, he must come, or what is worst will follow. First Senator. Pray you, let's to him. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. A room in Coriolanus's house. Enter Coriolanus with nobles. Coriolanus. Let them pull all about mine ears, present me death on the wheel or at wild horses' heels, or pile 10 hills on the Tarpeian rock, that the precipitation might down stretch below the beam of sight. Yet will I still be thus to them. First Patrician. You do the nobler. Coriolanus. I muse my mother. Does not approve me further, who was wont to call them woolen vassals, things created to buy and sell with groats, to show bare heads in congregations, to yawn, be still, and wonder when one but of my ordinance stood up to speak of peace or war. Enter Volumnia. I talk of you. Why did you wish me milder? Would you have me false to my nature? Rather say I play the man I am. Volumnia. Oh, sir. I would have had you put your power well on before you had worn it out. Coriolanus. Let go. Volumnia. You might have been enough the man you are with striving less to be so, lesser had been the thwartings of your dispositions, if you had not showed them how ye were disposed ere they lacked power to cross you. Coriolanus. Let them hang. Volumnia. Aye, and burn too. Enter Menenius with the senators. Menenius. Come, you have been too rough, something too rough. You must return and mend it. First Senator. There's no remedy, unless, by not so doing, our good city cleave in the midst and perish. Volumnia. Pray be counseled. I have a heart as little apt as yours, but yet a brain that leads my use of anger to better vantage. Menenius. Well said, noble woman. Before he should thus stoop to the herd, but that the violent fit o to time craves it as physic for the whole state. I would put mine armor on, which I can scarcely bear. Coriolanus. What must I do? Menenius. Return to th tribunes. Coriolanus. Well, what then? What then? Menenius. Repent what you have spoke. Coriolanus. For them? I cannot do it to the gods. Must I then do to them? Volumnia. You are too absolute. Though therein you can never be too noble, but when extremities speak, I have heard you say honor and policy, like unsevered friends, I war do grow together, grant that, and tell me in peace what each of them by other lose that they combine not there. Coriolanus. Tush, tush. Menenius. A good demand. Volumnia. If it be honor in your wars to seem the same you are not, which for your best ends you adopt your policy, how is it less or worse that it shall hold companionship in peace with honor as in war, since that to both it stands in like request? Coriolanus. Why force you this? Volumnia. Because that now it lies you on to speak to the people, not by your own instruction, nor by matter which your heart prompts you, but with such words that are but rooted in your tongue, though but bastards and syllables of no allowance to your bosom's truth. Now, this no more dishonors you at all than to take in a town with gentle words, which else would put you to your fortune and the hazard of much blood. I would dissemble with my nature where my fortunes and my friends at stake required I should do so, and honored I am in this your wife, your son, these senators, the nobles, and you will rather show our general louts how you can frown than spend a fawn upon em for the inheritance of their loves and safeguard of what that want might ruin. Menenius. Noble lady. Come, go with us. Speak fair, you may salve so. Not what is dangerous present, but the loss of what is past. Volumnia. I prithee now, my son, go to them with this bonnet in thy hand, and thus far having stretched it, here be with them. Thy knee bussing the stones, for in such Bucina's action is eloquence, and the eyes of to ignorant more learned than the ears. Waving thy head, which often thus correcting thy stout heart, now humble as the ripest mulberry that will not hold the handlinged, or say to them thou art their soldier and, being bred in broils, hast not the soft way, which thou dost confess were fit for thee to use, as they too claim in asking their good loves. But thou wilt frame thyself, forsooth, hereafter theirs, so far as thou hast power and person. Menenius. This but done, even as she speaks, why, their hearts were yours. For they have pardons, being asked, as free as words to little purpose. Volumnia. Prithee now, go and be ruled. Although I know thou hadst rather follow thine enemy in a fiery gulf than flatter him in a bower. Enter Cominius. Here is Cominius. Cominius. I have been I marketplace, and sir, 'tis fit. You make strong party, or defend yourself by calmness, or by absence, all's in anger. Menenius. Only fair speech. Cominius. I think 'twill serve if he can thereto frame his spirit. Volumnia. He must, and will dot. Prithee, now, say you will, and go about it. Coriolanus. Must I go show them my unbarbed sconce? Must I with my base tongue give to my noble heart a lie that it must bear? Well, I will do't. Yet, were there but this single plot to lose, this mould of Marcius, they to dust should grind it and throw it against the wind, O marketplace. You have put me now to such a part which never I shall discharge to the life. Cominius. Come, come, will prompt you. Volumnia. I prithee now, sweet son, as thou hast said my praises made thee first a soldier. So, to have my praise for this, perform a part thou hast not done before. Coriolanus. Well, I must do't. Away, my disposition, and possess me some harlot's spirit. My throat of war be turned, which quired with my drum, into a pipe small as an eunuch or the virgin voice that babies lulls asleep. The smiles of knaves tint in my cheeks, and schoolboys' tears take up the glasses of my sight. A beggar's tongue make motion through my lips, and my armed knees, who bowed but in my stirrup, bend like his that hath received an alms. I will not do't, lest I surcease to honor mine own truth and, by my body's action, teach my mind a most inherent baseness. Volumnia. At thy choice, then. To beg of thee, It is my more dishonor than thou of them. Come all to ruin. Let thy mother rather feel thy pride than fear thy dangerous stoutness. For I mock at death with as big heart as thou do as thou list. Thy valiantness was mine. Thou suck'dst it from me, but owe thy pride thyself. Coriolanus. Pray, be content. Mother, I am going to the marketplace. Chide me no more, and I'll mountebank their loves, cog their hearts from them, and come home beloved of all the trades in Rome. Look, I am going. Commend me to my wife, I'll return consul, or never trust to what my tongue can do I way of flattery further. Volumnia, do your will. Exit Volumnia. Cominius. Away. The tribunes do attend you, arm yourself to answer mildly, for they are prepared with accusations, as I hear, more strong than are upon you yet. Coriolanus. The word is mildly. Pray you, let us go. Let them accuse me by invention, I will answer in mine honor. Menenius. Aye, but mildly. Coriolanus. Well, mildly be it, then mildly. Exeunt. Scene 3. Rome, the Forum. Enter Sicinius and Brutus. Brutus. In this point charge him home, that he affects tyrannical power. If he evade us there, enforce him with his envy to the people, and that the spoil got on the Antiates was ne'er distributed. Enter an aedile. What, will he come? Aedile. He's coming. Brutus. How accompanied? Aedile. With old Menenius, and those senators that always favored him. Sicinius. Have you a catalogue of all the voices that we have procured, set down by Tagepole? Aedile. I have, 'tis ready. Sicinius. Have you collected them by tribes? Aedile. I have. Sicinius. Assemble presently the people hither, and when they hear me say, it shall be so, I'd write in strength ode to commons, be it either for death, for fine, or banishment. Then let them, if I say fine, cry fine, if death, cry death, insisting on the old prerogative and power I to truth ode to cause. Aedile. I shall inform them. Brutus. And when such time they have begun to cry, let them not cease, but with a din confused enforce the present execution of what we chance to sentence. Aedile. Very well. Sicinius. Make them be strong and ready for this hint, when we shall hap to give them. Brutus. Go about it. Exit Aedile. Put him to collar straight, he hath been used ever to conquer, and to have his worth of contradiction, being once chafed, he cannot be reined again to temperance. Then he speaks what's in his heart, and that is there which looks with us to break his neck. Enter Coriolanus, Menenius, and Cominius with other senators. Sicinius. Well, here he comes. Menenius. Calmly, I do beseech you. Coriolanus. I, as an ostler, that for the poorest peace will bear the knave by volume. To honored gods keep Rome in safety, and the chairs of justice supplied with worthy men. Plant love amongst. Throng our large temples with the shows of peace, and not our streets with war. First Senator. Amen, amen. Menenius. A noble wish. Enter the aedile with the plebeians. Sicinius. Draw near, ye people. Aedile. List to your tribune's audience. Peace, I say. Coriolanus. First, hear me speak. Both tribunes. Well, say dot. Peace, ho. Coriolanus. Shall I be charged no further than this present? Must all determine here? Sicinius. I do demand. If you submit you to the people's voices, allow their officers, and are content to suffer lawful censure for such faults as shall be proved upon you. Coriolanus. I am content. Menenius. Lo, citizens, he says he is content. The warlike service he has done. Consider, think upon the wounds his body bears, which show like graves I holy churchyard. Coriolanus. Scratches with briars. Scars to move laughter only. Menenius. Consider further, that when he speaks not like a citizen, you find him like a soldier, not take his rougher accents for malicious sounds, but, as I say, such as become a soldier rather than envy you. Cominius. Well, no more. Coriolanus. What is the matter? That, being passed for consul with full voice, I am so dishonored that the very hour you take it off again? Sicinius. Answer to us. Coriolanus. Say then, 'tis true, I ought so. Sicinius, we charge you that you have contrived to take from Rome all seasoned office, and to wind yourself into a power tyrannical, for which you are a traitor to the people. Coriolanus. How? Traitor? Menenius. Nay, temperately. Your promise. Coriolanus. The fire's eye lowest hell fold in the people. Call me their traitor? Thou injurious tribune! Within thine eyes sat 20,000 deaths, in thy hands clutched as many millions, in thy lying tongue both numbers. I would say thou least unto thee with a voice as free as I do pray the gods. Sicinius. Mark you this, people? All plebeians. To take rock with him. Sicinius. Peace. We need not put new matter to his charge. What you have seen him do and heard him speak, beating your officers, cursing yourselves, opposing laws with strokes, and here defying those whose great power must try him. Even this, so criminal and in such capital kind, deserves the extremest death. Brutus. But since he hath served well for Rome. Coriolanus. What do you prate of service? Brutus. I talk of that know it. Coriolanus. You? Menenius. Is this the promise that you made your mother? Cominius. No, I pray you. Coriolanus. I'll know no further. Let them pronounce the steep Tarpeian death, vagabond exile, flaying, pent to linger but with a grain a day. I would not buy their mercy at the price of one fair word, nor check my courage for what they can give, to haft with saying good morrow. Sicinius. For that he has, as much as in him lies, from time to time envied against the people, seeking means to pluck away their power, as now at last given hostile strokes, and that not in the presence of dreaded justice, but on the ministers that do distribute it, in the name owed to people and in the power of us the tribunes, we, even from this instant, banish him our city in peril of precipitation. From off the rock Tarpeian, never more to enter our Rome gates, a people's name. I say it shall be so. All plebeians. It shall be so, it shall be so. Let him away. He's banished, and it shall be so. Cominius. Hear me, my masters and my common friends. Sicinius. He's sentenced, and no more hearing. Cominius. Let me speak. I have been consul and can show for Rome her enemies' marks upon me. I do love my country's good with a respect more tender, more holy and profound, than mine own life. My dear wife's estimate, her womb's increase and treasure of my loins, than if I would speak that. Sicinius. We know your drift. Speak what? Brutus. There's no more to be said, but he is banished as enemy to the people and his country. It shall be so. All plebeians. It shall be so, it shall be so. Coriolanus. You common cry of curs, whose breath I hate as reek o' rotten fins, whose loves I prize as the dead carcasses of unburied men that do corrupt my air. I banish you, and here remain with your uncertainty. Let every feeble rumor shake your hearts. Your enemies, with nodding of their plumes, fan you into despair. Have the power still to banish your defenders, till at length your ignorance, which finds not till it feels, making but reservation of yourselves, still your own foes, deliver you, as most abetted captives to some nation that won you without blows. Despising for you the city, thus I turn my back. There is a world elsewhere. Exeunt Coriolanus, Cominius, with other senators. Edile. The people's enemy is gone, is gone. All plebeians. Our enemy is banished. He is gone, who? They all shout and throw up their caps. Sicinius. Go see him out at gates and follow him, as he hath followed you, with all despite. Give him deserved vexation, let a guard attend us through the city. All plebeians. Come, let's see him out at gates. Come, the gods preserve our noble tribunes. Come. Exeunt. Act 4. Scene I. Rome, before a gate of the city. Enter Coriolanus, Volumnia, Virgilia, Menenius, Cominius with the young nobility of Rome. Coriolanus. Come, leave your tears to a brief farewell. The beast with many heads buts me away. Nay, mother, where is your ancient courage? You were used to say extremities was the trier of spirits, that common chances common men could bear, that when the sea was calm, all boats alike showed mastership in floating, fortune's blows. When most struck home, being gentle wounded craves a noble cunning, you were used to load me with precepts that would make invincible the heart that conned them. Virgilia, O heavens! O heavens! Coriolanus. Nay, I prithee, woman. Volumnia. Now the red pestilence strike all trades in Rome, and occupations perish. Coriolanus. What? I shall be loved when I am lacked. Nay, mother. Resume that spirit when you were wont to say if you had been the wife of Hercules, 6 of his labors you'd have done and saved your husband so much sweat. Cominius, droop not, adieu. Farewell, my wife, my mother. I'll do well yet. Thou old and true Menenius, thy tears are salter than a younger man's and venomous to thine eyes. My sometime general, I have seen thee stern, and thou hast oft beheld heart-hardening spectacles. Tell these sad women, 'tis fond to wail inevitable strokes as 'tis to laugh at. My mother, you what well my hazards still have been your solace, and believed not lightly, though I go alone, like to a lonely dragon that his fawn makes feared and talked of more than seen. Your son will or exceed the common, or be caught with cautelous baits and practice. Volumnia, my first son, whither wilt thou go? Take good Cominius with thee awhile, determine on some course more than a wild exposture to each chance that starts way before thee. Virgilia, O the gods! Cominius, I'll follow thee a month, devise with thee where thou shalt rest, that thou mayst hear of us and we of thee. So if the time thrust forth a cause for thy repeal, we shall not send o'er the vast world to seek a single man and lose advantage, which doth ever cool-eyed absence of the needer. Coriolanus, fare ye well. Thou hast years upon thee, and thou art too full of the war's surfeits to go rove with one that's yet unbruised. Bring me but out at gate. Come, my sweet wife, my dearest mother, and my friends of noble touch, when I am forth, bid me farewell, and smile, I pray you. Come. While I remain above the ground, you shall hear from me still, and never of me aught but what is like me formerly. Menenius, that's worthily. As any ear can hear come, let's not weep. If I could shake off but 17 years from these old arms and legs, by the good gods, I'd with thee every foot. Coriolanus, give me thy hand. Come. Exeunt. Scene 2. Rome. A street near the gate. Enter 2 tribunes, Sicinius, Brutus with the aedile. Sicinius, bid them all home that he's gone, and will no further. The nobility are vexed, whom we see have sided in his behalf. Brutus, now we have shown our power. Let us seem humbler after it is done than when it was a-doing. Sicinius, bid them home. Say their great enemy is gone, and they stand in their ancient strength. Brutus, dismiss them home. Exit aedile. Here comes his mother. Enter Volumnia, Virgilia, and Menenius. Sicinius, let's not meet her. Brutus, why? Sicinius, they say she's mad. Brutus, they have ta'en note of us, keep on your way. Volumnia, oh, you're well met, the hoarded plague, O gods requite your love. Menenius, peace, be not so loud. Volumnia, if that I could for weeping, you should hear, nay, and you shall hear some. To Sicinius, will you be gone? Virgilia, to Brutus, you shall stay too. I would I had the power to say so to my husband. Sicinius, are you mankind? Volumnia, I, fool, is that a shame? No, but this fool, was not a man my father? Hadst thou foxship to banish him that struck more blows for Rome than thou hast spoken words? Sicinius, O blessed heavens! Volumnia, more noble blows than ever thou wise words, and for Rome's good I'll tell thee what, yet go. Nay, but thou shalt stay too. I would my son were in Arabia and thy tribe before him, his good sword in his hand. Sicinius, what then? Virgilia, what then? He'd make an end of thy posterity. Volumnia, bastards and all. Good man, the wounds that he does bear for Rome. Menenius, come, peace. Sicinius, I would he had continued to his country as he began, and not unknit himself the noble knot he made. Brutus, I would he had. Volumnia, I would he had. 'Twas you incensed the rabble. Cats, that can judge as fitly of his worth as I can of those mysteries which heaven will not have earth to know. Brutus, pray, let's go. Volumnia, now pray, sir, get you gone. You have done a brave deed ere you go. Hear this. As far as doth the capital exceed the meanest house in Rome, so far my son, this lady's husband here, this, do you see, whom you have banished, does exceed you all. Brutus, well, we'll leave you. Sicinius, why stay we to be baited? With one that wants her wits? Exeunt tribunes. Volumnia, take my prayers with you. I would the gods had nothing else to do but to confirm my curses. Could I meet but once a day, it would unclog my heart of what lies heavy to't. Menenius, you have told them home, and, by my troth, you have caused that you'll sup with me? Volumnia, anger's my meat, I sup upon myself, and so shall starve with feeding. Come, let's go. Leave this faint puling, and lament as I do. In anger, Juno-like, come. Exeunt. Menenius. Fie. Exit Menenius. Scene 3. A highway between Rome and Antium. Enter a Roman and a valse. Roman. I know you well, sir, and you know me. Your name I think is Adrian. Valse. It is so, sir, truly. I have forgot you. Roman. I am a Roman, and my services are, as you are, against him. Know you me yet? Valse. Nicanor. No? Roman. The same, sir. Valse. You had more beard when I last saw you, but your favor is well approved by your tongue. What's the news in Rome? I have a note from the Volscian state to find you out there. You have well saved me a day's journey. Roman. There hath been in Rome strange insurrections, the people against the senators, patricians, and nobles. Valse. Hath been? Is it ended, then? Our state thinks not so. They are in a most warlike preparation, and hope to come upon them in the heat of their division. Roman. The main blaze of it is past, but a small thing would make it flame again. For the nobles receive so to heart the banishment of that worthy Coriolanus that they are in a ripe aptness to take all power from the people, and to pluck from them their tribunes forever. This lies glowing, I can tell you, and is almost mature for the violent breaking out. Valse. Coriolanus banished? Roman. Banished, sir. Valse. You will be welcome with this intelligence, Nicanor. Roman. The day serves well for them now. I have heard it said the fittest time to corrupt a man's wife is when she's fallen out with her husband. Your noble Tullus Aufidius will appear well in these wars, his great opposer Coriolanus being now in no request of his country. Valse. He cannot choose. I am most fortunate thus accidentally to encounter you. You have ended my business, and I will merrily accompany you home. Roman. I shall between this and supper tell you most strange things from Rome, all tending to the good of their adversaries. Have you an army ready, say you? Valse. A most royal one, the centurions and their charges, distinctly billeted, already into entertainment, and to be on foot at an hour's warning. Roman. I am joyful to hear of their readiness, and am the man, I think, that shall set them in present action. So, sir, heartily well met, and most glad of your company. Valse. You take my part from me. Sir, I have the most cause to be glad of yours. Roman. Well, let us go together. Exeunt. Scene 4. Antium, before Aufidius's house. Enter Coriolanus in mean apparel, disguised and muffled. Coriolanus. A goodly city is this Antium city. 'Tis I that made thy widows, many an heir of these fair edifices. For my wars have I heard groan and drop, then know me not, lest that thy wives with spits and boys with stones in puny battle slay me. Enter a citizen. Save you, sir. Citizen. And you. Coriolanus. Direct me, if it be your will, where great Aufidius lies. Is he in Antium? Citizen. He is, and feasts the nobles of the state at his house this night. Coriolanus. Which is his house, beseech you? Citizen. This here before you. Coriolanus. Thank you, sir, farewell. Exit citizen. O world, thy slippery turns. Friends now fast sworn, whose double bosom seems to wear one heart, whose hours, whose bed, whose meal and exercise are still together, who twin, as 'twere, in love inseparable, shall within this hour, on a dissension of a doit, break out to bitterest enmity. So fellest foes, whose passions and whose plots have broke their sleep to take the one the other, by some chance, some trick not worth an egg, shall grow dear friends and interjoin their issues, though with me. My birthplace hate I, and my loves upon this enemy town I'll enter. If he slay me, he does fair justice. If he give me way, I'll do his country service. Exit. Scene V. Antium. A hall in Aufidius's house. Music plays. Enter a serving man. First serving man. Wine, wine, wine. What service is here? I think our fellows are asleep. Exit. Enter another serving man. Second serving man. Where's Cotus? My master calls for him, Cotus. Exit. Enter Coriolanus. Coriolanus. A goodly house, the feast smells well, but I appear not like a guest. Enter the first serving man. First serving man. What would you have, friend? Whence are you? Here's no place for you, pray go to the door. Exit. Coriolanus. I have deserved no better entertainment in being Coriolanus. Enter second serving man. Second serving man. Whence are you, sir? Has the porter his eyes in his head, that he gives entrance to such companions? Pray, get you out. Coriolanus. Away. Second serving man. Away? Get you away. Coriolanus. Now art troublesome. Second serving man. Are you so brave? I'll have you talked with anon. Enter third serving man. The first, entering, meets him. Third serving man. What fellow's this? First serving man. A strange one as ever I looked on. I cannot get him out o' to house, prithee call my master to him. Third serving man. What have you to do here, fellow? Pray you, avoid the house. Coriolanus. Let me but stand, I will not hurt your hearth. Third serving man. What are you? Coriolanus. A gentleman. Third serving man. A marvellous poor one. Coriolanus. True, so I am. Third serving man. Pray you, poor gentleman, take up some other station, here's no place for you. Pray you, avoid come. Coriolanus. Follow your function, go, and batten on cold bits. Pushes him away from him. Third serving man. What? You will not? Prithee, tell my master what a strange guest he has here. Second serving man. And I shall. Exit. Third serving man. Where dwellst thou? Coriolanus. Under the canopy. Third serving man. Under the canopy? Coriolanus. I. Third serving man. Where's that? Coriolanus. City of kites and crows. Third serving man. City of kites and crows? What an ass it is. Then thou dwellst with daws too? Coriolanus. No, I serve not thy master. Third serving man. How, sir? Do you meddle with my master? Coriolanus. Aye, 'tis an honester service than to meddle with thy mistress. Thou prat'st and prat'st, serve with thy trencher. Hence, beats him away. Exit third serving man. Enter Aufidius with the second serving man. Aufidius. Where is this fellow? Second serving man. Here, sir, I'd have beaten him like a dog, but for disturbing the lords within. Aufidius. Whence comest thou? What wouldst thou? Thy name? Why speak'st not? Speak. Man, what's thy name? Coriolanus. Removing his muffler. If, Tullus, not yet thou know'st me, and seeing me, dost not think me for the man I am, necessity commands me name myself. Aufidius. What is thy name? Coriolanus. A name unmusical to the Volscians' ears and harsh in sound to thine. Aufidius. Say, what's thy name? Thou hast a grim appearance, and thy face bears a command in't, though thy tackle's torn. Thou show'st a noble vessel. What's thy name? Coriolanus. Prepare thy brow to frown. Know'st thou me yet? Aufidius. I know thee not, thy name? Coriolanus. My name is Caius Marcius, who hath done to thee particularly and to all the Volsces great hurt and mischief. Thereto witness may my surname Coriolanus, the painful service, the extreme dangers, and the drops of blood shed for my thankless country are requited, but with that surname, a good memory and witness of the malice and displeasure which thou shouldst bear me, only that name remains. The cruelty and envy of the people, permitted by our dastard nobles, who have all forsook me, hath devoured the rest, and suffered me by to voice of slaves to be hooped out of Rome. Now this extremity hath brought me to thy hearth, not out of hope, mistake me not, to save my life. For if I had feared death, of all the men I the world I would have voided thee, but in mere spite, to be full quit of those my banishers, stand I before thee here, then if thou hast a heart of wreak in thee, that wilt revenge thine own particular wrongs and stop those maims of shame seen through thy country, speed thee straight and make my misery serve thy turn, so use it that my revengeful services may prove as benefits to thee, for I will fight against my cankered country with the spleen of all the under-fiend. But if so be thou darest not this, and that to prove more fortunes thou art tired, then, in a word, I also am longer to live most weary, and present my throat to thee and to thy ancient malice, which not to cut would show thee but a fool, since I have ever followed thee with hate, drawn tons of blood out of thy country's breast, and cannot live but to thy shame, unless it be to do thee service. Aufidius. O Marcius, Marcius, each word thou hast spoke hath weeded from my heart a root of ancient envy. If Jupiter should from yond cloud speak divine things and say, "'Tis true," I'd not believe them more than thee. All noble Marcius, let me twine mine arms about that body, where against my grained ash an 100 times hath broke and scarred the moon with splinter. Here I clip the anvil of my sword, and do contest as hotly and as nobly with thy love, as ever in ambitious strength I did contend against thy valor. Know thou first, I loved the maid I married. Never man sighed truer breath, but that I see thee here, thou noble thing. More dances my rapt heart than when I first my wedded mistress saw bestride my threshold. Why, thou Mars, I tell thee we have a power on foot, and I had purpose once more to hew thy target from thy brawn or lose mine arm for it. Thou hast beat me out 12 several times, and I have nightly since dreamt of encounters twixt thyself and me. We have been down together in my sleep, unbuckling helms, fisting each other's throat, and waked half dead with nothing. Worthy Marcius, had we no other quarrel else to Rome, but that thou art thence banished, we would muster all from 12 to 70 and, pouring war into the bowels of ungrateful Rome, like a bold flood o'erbear. T.O. Come, go in, and take our friendly senators by hands, who now are here, taking their leaves of me, who am prepared against your territories, though not for Rome itself. Coriolanus, you bless me, gods. Aufidius, therefore, most absolute sir, if thou wilt have the leading of thine own revenges, take thee 1/2 of my commission and set down, as best thou art experienced, since thou know'st thy country's strength and weakness, thine own ways, whether to knock against the gates of Rome, or rudely visit them in parts remote to fright them ere destroy. But come in. Let me commend thee first to those that shall say yea to thy desires, 1,000 welcomes, and more a friend than e'er an enemy. Yet, Marcius, that was much your hand, most welcome. Exeunt Coriolanus and Aufidius. 2 of the serving men come forward. First serving man, here's a strange alteration. Second serving man, by my hand, I had thought to have strucken him with a cudgel, and yet my mind gave me his clothes made a false report of him. First serving man, what an arm he has! He turned me about with his finger and his thumb as one would set up a top. Second serving man, nay, I knew by his face that there was something in him. He had, sir, a kind of face, methought, I cannot tell how to term it. First serving man, he had so, looking as it were, would I were hanged, but I thought there was more in him than I could think. Second serving man, so did I. I'll be sworn, he is simply the rarest man I world. First serving man, I think he is but a greater soldier than he you what one. Second serving man, who, my master? First serving man, nay, it's no matter for that. Second serving man, worth 6 on him. First serving man, nay, not so neither, but I take him to be the greater soldier. Second serving man, faith, look you, one cannot tell how to say that, for the defense of a town our general is excellent. First serving man, aye, and for an assault too. Enter the third serving man. Third serving man, O slaves, I can tell you news, you rascals. First and second serving man, what? Let's partake. Third serving man, I would not be a Roman of all nations. I had as lief be a condemned man. First and second serving man. Wherefore? Wherefore? Third serving man. Why, here's he that was wont to thwack our general, Caius Marcius. First serving man. Why do you say, thwack our general? Third serving man. I do not say thwack our general, but he was always good enough for him. Second serving man. Come, we are fellows and friends, he was ever too hard for him. I have heard him say so himself. First serving man. He was too hard for him directly, to say the troth on't, before Coriolis. He scotched him and notched him like a carbonado. Second serving man. And he had been cannibally given, he might have boiled and eaten him too. First serving man. But, more of thy news? Third serving man. Why, he is so made on here within as if he were son and heir to Mars. Set at upper end o' the table. No question asked him by any of the senators, but they stand bald before him. Our general himself makes a mistress of him, sanctifies himself with hand, and turns up the white-oed eye to his discourse, but the bottom of the news is, our general is cut eye in middle and but one half of what he was yesterday, for the other has half. By the entreaty and grant of the whole table he'll go, he says, and sowl the porter of Rome gates by tears. He will mow all down before him, and leave his passage polled. Second serving man. And he's as like to do't as any man I can imagine. Third serving man. Do't? He will do't. For look you, sir, he has as many friends as enemies, which friends, sir, as it were, durst not, look you, sir, show themselves, as we term it, his friends whilst he's in directitude. First serving man. Directitude? What's that? Third serving man. But when they shall see, sir, his crest up again, and the man in blood, they will out of their burrows like Connies after rain, and revel all with him. First serving man. But when goes this forward? Third serving man. Tomorrow, today, presently, you shall have the drum struck up this afternoon. 'Tis as it were parcel of their feast, and to be executed ere they wipe their lips. Second serving man. Why then, we shall have a stirring world again. This piece is nothing but to rust iron, increase tailors, and breed ballad-makers. First serving man. Let me have war. It exceeds peace as far as day does night. Its sprightly walking, audible, and full of vent, peace is a very apoplexy, lethargy. Mulled, deaf, sleepy, insensible. A getter of more bastard children than war's a destroyer of men. Second serving man. 'Tis so, and is war in some sort, may be said to be a ravisher, so it cannot be denied but peace is a great maker of cuckolds. First serving man. Aye, and it makes men hate one another. Third serving man. Reason. Because they then less need one another, the wars for my money. I hope to see Romans as cheap as Volscians. They are rising. They are rising. All. In. Exeunt. Scene 6. Rome. A public place. Enter the two tribunes, Sicinius and Brutus. Sicinius. We hear not of him, neither need we fear him. His remedies are tame. The present peace and quietness of the people, which before were in wild hurry, here do we make his friends blush that the world goes well, who rather had, though they themselves did suffer bite, behold dissentious numbers pestering streets than see our tradesmen singing in their shops and going about their functions friendly. Brutus. We stood to't in good time. Enter Menenius. Is this Menenius? Sicinius. 'Tis he, Dotto. He is grown most kind of late. Hail, sir. Menenius. Hail to you both. Sicinius. Your Coriolanus is not much missed, but with his friends, the commonwealth doth stand, and so would do were he more angry at it. Menenius. All's well, and might have been much better if he could have temporized. Sicinius. Where is he? Hear you? Menenius. Nay, I hear nothing. His mother and his wife hear nothing from him. Enter 3 or 4 citizens. All citizens. The gods preserve you both. Sicinius. Good e'en. Our neighbors. Brutus. Good e'en to you all. Good e'en to you all. First citizen. Ourselves, our wives, and children, on our knees are bound to pray for you both. Sicinius. Live and thrive. Brutus. Farewell, kind neighbors. We wished Coriolanus had loved you as we did. Citizens. Now the gods keep you, both tribunes. Farewell, farewell. Exeunt citizens. Sicinius. This is a happier and more comely time than when these fellows ran about the streets crying confusion. Brutus. Caius Marcius was a worthy officer to war, but insolent, Urcum with pride, ambitious, past all thinking self-loving. Sicinius. And affecting one sole throne, without assistance. Menenius. I think not so. Sicinius. We should by this, to all our lamentation, if he had gone forth consul, found it so. Brutus. The gods have well prevented it, and Rome sits safe and still without him. Enter an aedile. Aedile. Worthy tribunes. There is a slave, whom we have put in prison, reports the valses with two several powers are entered in the Roman territories, and with the deepest malice of the war destroy what lies before M. Menenius. 'Tis Aufidius, who, hearing of our Marcius' banishment, thrusts forth his horns again into the world, which were enshelled when Marcius stood for Rome, and durst not once peep out. Sicinius. Come, what talk you of Marcius? Brutus. Go see this rumor whip that it cannot be the valses dare break with us. Menenius. Cannot be? We have record that very well it can, and 3 examples of the like hath been within my age, but reason with the fellow before you punish him, where he heard this, lest you shall chance to whip your information and beat the messenger who bids beware of what is to be dreaded. Sicinius. Tell not me. I know this cannot be. Brutus. Not possible. Enter a messenger. Messenger. The nobles in great earnestness are going all to the Senate house. Some news is coming that turns their countenances. Sicinius. 'Tis this slave. Go whip him for the people's eyes. His raising, nothing but his report. Messenger. Yes, worthy sir. The slave's report is seconded, and more fearful, is delivered. Sicinius. What more fearful? Messenger. It is spoke freely out of many mouths. How probable I do not know, that Marcius, joined with Aufidius, leads a power gainst Rome and vows revenge as spacious as between the youngst and oldest thing. Sicinius. This is most likely. Brutus. Raised only that the weaker sort may wish good Marcius home again. Sicinius. The very trick on T. Menenius. This is unlikely. He and Aufidius can no more atone than violenced contrariety. Enter a second messenger. Second messenger. You are sent for to the Senate. A fearful army, led by Caius Marcius associated with Aufidius, rages upon our territories, and have already o'erborne their way, consumed with fire and took what lay before them. Enter Cominius. Cominius. Oh, you have made good work. Menenius. What news? What news? Cominius. You have holp to ravish your own daughters, and to melt the city leads upon your pates, to see your wives dishonored to your noses. Menenius. What's the news? What's the news? Cominius. Your temples burned in their cement, and your franchises, whereon you stood, confined into an augur's bore. Menenius. Pray now, your news? You have made fair work, I fear me. Pray, your news? If Marcius should be joined with Volscians. Cominius. If he is their god, he leads them like a thing made by some other deity than nature, that shapes man better, and they follow him against us brats with no less confidence than boys pursuing summer butterflies or butchers killing flies. Menenius. You have made good work, you and your apron men, you that stood so much upon the voice of occupation and the breath of garlic eaters. Cominius. He'll shake your Rome about your ears. Menenius. As Hercules did shake down mellow fruit. You have made fair work. Brutus. But is this true, sir? Cominius. Aye, and you'll look pale. Before you find it other, all the regions do smilingly revolt, and who resists are mocked for valiant ignorance and perish constant fools, who is't can blame him, your enemies, and his find something in him. Menenius. We are all undone unless the noble man have mercy. Cominius. Who shall ask it? The tribunes cannot do't for shame. The people deserve such pity of him as the wolf does of the shepherds, for his best friends, if they should say, be good to Rome. They charged him even as those should do that had deserved his hate and therein showed like enemies. Menenius. 'Tis true. If he were putting to my house the brand that should consume it, I have not the face to say, beseech you, cease. You have made fair hands, you and your crafts. You have crafted fair. Cominius. You have brought a trembling upon Rome such as was never incapable of help. Tribunes. Say not we brought it. Menenius. How? Was it we? We loved him, but like beasts and cowardly nobles, gave way unto your clusters, who did hoot him out o' the city. Cominius. But I fear they'll roar him in again. Tullus Aufidius, the second name of men, obeys his points as if he were his officer. Desperation is all the policy, strength, and defense that Rome can make against them. Enter a troop of citizens. Menenius. Here comes the clusters, da. And is Aufidius with him? You are they that made the air unwholesome when you cast your stinking, greasy caps and hooting at Coriolanus' exile. Now he's coming, and not a hair upon a soldier's head which will not prove a whipped, many coxcombs, as you threw caps up will he tumble down and pay you for your voices. 'Tis no matter. If he could burn us all into one coal, we have deserved it. All citizens. Faith, we hear fearful news. First citizen. For mine own part, when I said banish him, I said 'twas pity. Second citizen. And so did I. Third citizen. And so did I. And, to say the truth, so did very many of us. That we did for the best. And though we willingly consented to his banishment, yet it was against our will. Cominius. You are goodly things, you voices. Menenius. You have made good work, you and your cry. Shall's to the Capitol? Cominius. Oh, aye, what else? Exeunt Cominius and Menenius. Sicinius. Go, masters, get you home, be ye not dismayed. These are a side that would be glad to have this true which they so seem to feared. Go home, and show no sign of fear. First citizen. The gods be good to us. Come, masters, let's home. I ever said we were I to wrong when we banished him. Second citizen. So did we all, but come, let's home. Exeunt citizens. Brutus. I do not like this news. Sicinius. Nor I. Brutus. Let's to the Capitol. Would half my wealth would buy this for a lie. Sicinius. Pray let's go. Exeunt. Scene 7. A camp at a short distance from Rome. Enter Aufidius with his lieutenant. Aufidius. Do they still fly to th Roman? Lieutenant. I do not know what witchcraft's in him, but your soldiers use him as the grace for meat, their talk at table, and their thanks at end. And you are dark-net in this action, sir, even by your own. Aufidius. I cannot help it now, unless by using means I lame the foot of our design. He bears himself more proudlier, even to my person, than I thought he would when first I did embrace him, yet his nature in that's no changeling, and I must excuse what cannot be amended. Lieutenant. Yet I wish, sir, I mean for your particular, you had not joined in commission with him, but either had borne the action of yourself, or else to him had left it solely. Aufidius. I understand thee well, and be thou sure, when he shall come to his account, he knows not what I can urge against him, although it seems, and so he thinks and is no less apparent to the vulgar eye, that he bears all things fairly, and shows good husbandry for the Volscian state, fights dragon-like, and does achieve as soon as draw his sword. Yet he hath left undone that which shall break his neck or hazard mine wiener. We come to our account. Lieutenant. Sir, I beseech you, think you he'll carry Rome? Aufidius. All places yield to him ere he sits down, and the nobility of Rome are his. The senators and patricians love him too. The tribunes are no soldiers, and their people will be as rash in the repeal as hasty to expel him thence. I think he'll be to Rome as is the osprey to the fish, who takes it by sovereignty of nature first. He was a noble servant to them, but he could not carry his honors even whether 'twas pride, which out of daily fortune ever taints the happy man, whether defect of judgment, to fail in the disposing of those chances, which he was lord of, or whether nature, not to be other than one thing, not moving from de cask to de cushion, but commanding peace even with the same austerity and garb as he controlled the war. But one of these, as he hath spices of them all, not all, for I dare so far free him, made him feared, so hated and so banished, but he has a merit to choke it in the utterance, so our virtues lie in interpretation of the time and power, unto itself most commendable, hath not a tomb so evident. As a charity extol what it hath done. One fire drives out one fire, one nail, rights by rights falter, strengths by strengths do fail. Come, let's away when Caius, Rome is thine. Thou art poorest of all, then shortly art thou mine. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Rome. A public place. Enter Menenius, Cominius, Sicinius, Brutus, the two tribunes, with others. Menenius. No, I'll not go. You hear what he hath said, which was sometime his general, who loved him in a most dear particular. He called me father, but what o' that? Go you that banished him. A mile before his tent, fall down, and knee the way into his mercy. Nay, if he coyed to hear Cominius speak, I'll keep at home. Cominius. He would not seem to know me. Menenius. Do you hear? Cominius. Yet one time he did call me by my name. I urged our old acquaintance, and the drops that we have bled together, Coriolanus, he would not answer to, forbade all names. He was a kind of nothing, titleless, till he had forged himself a name. I fire of burning Rome. Menenius. Why so? You have made good work. A pair of tribunes that have racked Rome to make coals cheap. A noble memory. Cominius. I minded him how royal 'twas to pardon when it was less expected. He replied it was a bare petition of a state to one whom they had punished. Menenius. Very well. Could he say less? Cominius. I offered to awaken his regard for his private friends. His answer to me was he could not stay to pick them in a pile of noisome musty chaff. He said, 'twas folly for one poor grain or two to leave unburnt, and still to nose the offense. Menenius. For one poor grain or two. I am one of those. His mother, wife, his child, and this brave fellow too. We are the grains. You are the musty chaff, and you are smelt above the moon. We must be burnt for you. Sicinius. Nay, pray, be patient. If you refuse your aid in this so never needed help, yet do not upbraids with our distress, but sure, if you would be your country's pleader, your good tongue, more than the instant army we can make, might stop our countrymen. Menenius. No, I'll not meddle. Sicinius. Pray you, go to him. Menenius. What should I do? Brutus. Only make trial what your love can do for Rome, towards Marcius. Menenius. Well, and say that Marcius. Return me, as Cominius is returned, unheard. What then? But as a discontented friend, grief-shot with his unkindness? Say be so? Sicinius. Yet your good will must have that thanks from Rome after the measure as you intended well. Menenius. I'll undertake't. I think he'll hear me, yet to bite his lip and hum at good Cominius much unhearts me. He was not taken well. He had not dined. The veins unfilled, our blood is cold, and then we pout upon the morning, are unapt to give or to forgive. But when we have stuffed these pipes and these conveyances of our blood with wine and feeding, we have suppler souls than in our priest-like fasts. Therefore I'll watch him till he be dieted to my request, and then I'll set upon him. Brutus. You know the very road into his kindness and cannot lose your way. Menenius. Good faith. I'll prove him. Speed how it will, I shall ere long have knowledge of my success. Exit. Cominius. He'll never hear him. Sicinius. Not? Cominius. I tell you, he does sit in gold, his eye red as 'twould burn Rome, and his injury the jailer to his pity. I kneeled before him. 'Twas very faintly he said, rise. Dismissed me thus with his speechless hand. What he would do he sent in writing after me. What he would not, bound with an oath to yield to his conditions, that all hope is vain unless his noble mother and his wife, who, as I hear, mean to solicit him for mercy to his country, therefore let's hence, and with our fair entreaties haste them on. Exeunt. Scene II.An advanced post of the Volscian camp before Rome. Enter Menenius to the watch, or guard. First watch. Stay. Whence are you? Second watch. Stand, and go back. Menenius. You guard like men. 'Tis well, but by your leave, I am an officer of state, and come to speak with Coriolanus. First watch. From whence? Menenius. From Rome. First watch. You may not pass. You must return, our general will no more hear from thence. Second watch. You'll see your Rome embraced with fire before you'll speak with Coriolanus. Menenius. Good my friends, if you have heard your general talk of Rome and of his friends there, it is lots to blanks my name hath touched your ears, it is Menenius. First watch. Be it so. Go back, the virtue of your name is not here passable. Menenius. I tell thee, fellow, thy general is my lover, I have been the book of his good acts, whence men have read his fame unparalleled happily amplified. For I have ever verified my friends, of whom he's chief, with all the sighs that verity would without lapsing suffer, nay, sometimes, like to a bowl upon a subtle ground, I have tumbled past the throw, and in his praise have almost stamped the leasing, therefore, fellow, I must have leave to pass. First watch. Faith, sir, if you had told as many lies in his behalf as you have uttered words in your own, you should not pass here. No, though it were as virtuous to lie as to live chastely, therefore, go back. Menenius. Prithee, fellow, remember my name is Menenius, always factionary on the party of your general. Second watch. Howsoever you have been his liar, as you say you have, I am one that, telling true under him, must say you cannot pass, therefore go back. Menenius. Has he dined? Canst thou tell? For I would not speak with him till after dinner. First watch. You are a Roman, are you? Menenius. I am, as thy general is. First watch. Then you should hate Rome as he does, can you, when you have pushed out your gates the very defender of them, and, in a violent popular ignorance given your enemy your shield, think to front his revenges with the easy groans of old women, the virginal palms of your daughters, or with the palsied intercession of such a decayed dotante as you seem to be? Can you think to blow out the intended fire your city is ready to flame in with such weak breath as this? No, you are deceived, therefore back to Rome and prepare for your execution. You are condemned. Our general has sworn you out of reprieve and pardon. Menenius. Sirrah, if thy captain knew I were here, he would use me with estimation. Second watch. Come, my captain knows you not. Menenius. I mean thy general. First watch. My general cares not for you back, I say. Go, lest I let forth your half-pint of blood back. That's the utmost of your having back. Menenius. Nay, but fellow, enter Coriolanus with. Aufidius. Coriolanus. What's the matter? Menenius. Now, you companion, I'll say an errand for you. You shall know now that I am in estimation. You shall perceive that a jack-guardant cannot office me from my son Coriolanus, guess, but by my entertainment with him, if thou standst not id state of hanging, or of some death more long in spectatorship and crueler in suffering. Behold now presently, and swoon for what's to come upon thee. To Coriolanus. The glorious gods sit in hourly synod about thy particular prosperity, and love thee no worse than thy old father Menenius does. O my son, thou art preparing fire for us. Look thee, here's water to quench it. I was hardly moved to come to thee, but being assured none but myself could move thee, I have been blown out of your gates with sighs, and conjure thee to pardon Rome and thy petitionary countrymen. The good gods assuage thy wrath and turn the dregs of it upon this varlet here, this, who, like a block, hath denied my access to thee. Coriolanus. Away. Menenius. How? Away? Coriolanus. Wife, mother, child. I know not why affairs are servant to others, though I owe my revenge properly. My remission lies in Volscian breasts, that we have been familiar. Ingrate forgetfulness shall poison rather than pity. Note how much, therefore, be gone. Mine ears against your suits are stronger than your gates against my force, yet, for I loved thee, take this along. I writ it for thy sake. He gives Menenius a paper, and would have sent it, another word, Menenius, I will not hear thee speak. This man, Aufidius, was my beloved in Rome. Yet thou beholdst. Aufidius. You keep a constant temper. They exit. The guard and Menenius remain. First watch. Now, sir, is your name Menenius? Second watch. 'Tis a spell, you see, of much power. You know the way home again. First watch. Do you hear how we are shent for keeping your greatness back? Second watch. What cause do you think I have to swoon? Menenius, I neither care for the world nor your general for such things as you. I can scarce think there's any. You're so slight. He that hath a will to die by himself fears it not from another. Let your general do his worst. For you, be that you are long, and your misery increase with your age. I say to you, as I was said to, away. Exit. First watch. A noble fellow, I warrant him. Second watch. The worthy fellow is our general. He is the rock, the oak not to be wind-shaken. Exeunt. Scene 3, the tent of Coriolanus. Enter Coriolanus and Aufidius. Coriolanus. We will before the walls of Rome tomorrow set down our host. Why, partner in this action, you must report to the Volscian lords how plainly I have borne this business. Aufidius. Only their ends. You have respected, stopped your ears against the general suit of Rome. Never admitted. A private whisper, no, not with such friends that thought them sure of you. Coriolanus. This last old man, whom with cracked heart I have sent to Rome, loved me above the measure of a father. Nay, God me indeed their latest refuge was to send him, for whose old love I have, though I showed sourly to him, once more offered the first conditions, which they did refuse and cannot now accept, to grace him only that thought he could do more. A very little I have yielded to fresh embassies and suits, nor from the state nor private friends. Hereafter will I lend ear to. Shout within. Huh? What shout is this? Shall I be tempted to infringe my vow in the same time 'tis made? I will not. Enter Virgilia, Volumnia, Valeria, young Marcius with attendants. My wife comes foremost, then the honored mold wherein this trunk was framed, and in her hand the grandchild to her blood, but out, affection, all bond and privilege of nature, break. Let it be virtuous to be obstinate. What is that curtsy worth? Or those doves' eyes, which can make gods forsworn? I melt and am not of stronger earth than others, my mother bows, as if Olympus to a molehill should in supplication nod. And my young boy hath an aspect of intercession which great nature cries, deny not. Let the valses plough Rome and harrow Italy. I'll never be such a gosling to obey instinct, but stand as if a man were author of himself, and knew no other kin. Virgilia, my lord and husband. Coriolanus. These eyes are not the same I wore in Rome. Virgilia. The sorrow that delivers us thus changed makes you think so. Coriolanus. Like a dull actor now. I have forgot my part, and I am out, even to a full disgrace, best of my flesh. Forgive my tyranny, but do not say for that, forgive our Romans. They kiss. Oh, a kiss. Long is my exile, sweet is my revenge. Now, by the jealous Queen of Heaven, that kiss I carried from thee, dear, and my true lip hath virgined it ere since, you gods. I prate, and the most noble mother of the world leave unsaluted, sink, my knee, I earth, kneels. Of thy deep duty more impression, show than that of common sons. Volumnia. Oh, stand up blessed. He rises. Whilst with no softer cushion than the flint I kneel before thee and unproperly show duty, as mistaken all this while between the child and parent. She kneels. Coriolanus. What is this? Your knees to me? To your corrected son? He raises her up. Then let the pebbles on the hungry beach fill up the stars. Then let the mutinous winds strike the proud cedars gainst the fiery sun, murdering impossibility to make what cannot be slight work. Volumnia, thou art my warrior. I hope to frame thee, Dio. You know this lady? Coriolanus, the noble sister of Publicola, the moon of Rome, chaste as the icicle that's curdied by the frost from purest snow and hangs on Diana's temple. Dear Valeria. Volumnia, this is a poor epitome of yours, which by the interpretation of full time may show like all yourself. Coriolanus, the god of soldiers, with the consent of supreme Jove, inform thy thoughts with nobleness, that thou mayst prove to shame unvulnerable, and stick eye wars like a great sea mark, standing every flaw and saving those that eye thee. Volumnia, to young Marcius, your knee, Sira. He kneels. Coriolanus, that's my brave boy. Volumnia, even he, your wife, this lady, and myself are suitors to you. Young Marcius rises. Coriolanus. I beseech you, peace. Or, if you'd ask, remember this before. The thing I have forsworn to grant may never be held by you denials. Do not bid me dismiss my soldiers or capitulate again with Rome's mechanics. Tell me not wherein I seem unnatural. Desire not to allay my rages and revenges with your colder reasons. Volumnia. Oh, no more, no more. You have said you will not grant us anything. For we have nothing else to ask but that which you deny already, yet we will ask, that if you fail in our request, the blame may hang upon your hardness, therefore hear us. Coriolanus. Aufidius, and you Valses, mark, for we'll hear not from Rome in private your request. Volumnia. Should we be silent and not speak? Our raiment and state of bodies would bewray what life we have led since thy exile. Think with thyself how more unfortunate than all living women are we come hither. Since that thy sight, which should make our eyes flow with joy, hearts dance with comforts, constrains them weep and shake with fear and sorrow, making the mother, wife, and child to see the son, the husband, and the father tearing his country's bowels out, and to pour we thine enmities most. Capital thou barst us our prayers to the gods, which is a comfort that all but we enjoy, for how can we, alas, how can we, for our country pray, whereto we are bound, together with thy victory, whereto we are bound. Alack, or we must lose the country, our dear nurse, or else thy person, our comfort in the country. We must find an evident calamity, though we had our wish which side should win, for either thou must as a foreign recreant be led with manacles through our streets, or else triumphantly tread on thy country's ruin and bear the palm for having bravely shed thy wife and children's blood. For myself, son, I purpose not to wait on fortune till these wars determine. If I cannot persuade thee rather to show a noble grace to both parts than seek the end of one, thou shalt no sooner march to assault thy country than to tread, trust to't, thou shalt not, on thy mother's womb that brought thee to this world. Virgilia, I and mine, that brought you forth this boy to keep your name living to time. Young Marcius, he shall not tread on me. I'll run away till I am bigger, but then I'll fight. Coriolanus. Not of a woman's tenderness to be requires nor child nor woman's face to seep. I have sat too long. He rises. Volumnia. Nay, go not from us thus. If it were so, that our request did tend to save the Romans, thereby to destroy the Valses whom you serve, you might condemn us as poisonous of your honor, and our suit is that you reconcile them. While the Valses may say, this mercy we have showed, the Romans this we received, and each in either side give thee all hail to thee and cry, be blessed for making up this peace. Thou know'st, great son, the end of war is uncertain, but this certain, that, if thou conquer Rome, the benefit which thou shalt thereby reap is such a name whose repetition will be dogged with curses, whose chronicle thus writ, the man was noble, but with his last attempt he wiped it out, destroyed his country, and his name remains to the ensuing age abhorred. Speak to me, son. Thou hast affected the fine strains of honor to imitate the graces of the gods, to tear with thunder the wide cheeks o' the air, and yet to charge thy sulphur with a bolt that should but rive an oak. Why dost not speak? Think'st thou it honorable for a noble man still to remember wrongs? Daughter, speak you. He cares not for your weeping. Speak thou, boy. Perhaps thy childishness will move him more than can our reasons. There's no man in the world more bound to's mother. Yet here he lets me prate like one-eyed stocks. Thou hast never in thy life showed thy dear mother any courtesy when she, poor hen, fond of no second brood, has clucked thee to the wars and safely home, loaden with honor. Say my requests unjust and spurn me back. But if it be not so, thou art not honest, and the gods will plague thee that thou restrainst from me the duty, which to a mother's part belongs. He turns away. Down, ladies. Let us shame him with our knees. To his surname Coriolanus longs more pride than pity to our prayers. Down. An end. They kneel. This is the last, so we will home to Rome and die among our neighbors. Nay, beholds. This boy that cannot tell what he would have, but kneels and holds up hands for fellowship, does reason our petition with more strength than thou hast to deni't. Come, let us go. They rise. This fellow had a volscion to his mother, his wife is in Coriolis, and his child like him by chance, yet give us our dispatch. I am hushed until our city be afire, and then I'll speak a little. He holds her by the hand, silent. Coriolanus. O mother, mother, what have you done? Behold, the heavens do ope, the gods look down, and this unnatural scene they laugh at. O my mother, mother, oh, you have won a happy victory to Rome, but, for your son, believe it, oh, believe it. Most dangerously you have with him prevailed, if not most mortal to him, but let it come. Aufidius, though I cannot make true wars, I'll frame convenient peace now. Good Aufidius, were you in my stead, would you have heard a mother less, or granted less? Aufidius? Aufidius. I was moved withal. Coriolanus. I dare be sworn you were. And, sir, it is no little thing to make mine eyes to sweat compassion, but, good sir, what peace you'll make, advise me for my part. I'll not to Rome. I'll back with you, and pray you, stand to me in this cause. O mother, wife. He speaks with them aside. Aufidius. Aside. I am glad thou hast set thy mercy and thy honor at difference in thee. Out of that I'll work myself a former fortune. Coriolanus. To the women. Aye, by and by. But we'll drink together, and you shall bear a better witness back than words, which we, on like conditions, will have countersealed. Come, enter with us, ladies. You deserve to have a temple built you. All the swords in Italy, and her confederate arms, could not have made this peace. Exeunt. Scene 4. Rome. A public place. Enter Menenius and Sicinius. Menenius. See you yon coin, O the Capitol, yon cornerstone? Sicinius. Why, what of that? Menenius. If it be possible for you to displace it with your little finger, there is some hope the ladies of Rome, especially his mother, may prevail with him. But I say there is no hope in't, our throats are sentenced and stay upon execution. Sicinius. Is't possible that so short a time can alter the condition of a man? Menenius. There is differency between a grub and a butterfly, yet your butterfly was a grub. This Marcius is grown from man to dragon. He has wings. He's more than a creeping thing. Sicinius. He loved his mother dearly. Menenius. So did he me. And he no more remembers his mother now than an 8-year-old horse. The tartness of his face sours ripe grapes. When he walks, he moves like an engine, and the ground shrinks before his treading. He is able to pierce a corslet with his eye, talks like a knell, and his hum is a battery. He sits in his state as a thing made for Alexander. What he bids be done is finished with his bidding. He wants nothing of a god but eternity and a heaven to throne in. Sicinius. Yes, mercy, if you report him truly. Menenius. I paint him in the character. Mark what mercy his mother shall bring from him. There is no more mercy in him than there is milk in a male tiger, that shall our poor city find, and all this is long of you. Sicinius. The gods be good unto us. Menenius. No, in such a case the gods will not be good unto us. When we banished him, we respected not them, and he returning to break our necks, they respect not us. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Sir, if you'd save your life, fly to your house. The plebeians have got your fellow tribune and hail him up and down, all swearing if the Roman ladies bring not comfort home, they'll give him death by inches. Enter another messenger. Sicinius. What's the news? Second messenger. Good news, good news. The ladies have prevailed. The Volscians are dislodged and Marcius gone. A merrier day did never yet greet Rome. No, not the expulsion of the Tarquins. Sicinius. Friend, art thou certain this is true? Is't most certain? Second messenger. As certain as I know the sun is fire. Where have you lurked that you make doubt of it? Ne'er through an arch so hurried the blown tide as the recomforted through gates. Why, hark you! Trumpets, hautboys, drums beat, all together. The trumpets, sackbuts, psalteries, and fifes, tabors and cymbals, and the shouting Romans make the sun dance. Hark you! A shout within. Menenius. This is good news. I will go meet the ladies. This Volumnia is worth of consuls, senators, patricians, a city full. Of tribunes such as you, a sea and land full. You have prayed well today. This morning for 10,000 of your throats I'd not have given a doit. Hark, How they joy! Sound still with the shouts. Sicinius. First, the gods bless you for your tidings. Next, accept my thankfulness. Second messenger. Sir, we have all great cause to give great thanks. Sicinius. They are near the city? Messenger. Almost at point to enter. Sicinius. We'll meet them and help the joy. Exeunt. Scene v. Rome. A street near the gate. Enter two senators, with ladies, Volumnia, Virgilia, Valeria, passing over the stage, with other lords. Senator. Behold our patroness, the life of Rome. Call all your tribes together, praise the gods, and make triumphant fires strew flowers before them. Unshout the noise that banished Marcius, repeal him with the welcome of his mother. Cry welcome, ladies, welcome. All, welcome, ladies, welcome. A flourish with drums and trumpets. Exeunt. Scene 6. Antium. A public place. Enter Tullus Aufidius with attendants. Aufidius. Go tell the lords owed city I am here. Deliver them this paper. He gives them a paper. Having read it, bid them repair to the marketplace, where I, even in theirs and in the commons' ears, will vouch the truth of it. Him I accuse the city ports by this hath entered and intends to appear before the people, hoping to purge himself with words dispatch. Exeunt attendants. Enter 3 or 4 conspirators of Aufidius's faction. Most welcome. First conspirator. How is it with our general? Aufidius. Even so, as with a man by his own alms empoisoned, and with his charity slain. Second conspirator. Most noble sir, if you do hold the same intent wherein you wished us parties, we'll deliver you of your great danger. Aufidius. Sir, I cannot tell. We must proceed as we do find the people. Third conspirator. The people will remain uncertain whilst, twixt you there's difference, but the fall of either makes the survivor heir of all. Aufidius. I know it, and my pretext to strike at him admits a good construction. I raised him, and I pawned mine honor for his truth, who being so heightened, he watered his new plants with dews of flattery, seducing so my friends. And to this end, he bowed his nature, never known before but to be rough, unswayable, and free. Third conspirator. Sir, his stoutness, when he did stand for consul, which he lost by lack of stooping. Aufidius. That I would have spoke of. Being banished for't, he came unto my hearth, presented to my knife his throat. I took him, made him joint servant with me, gave him way in all his own desires. Nay, let him choose. Out of my files his projects to accomplish, my best and freshest men. Served his designments in mine own person. Hoped to reap the fame which he did end all his, and took some pride to do myself this wrong. Till at the last I seemed his follower, not partner, and he waged me with his countenance as if I had been mercenary. First conspirator. So he did, my lord. The army marveled at it, and in the last, when he had carried Rome, and that we looked for no less spoil than glory. Aufidius. There was it, for which my sinews shall be stretched upon him. At a few drops of women's rheum, which are as cheap as lies, he sold the blood and labor of our great action. Therefore shall he die, and I'll renew me in his fall. But, hark! Drums and trumpets sound, with great shouts of the people. First conspirator. Your native town you entered like a post and had no welcomes home, but he returns splitting the air with noise. Second conspirator. Impatient fools, whose children he hath slain, their base throats tear with giving him glory. Third conspirator. Therefore at your vantage, ere he express himself or move the people with what he would say, let him feel your sword, which we will second when he lies along. After your way his tale pronounced shall bury his reasons with his body. Aufidius. Say no more. Here come the lords. Enter the lords of the city. All lords. You are most welcome home. Aufidius. I have not deserved it. But, worthy lords, have you with heed perused what I have written to you? All lords. We have. First lord. And grieved to hear't. What faults he made before the last, I think might have found easy fines, but there to end where he was to begin and give away the benefit of our levies, answering us with our own charge, making a treaty where there was a yielding. This admits no excuse. Enter Coriolanus marching with drum and colors, the commoners being with him. Aufidius. He approaches, you shall hear him. Coriolanus. Hail, lords! I am returned your soldier, no more infected with my country's love than when I parted hence, but still subsisting under your great command. You are to know that prosperously I have attempted, and with bloody passage led your wars even to the gates of Rome. Our spoils we have brought home doth more than counterpoise a full third part the charges of the action. We have made peace with no less honor to the Antiotes than shame to the Romans, and we here deliver, subscribed by consuls and patricians, together with the seal Otis in it, what we have compounded on. He offers the lords a paper. Aufidius. Read it not, noble lords, but tell the traitor in the highest degree he hath abused your powers. Coriolanus. Traitor? How now? Aufidius. I, traitor, Marcius. Coriolanus. Marcius? Aufidius. I, Marcius, Caius Marcius, dost thou think I'll grace thee with that robbery, thy stolen name Coriolanus, and Coriols? You lords and heads Odi state, perfidiously he has betrayed your business and given up for certain drops of salt your city Rome. I say your city, to his wife and mother, breaking his oath and resolution like a twist of rotten silk, never admitting counsel o' war, but at his nurse's tears he whined and roared away your victory, that pages blushed at him and men of heart looked wondering each at other. Coriolanus. Hear'st thou, Mars? Aufidius. Name not the god, thou boy of tears. Coriolanus. Ha? Aufidius. No more. Coriolanus. Measureless liar, thou hast made my heart too great for what contains it, boy. O slave! Pardon me, lords, 'tis the first time that ever I was forced to scold your judgments. My grave lords must give this cur the lie, and his own notion, who wears my stripes impressed upon him, that must bear my beating to his grave, shall join to thrust the lie unto him. First Lord. Peace, both, and hear me speak. Coriolanus. Cut me to pieces, valses, men and lads, stain all your edges on me, boy. False hound. If you have writ your annals true, 'tis there, that like an eagle in a dovecot, I fluttered your Volscians and Coriols, alone I did it, boy. Aufidius. Why, noble lords, will you be put in mind of his blind fortune, which was your shame, by this unholy braggart, for your own eyes and ears? All conspirators, let him die for't. All people, tear him to pieces. Do it presently. He killed my son, my daughter. He killed my cousin Marcus. He killed my father. Second Lord. Peace, ho! No outrage. Peace. The man is noble, and his fame folds in this orb, O earth. His last offenses to us shall have judicious hearing. Stand, Aufidius, and trouble not the peace. Coriolanus. Oh, that I had him, with 6 Aufidiuses or more, his tribe, to use my lawful sword. Aufidius. Insolent villain. All conspirators. Kill, 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 kill. Kill him. Draw the conspirators, and kills Marcius, who falls. Aufidius stands on him. Lords. Hold, 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 hold. Aufidius. My noble masters, hear me speak. First Lord. O Tullus. Second Lord. Thou hast done a deed whereat valor will weep. Third Lord. Tread not upon him. Masters, all be quiet. Put up your swords. Aufidius. My lords, when you shall know, as in this rage, provoked by him, you cannot, the great danger which this man's life did owe you, you'll rejoice that he is thus cut off. Please it your honors to call me to your senate. I'll deliver myself your loyal servant, or endure your heaviest censure. First Lord. Bear from hence his body, and mourn you for him. Let him be regarded as the most noble course that ever herald did follow to his urn. Second Lord. His own impatience takes from Aufidius a great part of blame. Let's make the best of it. Aufidius. My rage is gone, and I am struck with sorrow. Take him up. Help. 3 to chiefest soldiers. I'll be one. Beat thou the drum that it speak mournfully. Trail your steel pikes, though in this city he hath widowed and unchilded many a one, which to this hour bewail the injury, yet he shall have a noble memory. Assist. Exeunt. Bearing the body of Marcius. A dead march sounded. Cymbeline. Contents. Act I. Scene I. Britain. The garden of Cymbeline's palace. Scene 2. The same. Scene 3. Britain. A public place. Scene 4. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene V. Rome. Philario's house. Scene 6. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene 7. Britain. The palace. Act 2. Scene I. Britain. Before Cymbeline's palace. Scene 2. Britain. Imogen's bedchamber in Cymbeline's palace. A trunk in one corner. Scene 3. Cymbeline's palace. An antechamber adjoining Imogen's apartments. Scene 4. Rome. Philario's house. Scene V. Rome. Another room in Philario's house. Act 3. Scene I. Britain. A hall in Cymbeline's palace. Scene 2. Britain. Another room in Cymbeline's palace. Scene 3. Wales. A mountainous country with a cave. Scene 4. Wales. Near Milford Haven. Scene V. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene 6. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Scene 7. The same. Scene 8. Rome. A public place. Act 4. Scene I. Wales. Near the cave of Belarius. Scene 2. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Scene 3. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Scene 4. Wales. Before the cave of Belarius. Act V. Scene I. Britain. The Roman camp. Scene 2. Britain. The field of battle between the British and Roman camps. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Scene 4. Britain. A prison. Scene V. Britain. Cymbeline's tent. Dramatis Personae. Cymbeline, King of Britain. Cloten, son to the queen by a former husband Posthumus Leonidas, a gentleman, husband to Imogen Belarius, a banished lord, disguised under the name of Morgan Guiderius and Arviragus, sons to Cymbeline, disguised under the names of Polydore and Cadwal, supposed sons to Belarius Philario, Italian, friend to Posthumus Iachimo, Italian, friend to Philario Caius Lucius, general of the Roman forces Pisanio, servant to Posthumus. Cornelius, a physician, a soothsayer, a Roman captain, 2 British captains, a French gentleman, friend to Philario, 2 lords of Cymbeline's court, 2 gentlemen of the same, 2 jailers, queen, wife to Cymbeline, Imogen, daughter to Cymbeline by a former Queen Helen, a lady attending on Imogen, apparitions, lords, ladies, Roman senators, tribunes, a Dutch gentleman, a Spanish gentleman, musicians, officers, captains, soldiers, messengers, and attendants. Scene: Britain, Italy. Act I. Scene I. Britain, the garden of Cymbeline's palace. Enter 2 gentlemen. First gentleman. You do not meet a man but frowns. Our bloods no more obey the heavens than our courtiers still seem as does the king's. Second gentleman. But what's the matter? First gentleman. His daughter and the heir of's kingdom, whom he purposed to his wife's sole son, a widow that late he married, hath referred herself unto a poor but worthy gentleman. She's wedded. Her husband banished. She imprisoned all as outward sorrow, though I think the king be touched at very heart. Second gentleman. None but the king? First gentleman. He that hath lost her too so is the queen, that most desired the match, but not a courtier, although they wear their faces to the bent of the king's looks, hath a heart that is not glad at the thing they scowl at. Second gentleman. And why so? First gentleman. He that hath missed the princess is a thing too bad for bad report, and he that hath her, I mean that married her, alack, good man, and therefore banished, is a creature such as, to seek through the regions of the earth for one his like, there would be something failing in him that should compare, I do not think, so fair an outward and such stuff within endows a man but he. Second gentleman. You speak him far. First gentleman. I do extend him, sir, within himself, crush him together rather than unfold his measure duly. Second gentleman. What's his name and birth? First gentleman. I cannot delve him to the root. His father was called Cecilius, who did join his honor against the Romans with Cassibelan, but had his titles by Tenantius, whom he served with glory and admired success, so gained the Suradician Leonidas, and had, besides this gentleman in question, 2 other sons, who, in the war's ode time, died with their swords in hand, for which their father, then old and fond of issue, took such sorrow that he quit being, and his gentle lady, big of this gentleman, our theme, deceased as he was born, the king he takes the babe to his protection, calls him Posthumus Leonatus, breeds him and makes him of his bedchamber, puts to him all the learnings that his time could make him the receiver of, which he took as we do air, fast as 'twas ministred, and in spring became a harvest, lived in court, which rare it is to do, most praised, most loved, a sample to the youngest, to the more mature a glass that feet them, and to the graver a child that guided dotards, though his mistress, for whom he now is banished, her own price proclaims how she esteemed him and his virtue. By her election may be truly read what kind of man he is. Second gentleman, I honor him, even out of your report, but pray you tell me, is she sole child to the king? First gentleman, his only child. He had 2 sons. If this be worth your hearing, mark it, the eldest of them at 3 years old, eyed swathing clothes the other, from their nursery were stolen, and to this hour no guess and knowledge which way they went. Second gentleman, how long is this ago? First gentleman, some 20 years. Second gentleman, that a king's children should be so conveyed, so slackly guarded, and the search so slow that could not trace them. First gentleman, howso 'tis strange, or that the negligence may well be laughed at, yet is it true, sir. Second gentleman, I do well believe you. First gentleman, we must forbear. Here comes the gentleman, the queen, and princess. Exeunt. Scene 2 the same. Enter Queen, Posthumus, and Imogen. Queen. No, be assured you shall not find me, daughter, after the slander of most stepmothers, evilly wide unto you, you're my prisoner. But your jailer shall deliver you the keys that lock up your restraint, for you, Posthumus, so soon as I can win the offended king. I will be known your advocate Mary, yet the fire of rage is in him, and 'twere good you leaned unto his sentence with what patience your wisdom may inform you. Posthumus, please your highness, I will from hence today. Queen, you know the peril. I'll fetch a turn about the garden, pitying the pangs of barred affections, though the king hath charged you should not speak together. Exit. Imogen. O dissembling courtesy! How fine this tyrant can tickle where she wounds. My dearest husband, I something fear my father's wrath, but nothing, always reserved my holy duty. What his rage can do on me, you must be gone. And I shall here abide the hourly shot of angry eyes, not comforted to live, but that there is this jewel in the world that I may see again. Posthumus. My queen, my mistress. O lady, weep no more, lest I give cause to be suspected of more tenderness than doth become a man. I will remain the loyalst husband that did e'er plight troth. My residence in Rome at one Philario's, who to my father was a friend, to me known but by letter. Thither write, my queen, and with mine eyes I'll drink the words you send, though ink be made of gall. Enter Queen. Queen, be brief, I pray you. If the king come, I shall incur I know not how much of his displeasure. Aside. Yet I'll move him to walk this way. I never do him wrong, but he does by my injuries, to be friends, pays dear for my offenses. Exit. Posthumus. Should we be taking leave? As long a term as yet we have to live, the loathness to depart would grow ado. Imogen. Nay, stay a little. Were you but riding forth to air yourself, such parting were too petty. Look here, love. This diamond was my mother's. Take it, heart, but keep it till you woo another wife, when Imogen is dead. Posthumus. How? Another? You gentle gods, give me but this I have, and sear up my embracements from a next with bonds of death. Remain thou here. Puts on the ring, while since can keep it on, and sweetest, fairest, as I my poor self did exchange for you. To your so infinite loss, so in our trifles I still win of you, for my sake wear this. It is a manacle of love. I'll place it upon this fairest prisoner. Puts a bracelet on her arm. Imogen. Oh the gods! When shall we see again? Enter Cymbeline and Lords. Posthumus. Alack, the king. Cymbeline. Thou basest thing, avoid. Hence from my sight, if after this command thou fraught the court with thy unworthiness, thou deest away. Thou art poison to my blood. Posthumus, the gods protect you, and bless the good remainders of the court. I am gone. Exit. Imogen. There cannot be a pinch in death more sharp than this is. Cymbeline. O disloyal thing, that shouldst repair my youth, thou heapst a year's age on me. Imogen. I beseech you, sir, harm not yourself with your vexation. I am senseless of your wrath. A touch more rare subdues all pangs, all fears. Cymbeline. Past grace? Obedience? Imogen. Past hope and in despair. That way past grace. Cymbeline. That mightst have had the sole son of my queen. Imogen. O blessed that I might not. I chose an eagle, and did avoid a puddock. Cymbeline. Thou tookst a beggar, wouldst have made my throne a seat for baseness. Imogen. No, I rather added a luster to it. Cymbeline. O thou vile one. Imogen. Sir, it is your fault that I have loved Posthumus. You bred him as my playfellow, and he is a man worth any woman. Overbuys me almost the sum he pays. Cymbeline. What, art thou mad? Imogen. Almost, sir, heaven restore me. Would I were a neat herd's daughter, and my Leonidas our neighbor shepherd's son. Inner queen. Cymbeline. Thou foolish thing. To the queen. They were again together, you have done not after our command, away with her, and pin her up. Queen. Beseech your patience, peace. Dear lady daughter, peace. Sweet sovereign, leave us to ourselves, and make yourself some comfort out of your best advice. Cymbeline. Nay, let her languish. A drop of blood a day, and, being aged, die of this folly. Exit with lords. Enter Pisanio. Queen. Fie. You must give way. Here is your servant. How now, sir? What news? Pisanio. My lord your son drew on my master. Queen. Ha. No harm, I trust, is done? Pisanio. There might have been, but that my master rather played than fought, and had no help of anger. They were parted by gentlemen at hand. Queen. I am very glad on't. Imogen. Your son's my father's friend. He takes his part to draw upon an exile. O brave sir, I would they were in Afric both together. Myself by with a needle, that I might prick the goer back. Why came you from your master? Pisanio. On his command, he would not suffer me to bring him to the haven. Left these notes of what commands I should be subject to, whent pleased you to employ me. Queen. This hath been. Your faithful servant, I dare lay mine honor he will remain so. Pisanio. I humbly thank your highness. Queen. Pray walk a while. Imogen. About some half-hour hence. Pray you speak with me. You shall at least go see my lord aboard. For this time leave me. Exeunt. Scene 3, Britain. A public place. Enter Cloten and 2 lords. First Lord. Sir, I would advise you to shift a shirt. The violence of action hath made you reek as a sacrifice, where air comes out, air comes in. There's none abroad so wholesome as that you vent. Cloten. If my shirt were bloody, then to shift it have I hurt him? Second Lord. Aside. No, faith. Not so much as his patience. First Lord. Hurt him. His body's a passable carcass, if he be not hurt. That it is a thoroughfare for steel, if it be not hurt. Second Lord. Aside. His steel was in debt. It went out backside the town. Cloten. The villain would not stand me. Second Lord. Aside. No, but he fled forward still, toward your face. First Lord. Stand you? You have land enough of your own. But he added to your having, gave you some ground. Second Lord. Aside. As many inches as you have oceans. Puppies. Cloten. I would they had not come between us. Second Lord. Aside. So would I, till you had measured how long a fool you were upon the ground. Cloten. And that she should love this fellow, and refuse me. Second Lord. Aside. If it be a sin to make a true election, she is damned. First Lord. Sir, as I told you always, her beauty and her brain go not together. She's a good sign, but I have seen small reflection of her wit. Second Lord. Aside. She shines not upon fools, lest the reflection should hurt her. Cloten. come, all to my chamber would there had been some hurt done. Second Lord, aside, I wish not so, unless it had been the fall of an ass, which is no great hurt. Cloten, you'll go with us? First Lord, I'll attend your lordship. Cloten, nay, come, let's go together. Second Lord, well, my lord. Exeunt. Scene 4. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Enter Imogen and Pisanio. Imogen, I would thou grewst unto the shores o' to haven and questionst every sail. If he should write, and I not have it, 'twere a paper lost, as offered mercy is. What was the last that he spake to thee? Pisanio, it was, his queen, his queen. Imogen, then waved his handkerchief? Pisanio, and kissed it, madam. Imogen, senseless linen, happier therein than I. And that was all? Pisanio, no, madam, for so long as he could make me with his eye or ear distinguish him from others, he did keep the deck, with glove, or hat, or handkerchief, still waving, as the fits and stirs of mind could best express how slow his soul sailed on, how swift his ship. Imogen, thou shouldst have made him as little as a crow, or less, ere left to after-eye him. Pisanio, madam, so I did. Imogen, I would have broke mine eye-strings, cracked them but, to look upon him, till the diminution of space had pointed him sharp as my needle. Nay, followed him till he had melted from the smallness of a gnat to air, and then have turned mine eye and wept, but, good Pisanio, when shall we hear from him? Pisanio, be assured, madam, with his next vantage. Imogen, I did not take my leave of him, but had most pretty things to say ere I could tell him how I would think on him at certain hours such thoughts and such. Or I could make him swear the sheaves of Italy should not betray mine interest and his honor, or have charged him at the 6th hour of morn, at noon, at midnight, to encounter me with orisons, for then I am in heaven for him, or ere I could give him that parting kiss which I had set betwixt two charming words, comes in my father, and like the tyrannous breathing of the north shakes all our buds from growing. Enter a lady. Lady, the queen, madam, desires your highness company. Imogen, those things I bid you do, get them dispatched. I will attend the queen. Pisanio, madam, I shall. Exeunt. Scene V. Rome. Philario's house. Enter Philario, Iachimo, a Frenchman, a Dutchman, and a Spaniard. Iachimo, believe it, sir, I have seen him in Britain. He was then of a crescent note, expected to prove so worthy as since he hath been allowed the name of, but I could then have looked on him without the help of admiration, though the catalogue of his endowments had been tabled by his side, and I to peruse him by items. Philario, you speak of him when he was less furnished than now he is with that which makes him both without and within. Frenchman, I have seen him in France. We had very many there could behold the sun with as firm eyes as he. Iachimo, this matter of marrying his king's daughter, wherein he must be weighed rather by her value than his own, words him, I doubt not, a great deal from the matter. Frenchman, and then his banishment. Iachimo, I, and the approbation of those that weep this lamentable divorce under her colors are wonderfully to extend him, be it but to fortify her judgment, which else an easy battery might lay flat, for taking a beggar, without less quality, but how comes it he is to sojourn with you? How creeps acquaintance? Philario, his father and I were soldiers together, to whom I have been often bound for no less than my life. Enter Posthumus. Here comes the Briton, let him be so entertained amongst you as suits with gentlemen of your knowing to a stranger of his quality. I beseech you all be better known to this gentleman, whom I commend to you as a noble friend of mine. How worthy he is I will leave to appear hereafter, rather than story him in his own hearing. Frenchman, sir, we have known together in Orleans. Posthumus, since when I have been debtor to you for courtesies, which I will be ever to pay, and yet pay still. Frenchman, sir, you irate my poor kindness. I was glad I did atone my countrymen and you. It had been pity you should have been put together with so mortal a purpose as then each bore, upon importance of so slight and trivial a nature. Posthumus, by your pardon, sir, I was then a young traveller. Rather shun to go even with what I heard than in my every action to be guided by others' experiences. But upon my mended judgment, if I offend not to say it is mended, my quarrel was not altogether slight. Frenchman. Faith, yes, to be put to the arbitrament of swords, and by such two that would by all likelihood have confounded one the other or have fallen both. Iachimo. Can we, with manners, ask what was the difference? Frenchman. Safely, I think, 'twas a contention in public, which may, without contradiction, suffer the report that it was much like an argument that fell out last night, where each of us fell in praise of our country mistresses. This gentleman at that time vouching, and upon warrant of bloody affirmation, his to be more fair, virtuous, wise, chaste, constant, qualified, and less attemptable than any the rarest of our ladies in France. Iachimo. That lady is not now living, or this gentleman's opinion, by this, worn out. Posthumous. She holds her virtue still, and I my mind. Iachimo. You must not so far prefer her, 4 hours of Italy. Posthumous. Being so far provoked as I was in France, I would abate her nothing, though I profess myself her adorer, not her friend. Iachimo. As fair and as good, a kind of hand-in-hand comparison, had been something too fair and too good for any lady in Britain. If she went before others I have seen as that diamond of yours outlusters many I have beheld, I could not but believe she excelled many. But I have not seen the most precious diamond that is, nor you the lady. Posthumous. I praised her as I rated her, so do I my stone. Iachimo. What do you esteem it at? Posthumous. More than the world enjoys. Iachimo. Either your unparagon mistress is dead, or she's outprised by a trifle. Posthumous. You are mistaken. The one may be sold or given, if there were wealth enough for the purchase or merit for the gift. The other is not a thing for sale, and only the gift of the gods. Iachimo. Which the gods have given you. Posthumous. Which by their graces I will keep. Iachimo. You may wear her and title yours, but you know strange foul light upon neighboring pawns. Your ring may be stolen to so your brace of unprizable estimations. The one is but frail and the other casual. A cunning thief, or a that way accomplished courtier, would hazard the winning both of first and last. Posthumous. Your Italy contains none so accomplished a courtier to convince the honor of my mistress. If in the holding or loss of that you term her frail, I do nothing doubt you have store of thieves. Notwithstanding, I fear not my ring. Philario. Let us leave here, gentlemen. Posthumous. Sir, with all my heart, this worthy signor, I thank him, makes no stranger of me. We are familiar at first. Iachimo. With 5 times so much conversation I should get ground of your fair mistress. Make her go back even to the yielding, had I admittance and opportunity to friend. Posthumous. No, no. Iachimo. I dare thereupon pawn the moiety of my estate to your ring, which, in my opinion, o'ervalues it something, but I make my wager rather against your confidence than her reputation. And, to bar your offense herein too, I durst attempt it against any lady in the world. Posthumous. You are a great deal abused in too bold a persuasion, and I doubt not you sustain what we are worthy of by your attempt. Iachimo. What's that? Posthumous. A repulse, though your attempt, as you call it, deserve more. A punishment too. Philario. Gentlemen, enough of this. It came in too suddenly. Let it die as it was born, and I pray you be better acquainted. Iachimo. Would I had put my estate and my neighbors on to approbation of what I have spoke. Posthumous. What lady would you choose to assail? Iachimo. Yours, whom in constancy you think stands so safe. I will lay you 10,000 ducats to your ring that, commend me to the court where your lady is, with no more advantage than the opportunity of a second conference, and I will bring from thence that honor of hers which you imagine so reserved. Posthumous. I will wage against your gold to my ring I hold dear as my finger. 'Tis part of it. Iachimo. You are a friend, and therein the wiser. If you buy ladies' flesh at 1,000,000 a dram, you cannot preserve it from tainting, but I see you have some religion in you, that you fear. Posthumous. This is but a custom in your tongue. You bear a graver purpose, I hope. Iachimo. I am the master of my speeches, and would undergo what's spoken, I swear. Posthumous. Will you? I shall but lend my diamond till your return. Let there be covenants drawn between's. My mistress exceeds in goodness the hugeness of your unworthy thinking. I dare you to this match. Here's my ring. Philario. I will have it no lay. Iachimo. By the gods, it is one if I bring you no sufficient testimony that I have enjoyed the dearest bodily part of your mistress. My 10,000 ducats are yours. So is your diamond too, if I come off, and leave her in such honor as you have trust in. She your jewel, this your jewel, and my gold are yours, provided I have your commendation for my more free entertainment. Posthumous. I embrace these conditions. Let us have articles betwixt us only, thus far you shall answer. If you make your voyage upon her, and give me directly to understand you have prevailed, I am no further your enemy. She is not worth our debate. If she remain unseduct, you not making it appear otherwise, for your ill opinion and assault you have made to her chastity, you shall answer me with your sword. Iachimo. Your hand, a covenant. We will have these things set down by lawful counsel, and straight away for Britain, lest the bargain should catch cold and starve. I will fetch my gold and have our 2 wagers recorded. Posthumous. Agreed. Exeunt Posthumous and Iachimo. Frenchman. Will this hold, think you? Philario. Signor Iachimo will not from it. Pray let us follow him. Exeunt. Scene 6. Britain. Cymbeline's palace. Enter Queen, ladies, and Cornelius. Queen. Whiles yet the dew's on ground, gather those flowers. Make haste. Who has the note of them? Lady. I, madam. Queen. Dispatch. Exeunt ladies. Now, Master Doctor, have you brought those drugs? Cornelius. Pleaseth your highness. I hear they are, madam. Presenting a box. But I beseech your grace, without offence, my conscience bids me ask, wherefore you have commanded of me these most poisonous compounds which are the movers of a languishing death, but, though slow, deadly? Queen. I wonder, doctor, thou ask'st me such a question. Have I not been thy pupil long? Hast thou not learned me how to make perfumes? Distill? Preserve? Yea, so that our great king himself doth woo me oft.